The games we play. 8th Interlude. Tiangu. Layers shifted as he moved, crashing against one another like tectonic plates even as they intermingled inside and out. Instinct tore a snarl from his throat, the sound raised to thunderous proportions by his sheer size, and that same part raised his hackles. After all this time, it was easy to recognize the grim and even easier to understand what they were. Enemies. His enemies, the enemies of those he would protect, the enemies of his master, friend, and arguably creator. Underneath it all, that was all he truly needed to know. That what was before him was something he had to kill. That if they didn't die, they might harm that which he would protect, and his right to protect lies inherently trumped their right to take them. It was so simple that he didn't even need a true mind to understand it. But he had one anyway. He could remember the moment it came upon him, a sudden shift in perspective that had changed everything. A part of him wanted to jest that he was of two minds about it, but that wasn't the case. Not really. There was nothing within him wrestling for control, just layers to what was there and things that had been built atop them. Granted, the change had been rather jarring, all the more so because he'd been alone when it first happened, and didn't that bring back bad memories? He didn't like being alone, like he had been before he'd been saved by Jaune. Alone in the alley, alone in the dark, alone on the streets, and alone in the home from before it. He could still remember those days, if not in quite the same way he remembered things now. They were more a matter of familiar scents, sounds, and sensations. Raised voices, the touch of hands, the chill of the rain, and the days of pain that followed. Things he'd know if he heard them again. Not that he'd gone looking. He'd thought about it, of course, of returning to the place from which he'd come, a place he'd now be able to understand. He knew, logically, that he was very powerful, that he could frighten them as he'd once been frightened. Demand reparations, explanations, apologies. If he truly desired, he could probably just step on the places that had once filled him with dread. The mere thought was laughable. Those places, those people, those memories, they were a part of him, but they didn't matter anymore. Certainly, he could do it. But why would he even bother? It didn't matter anymore. He'd been hurt by people, by larger animals, by the streets of Vale, and in the end he'd been left struggling to survive beneath a dumpster full of trash, clinging to the world that had hurt him simply out of a primal desire to live. The world had never cared about his choices, about him, but he'd wanted to survive so badly that it had hurt almost as much as his injuries. There'd been no hope for him, he'd known that even then, but he'd still fought. And then he'd been saved. A part of him occasionally wondered if perhaps he had died in that alley, that this might be his afterlife, his heaven. It was a bit more war-torn than most depictions of paradise, admittedly, but Jaune was an angel and he'd seen enough oddities that the possibility sometimes lingered in his thoughts. But no, he knew the truth. For all that, it was even more astonishing. Someone had found him, killed him, saved his life, and taken him in. He wondered, now and again, if Jaune truly understood how much he affected the world around him. To him, so many things seemed minor, casual, even because that was what they were to him. He thought nothing of saving someone's life with a touch. It was something as easy as breathing to him, something that he just did. The same went for interfering, resolving and creating situations around him, saving more lives than way, or at least changing them. He'd leave in the night, race across land, sea, and air, and slaughter 1,000 beasts of legend, simply in preparation of challenging his ancient foe, perhaps knowing only vaguely that he might have saved countless lives doing so. Down the line, he'd give a new life to a fallen soul, changed the course of entire organizations, forged connections to people of great power, and simply continued on like a storm. And whether it was fate, luck, or something else, he'd found him, saved his life, and given him everything he'd ever wanted: life, a purpose, a family, a mind. Even before he'd become whatever he was now, that had been a simple fact. And when he suddenly felt things change and was thrown off kilter, though it had been startling, terrifying, and confusing, the first thing he'd done was try to find Jaune. In the dark and empty house that had been his first true home, he'd tried to cry out and call for help. He'd realized in the process that he could. When he thought about things, words, concepts, and even images would come to his mind. When he spoke, the sound would change, translating easily between his brain and mouth, and the world around him had come increasingly into focus. He'd even known exactly how to find his way to Jaune, and that Jaune wouldn't have wanted him to. He'd felt Jaune's emotions then as he felt them now, and they were startlingly similar. Fear, confidence, surety, dread, anger, pain, hope, and loss all fluttered down the line that connected them in a mass that he could somehow translate. Jaune wouldn't have wanted him in that fight, because he would have been afraid he'd get hurt. And his friend felt the same way now, even though he was only on the periphery of the battle, dealing with the chaff as Jaune faced down the Dark King of this place. Even with the scale of their battle so disproportionate, Jaune was more worried about them than he was himself. He didn't mind getting hurt if it was in defense of his family, and Jaune probably understood that and was all the more frightened for it, even before he'd grown stronger, if it kept his family safe. well, he wouldn't fear the loss of an eye or limb. Now such things meant nothing. The Grimm attacked, most of them now tiny compared to him, though no less dangerous for their size. Of all the members of their team, he drew the most attention and thus the most fire, with claws raking his flesh, blasts of scorching light burning him, and worse besides. Several of the Grimm had moved to climb him, sinking their hands deep into his skin as they climbed his flesh and ripped away at him. In this fight alone, he'd already taken amounts of damage that would have killed almost anyone else. He'd suffered massive burns, bled rivers, had his eyes punctured, and worse. But whatever they sent his way, it wasn't enough to put him down. He wouldn't allow it to be enough. Thanks to the power he'd gained training with his family, he stood fast against everything they threw his way, wounds knitting closed, flesh filling the tears, and energy surging steadily through his body. Where others would fall, he continued to fight, to struggle, and to draw attacks away from his allies. After all, when it came to being tough, to being strong enough to take a hit for someone else, he wouldn't lose to anyone except perhaps Jaune, and even then, only if Jaune didn't enhance him further. He'd continued to raise his vitality, such that it was now well over 650, and his semblance was ideal for this. He could feel the layers of himself, set as much beside one another as within, and the outermost layer was the largest and the toughest. If enough damage was caused to it, it would shatter and melt away, revealing the next layer and the next until he was left only as himself, the process getting easier with every victory on their part. But enemies like these couldn't even kill his outermost self. Every time they attacked, he withstood and countered, bringing to bear as much of the strength his massive form conferred him without threatening his own allies. All the while, he sought to keep watch over his family. As part of his nature as Jaune's familiar, Jaune could activate techniques for him, sharing his own power to open up paths for him if they were close enough to one another. That was particularly true, but for a price. Jaune could shore up his weaknesses even from a great distance. For a battle like this, he'd been forced to limit this slightly, so as not to interfere with his own battles, but, well, even if only a shadow of his friend's power was added onto his own, it was enough to blot out the sun. It was always a strange feeling to draw on another's power, though. In his mind, it felt like some kind of circuit opening, a jagged line of power drawn between 2 points. Power flowed down that connection like it was a river, filling a well in his thoughts that seemed to branch out, drawing connections to various parts of his body as though it were another nervous system. Some moved to enhance his musculature, lines of power overlaying muscle fibers, while others permeated his skin or focused on his eyes or mouth. When he looked at himself, he could almost imagine the light shining through his own skin as it bolstered and protected him, especially since sometimes he could. Granted, that was more because of the adjustments made to his senses than anything else. Even though Jaune could lay his power upon him, not everything was made simple. There were gaps, holes that being a familiar couldn't fill. For all that he had access to most of the direct powers, so long as Jaune made an effort to grant them, the secondary ones weren't so easily transferred, and that was never more apparent than with his senses. Sometimes, he struggled to imagine how Jaune did it, how he could look at the world this way all the time and understand it instead of being driven made. The power he was under now, clairvoyance, opened up aspects of the world he wouldn't have been able to image before he was able to actually see it. He knew, logically speaking, that his eyes were different from a human's and that he normally saw the world in a different way, but when his eyes were opened like this, none of that mattered. The world lit up in patterns of blinding power and flowing energy if he didn't focus, breaking down into patterns of heat, motion, wavelengths, and entire spectrums of light. When he focused on something, it hardly seemed to matter how close or far away they were. They seemed as though they were right before his eyes and large enough to see clearly, even if that meant increasing or decreasing in size. If he paused to take something in for too long, he could accidentally peer through their skin to see expanding and contracting muscles, nerves made luminous by the transportation of signals, and even cellular activity. If he focused, he could probably see even deeper than that, but he'd never really tried. After a certain point, it became too much. He knew that Jaune used it constantly and without a seeming care, predicting movements by analyzing motions or assessing people in their entirety at a glance. Jaune had even told him that he had senses that went beyond what he was now seeing, such as a third eye that showed him the truth of the world. Honestly, he was fairly pleased to say he couldn't even imagine it. Jaune was different if he could. He'd want to see everything, partially because he could take it. He wasn't sure if that was a natural part of who he was, the result of a skill he'd picked up at some point, or simply one of the benefits of his semblance. In all likelihood, it was a combination of all three. Someone whose soul took the shape of a being with a million eyes and whose semblance seemed to dredge up knowledge lost to the annals of time probably had an edge when it came to things that gathered and analyzed pieces of information, but he imagined having the gamer's mind and what must have been a dozen skills that made him more than human probably helped. He didn't have that. The closest he did have was another skill Jaune had conferred to him, extrasensory perception, which, if anything, made things that much worse. It expanded the breadth of clairvoyance to encompass his other senses, all but burying him beneath a mountain of sensation and information. Normally, his senses of hearing and smell were as important to him as his sight, if not more so, but extrasensory perception heightened them to an almost painful degree, especially in a fight. Each breath he took flooded his mind with information on his enemies, such that he could tell without looking which was which and where they were, even though there were dozens. At the same time, every step they took and move they made resounded in his ears, sound carrying across vaster distances than he'd ever imaged, until he had no choice but to blot out the gathering of far-distant storms. And that wasn't all, either. The taste of air on his tongue as he panted drew information to him as clearly as his nose, each taste so distinct that he distinguished them easily. At the same time, he could feel approaching attacks before they struck, a phantom sort of pain that warned him of danger, and a moment of air against his skin was enough to let him gauge the locations of his enemies and allies alike. Even beyond that, he could sense people's locations simply by how they touched a surface he was connected to, sending vibrations through the ground. His sense of touch extended even beyond his skin, such that he could feel when things came in contact with his aura or even his own attacks. Being as large as he was should have and did interfere with his senses, but the techniques he was under now made such things irrelevant. It hurt a constant pain that he felt alongside his brain, like someone had filled his skull with flames. He suspected Jaune knew that, whether consciously or as part of the subconscious effect of his parecognition. Either way, he generally avoided using any skill that caused him particular discomfort. But this was a special occasion and he'd asked Jaune for every advantage he could get. He was a hunting dog, yes, but a guard dog first and foremost, and there was no point to his safety if he let his family come to harm. On the off chance that he suffered a stroke, he'd simply have to rely on his accelerated healing to make up for it. Even if it interfered with his own ability to fight, it was worth it. Thankfully, the more physical techniques were easier. The skills of the original Jianbing and the ancient techniques of Remnant, they were simple to use by comparison. Yes, the breaking of his adamant skin would hurt when the technique ended, but what was being flayed, really? And yes, perhaps the sacrifice to the wolf occasionally shattered his bones and tore muscles, but again, what of it? Even without the liquid flesh buff Jaune had applied to all of them, he could recover from such wounds almost before he felt the pain of them. Wounds like that were nothing to him. He cared about them even less than the strikes of the Grim. Speaking of which, drawing a deep breath to fill the caverns of his lungs, he snarled at the Grim again, and this time, flames filled his mouth like froth. He exhaled a wave of searing fire and then let more of it rise from his fur, attacking what Grim had drawn to close. The skill wasn't the Karna he was more familiar with, but rather the skill known as Surya, which it had developed into. It was the chief weapon Jaune had provided him with, along with his psychokinesis, as both skills simply enabled him to use specific powers. They were draining, however, and his MP was relatively minor compared to his HP, less than 7,000, and even then, only by virtue of his level. He could regenerate his MP at a not entirely pathetic pace thanks to Breath of the World, but it wasn't something he wanted to waste. For that reason, he kept the flames up for only a few seconds and then shook them off along with the Grim. Simple instinct made him want to press the assault, to chase the monsters as they retreated. If he shut off the dizzying array of senses Jaune's power had granted him, he could focus on them and go on the attack. Just as Autumn had recently been enhanced by the skill Preta, which allowed her to create and command a strange semblance of life, Jaune had elevated him with the skill above familiar, Turyagioni. With a thought, he could shift into a monster more twisted than anything Autumn could imagine, drawing the traits and features of countless animals into his flesh until mouths yawn open and limbs stretched. He could fill his jaws with rows of teeth and poisonous fangs, transform his fur into the tendrils of 1,000 jellyfish, rearrange his skeleton and organs, and more. But that wasn't why he was here. He was a guardian and he kept an eye on his family, drawing attention and taking any blows that might be dangerous. His senses let him pick those out among the chaos of battle, and so were more useful to him than 1,000 more mouths. And it was those same senses that made him the first to become aware of the situation changed. He saw the cracks growing in one of the invisible walls that surrounded this place and shifted slightly to better position himself in front of his family. But as a figure appeared alongside Jaune, holding him by the throat, his senses also made him completely aware of the truth. This wasn't someone he could beat. It wasn't somehow he could stop or fight or kill. Trying to do so would mean his death. He considered that for a moment, giving the thought the weight it deserved, and promptly decided it didn't matter. If that was true, it was more important that he make his actions count. Should he cover for Raven? Yes, that was the smartest thing to do. Raven was close enough to Autumn to reach him in at a moment's notice and draw him through a portal she'd no doubt take up to Autumn, grabbing her as well. So long as he could defend her for a second, she should be able to get both of them to safety. Would she come back afterwards, putting herself in danger? It was regrettably possible, but Autumn and Adam's safety was worth more than his life. Worst case scenario, those two could take care of one another and John himself was unlikely to die. Given what they knew, it was everything besides death that he needed to be concerned about. He could take care of them both, so long as they escaped, and another familiar could be found. Besides which, he was the largest target. He reached out, being carefully delicate with his psychokinesis, and planted a paw-shaped construct on Raven's upper arm, signaling her. Her chin lowered and rose less than a centimeter, which was the only sign she'd noticed, with her gaze perfectly steady as she looked at the figure, who was Gilgamesh and not Gilgamesh. Slowly, he braced himself and made the first move, diving fully in front of Raven, even knowing what it could mean. "Oh, a volunteer?" he heard, but couldn't even see the new figure move. Instead, there was flash of pain as his outer layer shattered completely, coming apart into dark energy that swirled and reshaped itself into something perhaps half as large. For that brief moment, he was thankfully protected as his next layer was drawn out into conventional space, hopefully slowing his enemy down. But the next layer shattered the moment it formed, along with the next and the next, until he was suddenly himself, lying on the ground at the strange figure's feet. Raven, however, was already gone. "It was worth it, then, buying time for your friends to escape?" the figure asked, and though he had no mouth he sounded as though he were smiling. "What a brave puppy, but you know, I'm the master of portals. It's a little trick to create them when I'm like this, but it's not impossible, and I know where she went. It's always more fun when people think they're safe. Isn't that right, John?" The figure, who must have been Malkuth, given his crude disposition, reached out to him with a hand that wasn't clasped to John's neck. "Still, it was a good effort," he continued. "What say I give you an original death, to make it worth your while?" Some kind of strange, violet light gathered around his hands and he thought this was it. But this was okay. Dark as the situation may have seemed, he knew John would do something, that he'd figure out a way to keep them safe in what little time they'd bought. So this was enough, and a pretty good effort for a dog who should have died in an alleyway. Besides, light flashed and he waited for the end to come once more, but this time without fear. And just like before, he was saved. The games we play. Journey Arcana active and passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The Compendium of Secrets, the ultimate mystery. The Arcana exists as a representation of a soul's journey, both through life and beyond, and in so doing, illustrates the truths hidden within. By mastering the skill, the user comes to understand the path they've taken and learns how to use the knowledge and wisdom they've acquired to forge a path for themselves across time. Upon learning the skill, the user learns to access the memories hidden within their own soul, recalling their past and present lives. In addition, this skill may be activated for no cost, allowing the user to draw strength from within themselves in the form of the 22 major arcana. These effects activate in correlation to the user's present state and may change accordingly. As I activated the arcana, I felt something clear form within me, descending upon me from above. It didn't come with any flashes of light or cinematic riots of power, because I wasn't drawing strength from it or unleashing anything. I was the arcana. It was a crystallization of what was already there, a refinement of who I was, who I'd been, and who I wanted to be. In a way, it was the closest I'd ever come to my past self's semblance, because a semblance was itself an expression of who a person is, but at the same time it was more than that. It was an intermingling, a conversation of the heart and soul, and it drew elements from the both of us, or rather, from me. And it was like my heart had started beating after a long period of nothingness. Malkuth's grip on my neck didn't slacken because of my internal shift, nor did our situation change. I don't think he'd noticed yet, because it was for now still something purely internal, but I'd need to choose my moment carefully. I kept anything from showing on my body with careful control and lifted my gaze to look at my friends. The battlefield had gone still at our entrance, the Grimm obviously recognizing their master. They seemed to almost fade into the background without actually moving, dark tremors rippling over their flesh. Nothing extended from Malkuth directly, or, at least, nothing extended from Gilgamesh's body, but I could see them recovering slowly. Perhaps his awareness of them was enough to reach out from the other side of their portals, or perhaps they simply drew strength from his presence. Either way, I saw wounds slowly knit closed. More importantly than them, however, I saw my friends. I saw Autumn high above us, still floating on the wind, and saw her multifaceted eyes focused on me. Her expression didn't change, but I could feel her emotions shift as she drew matter and energy from her internal well, preparing herself for a fight. I could tell from the signs left on the battlefield that she'd already made use of her powers as a Preta, but that didn't stop her from readying herself now. Below her stood Adam, Goo, and Raven, my best friend, my team, all focused on me. Adam pursed his lips, hand on his sword, and beneath his mask his eyes focused on me and the hand at my throat. Looming over him, Goo flicked his eyes over Malkuth and I, but the majority of his focus then turned to the rest of our team and I could feel his thoughts shift towards protectiveness. I could all but hear their thoughts. Adam readying himself to put his all into a single attack, distracting Malkuth at a crucial moment to allow me to escape, even if it cost him his life. Goo readying himself to die if it meant allowing the others even a slim chance of escape. But fuck both of those ideas. Finally, I turned my attention towards Raven, whose eyes were focused entirely on me. I looked through her mask to meet her eyes, both without gazes steady. Under different circumstances, I'd send her a subtle signal with psychokinesis or pathokinesis, but with Malkuth so near I didn't dare give him a sign. So instead, I just smiled slightly, the expression light. A moment later, I saw Goo extend a psychokinetic hand towards Raven, alerting her with a touch, and she nodded to him. To me, there was no way to know for sure, but I didn't have to know for sure. I trusted Raven to get the job done. It didn't surprise me in the slightest when Goo threw himself to the ground in front of Raven, a body that dwarfed building throwing up massive clouds of dust even as it dug a colossal trench in the ground. "Oh, a volunteer?" Malkuth asked, and he must have been smiling. An instant later, he moved, crossing the distance between us and Goo with such speed that he snapped my neck in the process. He didn't even bother attacking Goo. He simply stepped into him, shattering Goo's layers with a touch. I saw it as the black energy that made up Goo's for in between spaces flooded in each time, fluctuating, flowing, and spiking with every wave, but they gave Goo only moments of reprieve. In less than a second, all that was left was Goo's base form, lying prone at Malkuth's feet. Malkuth must have gotten off on kicking puppies, because I got the feeling his smile widened as he looked down at my friend. "Buying time for your friends to escape?" he asked. Attention now on Goo. "What a brave puppy, but you know, I'm the master of portals. It's a little trick to create them when I'm like this, but it's not impossible, and I know where she went. It's always more fun when people think they're safe. Isn't that right, Jaune?" "Goddamn fucking piece of shit asshole prick." I didn't answer, taking the moment to allow the feeling of my broken neck to fade. The full heal I had prepared was still at the ready, but Goo's base form was thankfully unharmed. That was the best thing about his semblance, in my opinion. Even if he got weaker and more vulnerable as his outer selves were broken, damage didn't cross between layers. Instead, he was just exhausted as the power he'd tied into them was dispersed. So far, nothing had happened to him that couldn't be fixed. Of course, being near Malkuth meant that probably wouldn't last long. If there was anything he was good at, it was violently ruining the lives of everything he'd touched. I needed to do something right now. Still, it was a good effort, Malkuth continued, proving me right. "What say I give you an original death, to make it worth your while?" Matter shifted as he gathered power in his hands and I made my move. Gritting my teeth as I got my knees under me, I pushed myself forward as hard as I could. I felt Malkuth's hand tighten on my neck, but he was woefully unprepared for my current strength. All he managed to do was tear my head from my shoulders. An instant later, my forehead hit ground with a crack and the earth exploded. A wave of force expanded out from me, pulling up several centimeters of soil as they went, and then the ground shattered violently. 100 meters, 200, 400, and then further beyond, everything was crushed by the force of the impact and sent flying into the air. At the same time, my other self left my space and dashed towards Goo, reaching him too quickly for me to register. I had a mental image of Goo being hauled up onto his shoulders, but I wasn't able to actually see anything until Goo was dropped off on the other side of the crater. Strength and chariot, huh? It wasn't a bad hand, given the situation, but hardly ideal. That was the risk of using the arcana. I didn't pick them conscious. They simply rose in accordance with my actions. But I suppose that was life, doing your best with the hand you're dealt. Strength, the arcana of strength, the representation of the courage and resolve needed to endure and overcome life's setbacks. It is the power of understanding and control that tempered the triumphant power of the chariot. When the user is within the state of being, the power of all MP attacks without a physical component drop to zero. Increase the user's strength by the combined value of their intelligence and wisdom. Chariot, the arcana of the chariot, the representation of the control and willpower needed to assert dominance over one's own life and reach for one's dreams. It is where the assurance of youth meets the understanding of adulthood to create crowning achievements and victories, but is still tied down by aggression and impatience. When the user is within the state of being, MP attacks that possess charge times are unusable. Increase the user's dexterity by the combined value of their intelligence and wisdom. Malkuth said at last, cracking the fingers that had previously been clenched around my neck. "Have you been holding out on me, Keter? I must admit, I kind of thought you'd start taking things seriously after I bashed your head against nothing and broke it." "Sorry," I said, lifting my hands into a fighting stance. "I just wanted to save the best for last." It wasn't a lie. Sadly, quite frankly, I hadn't wanted to use the Arcana until the very end if I could avoid it, and I could freely admit this wasn't what I'd had in mind. The Arcana were my trump cards, true, but they were risky and had to be used wisely as they arose from my situation and my actions. The ones that manifested were closely linked to where I stood at any given moment, and I could undercut my own position if I activated it at the wrong time. Each of the Arcana came with great power, but the drawbacks, well, some of them were fairly severe. As these things went, Strength and the Chariot weren't the worst ones I could have wound up with. Under the circumstances, I could have easily manifested the Tower or the Devil, which had their uses, sure, but really weren't the type of things I needed right now. Strength and the Chariot had their own downsides, but they were comparatively manageable. Strength limited me to more physical MP attacks, such as Baihu skills, my strike skills, and other things that boosted my physical attacks. My other MP attacks would effectively do nothing, coming apart even as I tried to cast them. But that was no real loss at this point. I'd already hit Malkuth with a horde of such attacks and he'd simply brushed them off like they were nothing. MP abilities that weren't attacks were left untouched as well, so I still had access to most of my persistent skills like acceleration, my sensory abilities, and so on. Now if I'd lost those, that would be something to worry about, but as is the only things I truly miss were Longinus, Luxaturna, and Orionsoph, and even those skills hadn't been doing as well as I might have hoped. But thankfully, I still had access to all of them, in a sense. After all, I wasn't the only one who'd activated the Arcana. Because of the nature of Valmule, I effectively had 2 picks from the deck. One for each of us. It was a bit complicated, because the Arcana simultaneously recognized us as being united and separate, but the results were fairly good, so I couldn't complain. Quite frankly, if I'd been fighting alone, I'm not sure I'd be willing to risk using the Arcana in a real fight. All it would take was a bad draw to shut down some vital part of my strategy and I was screwed. Instead, I was able to draw 2 cards and we couldn't, or, at least, had yet to draw the same Arcana, so we were only truly screwed if we both got bad hands, which was comparatively unlikely. For instance, where I'd manifested Strength, my other had manifested the Chariot, so while I wasn't able to use MP attacks that didn't enhance my physical abilities somehow, he was limited to attacks that didn't naturally come with charge times, thankfully ignoring the effects of Hyper Soul. That meant he could still use things like Longinus, so long as he didn't try to charge them past their normal limits. It wasn't ideal, but it was manageable. Now, had things gone as planned, I'd have continued to keep Gilgamesh or Malkuth, as the case may be, off balance, controlling the tide of the battle every step of the way and directing the fight. That was the best way to use the Arcana after all. Not to let circumstances define you, but to define them instead. Had I been able to go through with my plans for Keter, I should have been able to get at least the star or the sun, and maybe both. The world was unfeasible, but if I'd done things right, it might have even been possible to manifest Judgment. Even with how strong Malkuth was, so long as he was limited by Gilgamesh's body, I was fairly sure that would have been enough to decide the fight. Instead, here I was. If I'd activated the Arcana from the very beginning, I might have gotten the Magician, High Priestess, or maybe even the Hierophant, but it was a bit late to worry about that now. And frankly, it probably wouldn't have changed anything. I just have to do my best with what I had. Even before felt my counterpart ready himself, I was moving, rushing towards Malkuth with all the strength I could muster. While the effects of my obscenely enhanced strength differed from my other's improved dexterity, there was always a certain amount of overlap between strength and speed. With every step I took, the ground seemed to ripple beneath my feet, hardly even feeling solid, like I was running over water instead of earth. My feet sank into the ground with each step, breaking through some kind of wall, and each time the ripples expanded far enough, the ground shattered yet again, strained far beyond its limits. As I rushed for Malkuth, anything that could break, broke, but each step pushed me what seemed like leagues forward. Malkuth lifted a hand to block as I came near, but it was too late for that. Now, just before I reached him, I activated Baihu's lunge and closed the last meter in an instant. The moment my fist struck his guard, a shockwave expanded from the point of connection and flashed outwards at an astonishing speed, destroying everything it touched. The now utterly shattered ground was forced down by the pressure, reducing everything near us to fine powder, and whatever smoke and dust still lingered on the battlefield was promptly swept away. Though Gilgamesh's mask revealed no expression, I like to think Malkuth widened his eyes in surprise. Instead of stopping me like he probably intended, I drove Malkuth back, forcing his feet to drag long trenches in the ground. We went 50 meters, 100, 200, and then even further, hardly seeming to slow as we passed through the almost frictionless sand. A touch belatedly, Malkuth lifted his other hand in reaction, reaching for me. I lifted my eyes to his mask and smiled. A moment later, something tore through the world. My other self crossed the battlefield at full speed, layering all the skills he had to enhance it even further, and his passage caused almost as much destruction as my attacks had. A colossal fireball began to expand from his distant starting point, only the flashing waves of energy outpacing his approach. In almost the same moment I noticed him. He passed fully through my body and struck Malkuth head-on, fist hitting the same hand I had. Malkuth abruptly vanished from my sight, the attack carrying him most of a kilometer away from me and leaving me to weather the rest of the fireball. I braced myself, holding on even as I felt it wash over me, but though the force was unspeakable, I had the strength to stand against it. I felt my flesh burn and my eyes hiss and crackle inside my head, but I couldn't call to Suryasta, trapped as he was within Keter. Instead, I simply waited and endured, knowing what was to come. Sure enough, I saw my other return no more than a moment after his departure, hand firmly clasping Malkuth's head. The bane of the Prometheans bolstered his already ludicrous speed, aided by everything else he'd been able to bring to bear, and Malkuth's body was held parallel to the ground by the speed of his retraction. My twin passed through me once again on his way back, and we occupied the same space once again, but this time we didn't separate, and I allowed myself to be reeled in alongside them. At the last moment, however, I activated the yellow path, changing our direction specifically, straight down. We moved with the full extent of my strength and my twin's speed, and in an instant, I shifted our hold on Malkuth, turning him as we moved. Truth be told, in the midst of my various musings, I'd once wondered how much you'd have to hate someone to try to suplex them to death. The answer was, of course, significantly less than I hated Malkuth. Needless to say, we added another crater to the battlefield, but no one liked Jericho Falls anyway. The games we play. Close. As the explosion rocked over the already blasted landscape, even I needed a moment to recover. My skin felt odd, as if it had been encrusted with something, like the very air had stuck to my skin like a bug to a windshield, which kind of was what happened, honestly. At the speeds my other had accelerated to, air molecules simply couldn't get out of the way anymore, and so instead they were torn apart. At that speed, pretty much anything was devastating, and the ride we'd taken Malkuth on especially so. In its wake, the air had turned to plasma and high-energy wavelengths had filled the air, blasting everything around us mere moments before the fireball itself. The path of destruction we'd wrought, along with the massive crater that had been pounded into the earth, had reshaped the battlefield yet again, adding a massive, elongated crater to the existing one while slagged everything around us. Inside of me, I could feel my other panting at the exertion. It wasn't just the cost it had taken in Impedeville that had been exorbitant as he ramped his acceleration up as high as he could manage, but also the stress it had caused him physically. That was another downside to strength and the chariot, if a hidden one. The massive increases to strength and dexterity didn't come with a corresponding increase in durability. Even I had felt my bones shattering with every hit. For my twin, who had gone so far past our normal limits that it wasn't even funny, the damage from simply moving was extreme, with every molecule in the air seeming to cut away at our flesh. I'd only taken a small portion of that so as to take some of the burden off of my other, and still I was feeling it. But, I had to admit, the result was fairly satisfying. A pity we didn't have more time to enjoy it. Cracking my neck once as the gamer's body brushed away the last of the pain, I took stock of myself and my other before applying a full heal to my twin, helping him brush off the aftereffects. Thanks to our unified nature, I knew my other could keep a stock of his own, so I didn't need to be too frugal. and if there was ever a time for it, it was while I was beating the shit out of Malkuth. I felt a response from him as emotion within our shared volume and accepted the thanks with ease. Then, I stood up, using my strength to pull Malkuth, whom my suplex had buried from his head to his waist even after obliterating just about everything around us from the ground like a weed, lifting him by an ankle before punching him in the gut with all the force I could muster, which was thankfully a fair bit. Malkuth's body rocked forward, curled by the force of the blow, and his head came up to bang against my knee. "Dick," Malkuth grunted, seemingly brought back to the present by the blow, though I noted he still seemed dazed. It was nice to know that some things affected him, even if only while he was in a reduced form. Alas, stuck in the body of a Grim as he was, Malkuth possessed nothing for me to kick him in, so I couldn't take advantage of the line he'd given me. With a touch of sadness for opportunities lost, I instead kicked him in the face, knocking him backwards and over my head, turning at my grip on his ankle. I couldn't imagine that was comfortable, which was a pleasant though, and I added to it by grabbing him by the back of his head as he came around and then bringing him down hard on my rising knee in a sincere effort to fold him in half. Malkuth grunted again and I got the feeling he was glaring at me. "Okay, that's enough," he said, hands snapping up to grab me by the head, massive claws closing on me in a brutal vice. Just as quickly, his other hand rose, smashing into my nose hard enough to break it and pretty much every other bone in my face, snapping my head back as a side effect. Taking advantage of that momentary opening, he delivered another series of blows to my face, chin, and throat, tearing at me savagely until I let him go and freed up my hands. Malkuth flipped over in midair, landing neatly on his feet before me in a way that spoke of yet more physics fuckery. I saw energy gather in his arms as he crouched and braced myself. I matched the first punch with my own, feeling bones break from wrist to shoulder, and then punched him across the face hard enough to make his head duck. He lifted it again and buried a rising fist into my stomach and I leaned over as I felt it pulverize my organs. Against my will, I staggered back a step and he pressed his assault, half a dozen hits landing on my chest in barely more than an instant, shattering ribs each time. In response, I stepped into his next assault, lifting my arms quickly as if to strike him and lowering them just as fast, trapping his arms beneath them. In response, Malkuth flexed his claws, bladed fingers sinking into my back and thumbs into my front, as if he was planning to pull my ribcage open lengthwise. Before he could, however, my twin stepped back into play. Seeing as he was fully recovered, I let my other self go to town on our trapped enemy, and while he stayed largely within the same volume as me, he reached out with his arms and began to deliver lightning-fast punches to Malkuth's abdomen. Malkuth released another annoyed breath, but I held this fast, refusing to let him escape, and the air between us soon turned to plasma in the steady rhythm of my other self's fists. Malkuth released a sound that I might have considered a growl if it hadn't been accompanied by his mask suddenly turning a deep blood red. At once, my twin dropped low, crouching and slamming both of his fists into Malkuth's ankles to help keep him grounded. Without letting go of Malkuth's arms, I stepped on my other self's back and used it as a spring pad of sorts, contorting briefly in midair to get my feet in position before shoving both of them right under Malkuth's chin, forcing his head back. A moment later, a narrow flash of red light flashed through the sky, tracing a line across empty air that seemed to glow for a long moment before exploding. The force rocked us all, nearly forcing us to the ground, but we endured and so did Malkuth. That still left us in a rather awkward position, with my arms binding Malkuth's, my feet pushing up his chin, and my other self holding his feet onto the ground. Malkuth seemed to realize this as well, because he immediately flexed his arms and leaned back slightly before altering his shoulders in a fashion I immediately recognized. A moment later, my twin hauled Malkuth's feet up off the ground, leaving him parallel to the earth as he fired off his arms like he'd done to Keter beforehand. Instead of being launched away, I was fired straight up, and I let his projectile limbs carry me for a brief moment before releasing them, judging that I was high enough. Then I let my twin take control as he fluctuated into me and began his descent. I felt skills layer in time warp as he fueled our dive, even going so far as to add Atlas to the combination, and we fell towards Malkuth like a comet. Predictably, he tried to dodge, having already seen such a tactic. Obviously, we didn't fucking let him, changing directions with Yellow Path without slowing down. To Malkuth's credit, he still managed to react in time, hand snapping up at the last possible instant to catch my other's fist with a regrown arm. But what he didn't expect was for me to continue on with the same momentum, leaving my other self's space at full speed to clothesline him anyway. As I caught him around the throat, I tightened my arm around his neck, letting my body snap forward as I dragged him down and back, hauling him off his feet and to the ground. The moment he was prone, my twin hand on top of him, power already gathering, and then his hands flashed out, little more than a blur to my eyes. When he stopped, however, the results were obvious: 10 neat holes from 10 different Longinas, expending most of my twin's remaining energy, one through the head, one through where the portal should be, and one for each of his non-existent vital organs. It was a move we'd practiced some, but it was, unfortunately, designed for foes with more vulnerabilities. Malkuth screamed as the spears pierced through him, but didn't fucking die. Not that I'd been that hopeful. On to the next plan, then. Before he could counterattack, my other self rolled over Malkuth and into my space, at which point I leveraged him up and over me as I came to my feet, slamming him back into the ground. This time, he was down for only a beat before coming back for more, body glowing gray as he struck me in the center of my chest. For a brief moment, I stopped moving before continuing my earth-shattering punch, but by then, he was already gone, dancing several steps out of my reach. Not gonna lie, I'm getting a little tired of your shit now, kidder, he said, glow strengthening. No offense, but I think it's about time we end this. You still have a job to do, as I recall. I'm procrastinating, I replied. Beating your face in is just so much fun, you know. Glad you enjoyed it, he answered. Because now's the part where I start having fun unless you do what you're supposed to. Why are you so intent on wasting time when we both want the same thing? I feel fairly confident in saying we don't want the same thing at all, I replied. But I'll ask you the same question. Why are you still here? Why not go on your merry little way and leave me be? Do you need to be here for something? When he didn't answer, I clicked my tongue. So you want me to crack open the safe while you watch my back? I asked him. Sorry, I have trust issues. Namely, my issue is that you're a fucking godless piece of shit and I don't trust you. Lines of purple-red power flashing down his arms and legs as he focused on me. The hard way it is, then, he said. Now, which of your friends should I start with? How about me? Raven asked as a portal swirled into existence beside me. Here's where things got tricky. I like to think I was pretty smart. Yeah, I had a ton of points invested in both INT and WIS, but even beyond that, at the very least I tried to plan things out, to think ahead, to consider the different angles and try to come up with a way around or through. I tried to learn from my experiences and mistakes both, taking into account lessons learned, and remember them in future situations. I had a lot of advantages, I admit. My senses, my altered perception of time, my semblance, and so on. But I honestly tried to think through and figure out what would happen. Of course, it didn't always work. There's always things I didn't or couldn't know, and I was often left scrambling when everything went to hell. I'd learned from that, too. Not that it was particularly hard when I was so often in the dark. In that regard, I often found the act of planning more useful than my plans themselves. Planning out every single detail didn't usually work out well, at least not for me. No plan survives contact with the enemy and all that, but in the process, I generally ended up with a pretty good idea of where I should go and what I should do. If they did this, I'd do that. If this tactic failed, I could resort to this on and on, for eventualities and possibilities. I had a fair bit of free time, after all, what with the amount of it I spent in accelerated grinding. So while I could freely admit I hadn't planned for things to get to this point, the possibility hadn't caught me completely unawares. If things had gone according to plan, I wouldn't have had to face Malkuth like this, wouldn't have had to activate the Arcana this early, and, ideally, would have won already. But I wasn't arrogant enough to assume everything would work out exactly as planned, because that pretty much never happened to me, so I'd considered what I'd do if things went wrong at various points. If Gilgamesh proved vastly stronger than anticipated or somehow immune to my major trump cards, I could withdraw along these paths. If I couldn't catch him within my barriers at first, I could try to slow him or hold him still with this and that. And, of course, there was the big one. What if Malkuth showed up to be a huge asshole again? That had been a major concern, and it would have been nice if it hadn't happened, but... well, here we were. I knew it was a possibility from my fight with Conquest, and it would have been foolish to do nothing to prepare for it. Unfortunately, there weren't many good options for dealing with him. Ruining the lives of anyone and everyone appeared to be his greatest strength. With the Arcana, I'd been able to close that gap somewhat, but, well, here we were. Needless to say, I wasn't as surprised that he'd threaten my friends. I mean, come on, that was fucking inevitable, and it's not like I have much else to threaten. I'd long since mulled over how people might try to get to me, and there were only so many ways. Powers that affected my mind directly would be shut down by the gamer's mind. The things I did to myself on a daily basis casually dwarfed most methods of torture, and I like to think I could be fairly stubborn when the need arose. When it really came down to it, there was only one way to threaten or compel me into doing something, and it was to use something I valued that could take various forms. You could offer me something I wanted, such as a powerful or useful skill book, and that would probably be enough to get me to do most things. You could also threaten my life, such as Cinder had, and that could make me do a fair bit as well. But there were some things that were worth more than baubles or skills or even my life, and only one way to force me to act even at that point. Target the people I loved. My family, my friends. I admit, I could do a lot for them. I'd thought about it, weighed the options, and if I had to, well, there were some things that I'd never do otherwise, but would do for them. I wasn't proud of that, really. I was more scared of the fact than anything else. But it was a fact and I treated it as such. I also didn't tolerate threats to the people I loved, as a rule, and I sure as hell didn't plan to stand back and just allow it. That wasn't limited to Malkuth, either. I'd considered what might happen if someone more normal targeted Jaune Arc or Jian Bing through their family or team and how I might react. Generally, my plan boiled down to brutally murder whoever was responsible. I sure as hell didn't plan on letting anyone who attacked my daughter or sisters or friends just walk away. I wasn't going to allow that precedent. As a rule, I didn't kill people, but that's because I was powerful and also thought that lives had value. If there was a bank robbery happening right in front of me or something, I could just reach out and snap the necks of those responsible with my mind. But I could disable them in 1,000 other ways without needing to, so shouldn't I? Yeah, it might take a fraction of a second more effort, but so what? I might not be a saint, but I wasn't going to kill someone over a momentary inconvenience or pass judgment when I could just as easily see them tried. I like to think that was just me being crazy. I didn't kill people not because I couldn't, but because I shouldn't. Up to a point. If, for some reason, the only way to stop those same robbers from killing people was to kill them first, if they were a problem that couldn't be dealt with in any other way, if I had to protect others or the ones I loved, I could do it. I had done it. I'd even killed my own father, to keep him from hurting anyone else, and because I knew he'd have rather died than threaten innocent people. And when the question arose, what would I do if someone put a metaphorical gun to my daughter's head? The answer was simple. I would fucking kill them. If there was any way I could stop the gun, prevent it, or get around the problem without risking Adam, I'd take it and then kill whoever was responsible, like I would for the rest of my family, for Adam, and for Raven. The only question was what I would do if someone was threatening them and I wasn't strong enough to stop it like Malkuth was doing. Here and now. Truthfully, I'd always known that it would come down to this. If Malkuth wanted to force me to do something, which he did, he'd start by targeting the one place I was vulnerable, and I wasn't sure I'd be able to stop him, given the nature of his powers, the presence of his servants, and everything else. Hell, Malkuth had ways to create portals, and I'd known it even before this fight. He used them to maintain some of the stronger Grimm. Even keeping my loved ones away from the battlefield wasn't enough, in and of itself, to guarantee their safety. Assuming I hadn't managed to stop him before it came to this, which, unfortunately, I hadn't been, I would have to take that fact into account. And the only thing I could really do was prepare for it as best I could. My mother, sisters, and grandmother were in an airship somewhere over the sea, and Malkuth hopefully hadn't been able to notice the first portal we'd made. That didn't mean they were safe, but it meant they would be at least a little harder to target. I'd sincerely considered leaving Adam, Autumn, and Go behind for the same reason, in the hopes of making things tougher on Malkuth, but hadn't for two reasons. The first, of course, was that I couldn't do this without help. I needed them here for any of my plans to work. Had I been alone, it would have been far harder, maybe even impossible, to beat Gilgamesh and his flunkies, and I'd have definitely been worse off. Had I been able to get as far as my barriers, I might have been able to manage using Lucifer, but even so, it would have been a tougher fight. The second, however, was more important. Hiding them away wouldn't have solved things, not by itself. If Malkuth could make portals, he could escape my grasp at any time, and I wouldn't be able to catch up with him fast enough to make a difference. Even if I was able to hide everyone I knew away somewhere he couldn't find them, itself a dubious proposition, it wouldn't stop him. If it really came down to it, he could always just go, I am going to kill some horrific amount of people every second until you obey, and make good on it, while I could do nothing but watch until I give in. If he made an actual effort, he could probably get my loved ones as a side effect. Our current fight could have leveled cities and then some. In the end, that wasn't a risk any of us had been willing to take. I'd told my team about the possibility, and they'd agreed on how they would face it head on. So long as Malkuth knew about them, he was that much less likely to wiping out kingdoms. In large part, they'd put their lives on the line for the sake of the world, and I'd allowed it. Though, truthfully, if it came down to it, I might fold. But Raven was here to make sure that didn't happen. She was one of my few remaining trump card, the only way I could keep both Malkuth and his attention in check. With her semblance, we could pursue Malkuth if he escaped, and she thought she might even be able to stop him from leaving entirely. In that regard, she played one of the most important roles, allowing me a chance at winning just by being her. And that meant she was in the most danger, too. By being here, she'd be the target of a person I wasn't sure even I could survive. Had he wanted me dead, and unlike me, she was standing before him without any clout, any protection, anything to keep her alive if he tore off her head. Except, perhaps, me. And even then, it all came down to the arcana. Be enough, I prayed. Be enough. And you are? Malkuth asked, looking her over. He seemed more confused by her presence than concerned. I don't see any point in making introductions to people I plan on killing, Raven replied, unflinching in the face of his attention. Malkuth tilted his head to the side for a moment and then laughed. Fair enough, he said. Let's skip introductions then, shall we? Thank you for volunteering. Goodbye. He lifted his hand, power gathering, and Raven vanished. My heart didn't skip a beat as I shifted my eyes and saw that she'd reappeared perhaps 5 meters behind Malkuth, who abruptly staggered. "The fuck?" he asked, looking over his shoulder, but she was already gone again. At the same time, I felt the arcana shift. The arcana of the lovers, the balance and strength that comes from relationships with others, be they friendship or love. It is the power of choice, of deciding who one shall stand beside and care about, where one chooses to care about more than oneself but also those to whom they have connected. When the user is within the state of being, all skills which target the user may also affect another individual at no cost, even if the skill in question does not normally allow such a thing. In addition, damage received by the target of this ability may instead be transferred to the user and vice versa. While this ability remains active, however, all of the user's attacks have their damage reduced to 0. The Magician, the arcana of the Magician, the representation of the power to act upon the world and the will to do so. It is the power of concentration and action that are born from the conscious mind, balanced by the intuition and understanding of the High Priestess. When the user is within the state of being, their intelligence is tripled. Reduce the damage of all physical attacks to 0. The games we play. 9th Interlude, Raven Brennan. Even with prior experience, the suddenness of it all still caught her by surprise. It wasn't a gradual thing, something that built up and allowed her to grow used to it and adapt. It was like a switch being flipped, an instantaneous change that came without warning. And the moment it did, she felt everything change. It was like a portal had opened into her heart, flooding it with liquid fire enough that for a moment, she honestly believed she might spontaneously combust and burn to ash. Instead, it flowed through her veins, spreading its increasing warmth to her limbs. If her veins had started to glow through her skin, it wouldn't have come as a surprise. Then it began to solidify, taking shape as a network of power and light inside of her, pulsating in tune with her heart, and she began to change. She felt her skin harden into something besides human flesh, steady waves of energy rewriting the very fabric of her being. Energy, untold in absurd amounts of energy, gathered in her muscles, giving her strength and speed. At the same time, the world began to slow to a crawl, moments beginning to drag and stretch around her. And then the world began to open up, as if a veil had been lifted. Where there had once been darkness, now there was a riotous calamity of light, expanding across her field of vision. For a moment, she felt like she'd been blinded, while at the same time, like she was seeing the world for the first time. Things fell away and became meaningless as visible light was revealed to be nothing but a fraction of the much broader spectrum. Colors flashed before her eyes that she had no reference for, because they were a mixture of more than just 3 primary colors, while the illusion of solidity was dispelled throughout the world around her as matter was broken into a billion tiny parts by her gaze. The blue sky vanished, replaced by remnants of cosmic phenomena that painted broad strokes of light upon it. It wasn't just her eyes, or rather, her eyes became an almost meaningless part of it all. She could feel the brush of air against her skin and the very touch of light, and it was enough for her to see by. Her senses combined and expanded until there was no practical difference between what she could hear or see or feel. It was an onslaught of sensory information, even before taking into account the fact that time had been slowed tremendously, giving her ample opportunity to take in everything. And then there were the things that went above the normal senses. Beyond them, as she cast her gaze over the battlefield, she could see traces of things left behind long ago, blurred images of men and women dying at the hands of the Grimm, of carnage and bloodshed and terror. She could see traces of aura seared into the world around her, something at once blindingly pure and terrifyingly infectious. The lesser powers that had been unleashed throughout the battle had left its mark as well, in vague flickers and flashes, but they were nothing compared to the volcanic eruptions of light that marked traces of what had been left elsewhere. But all that was dwarfed, literally and figuratively, by the figures that stood above it all, revealed for what they were. She saw Jaune as a towering figure, similar to the form he sometimes adopted but made distinct by his sheer size as he towered to the heavens and covered the sky with his 32-fold wings. Countless eyes burned like stars, brilliant even against a background of pure white, and even knowing it was just an image, she was surprised his gaze didn't incinerate everything it touched. Beside him was another figure. Expect beside him wasn't the right word. Adjacent to him, within him, reflecting him, it had elements of all these things, but none of them fit quite right either. Regardless, the figure that stood with him seemed like an inversion of him. Made of darkness where he burned with light, gaze literally frigid, and seeming to cover the sky above and below John's wings with darkness that must have been John's second soul, his twin and partner. Seen this way, they seemed like an angel and a devil, but also seemed united, allied despite how they appeared, and they stood in opposition to the same foe. The final figure, who could only have been Malkuth, was a giant as well, every bit as tall as either of the twins, but distinct. The twins, though opposite to each other, were similar in that their presence was like a brand upon the world, like divinity trespassing upon the mundane. Their presence was impossible not to notice, and she was sure that had anyone else possessed the senses she'd no gained, they'd have been able to spoke either of them from miles away, hundreds of miles. Possible. Malkuth was different. His true appearance was a subtle thing, seeming to bend into the patterns of the world around him. Even as colossal as he was, he seemed like a nature part of the world, a mountain that pierced the sky, perhaps, but still a mountain, a natural aspect of the world. However remarkable, looking at him more closely than it only furthered that impression, because his form was almost like a window or, perhaps, a mirror. Looking into him, she saw the world and saw it fill with life over what must have been eons, even as she also saw the here and now, the world she was faced with and lived in. Seeing him like that, seeing them like that, left her feeling very, very small, taking it all in, on top of what her own semblance provided. Her brain felt like it was overheating, almost literally, in fact like something was slowly breaking inside of her. But it never quite came to pain, though the sensation stopped only just short of it. As soon as it appeared like it might cross that line, the feeling dulled slightly, as if the feeling was escaping her mind. That would be John's work. She imagined healing her before she was even harmed, or something to that effect. None of which really changed how striking the experience was. This was how he viewed the world, every day, but even just a glimpse of it was terrifying. That was the best way to describe it. The breadth of the world seen through his eyes was horrific. Seeing it this way could have, perhaps should have, driven her mad. But she was a huntress. She managed. Besides, even if it wasn't in quite the same way, having a broad view of things was something she was used to. Taking a moment, she forced herself to calm down, and focus came to her even more quickly than it usually did. Once she found that center, it was a simple matter to tap into her power. In fact, it was hard not to, especially at a time like this. Truthfully, she felt as if someone had torn the heart out of her chest and replaced it with a burning star. Such was the power flowing through her, like it would incinerate her if she didn't shed it all, though she couldn't possibly get rid of even a fraction of it. But there was one place for her to start. Taking a slow breath, she channeled that power, gathering it behind her right eye, and felt the world start to break. It was like walls falling away again, the background information she had struggled for so long to master and control rushing back in through the cracks as it had since she was a young girl. The broadening of her awareness both gave her a way out and trapped her further. With a thought, her view of the world warped and shifted elsewhere, showing her places far distant. Any place, coming upon her in a chaotic, uncontrolled rush of images. When she'd been younger and less experienced, it had been hard to even function after her semblance first developed. She'd never forget that first month, when she'd been bedridden, where even a stray thought could tear her from the present and draw her mind round the world. At first, she'd tried to just blot it out and ignore it, but that had proven unfeasible. In short order, it wasn't something she could stop thinking about, and it wouldn't go away. There had been times when it almost seemed like she was in control of it, but then a single word or the sight of something unfamiliar would shatter her grip on it, and she'd feel like she was somewhere else. In a way, it had been similar to what she was feeling now, though nowhere near as bad, because the issues built upon each other, worsening matters. Where before, she could only focus on a few specific places and things, flipping back and forth routinely, now things began to flood her vision. 1,000 different images, 1,000 different places, 1,000 different people, and she could see them all clearly, at the same time. But whatever the breadth of the problem, the solution remained the same. Before her power could fly away with her, she tied herself down with what she could see. Her brother had been the first, in no small part because he had been the only at that point in time. Back when she had been plagued by her power, he'd been the one to take care of her, even feeding her on the days when a particularly jarring image would make her drop dishes or shatter glasses. He'd been himself, but that had been reassuring in its own way. She'd thought that whatever happened, at least her brother would never change, and that had been what anchored her. Whenever something happened or her power started to infringe upon her thoughts, she'd look to him as a way of self-assurance. He was still there by her side, so she was still here, not in the snowy mountains of scorching deserts or whatever else happened to spring to mind. But she'd been young, and, before she knew it, things had changed for the better. Mostly, they'd gone to Beacon, and she'd been placed upon a team. She'd found friendships, really friendships, and 2 more anchors in the process. For a long time, It had been just her, QROW, Taeyong, in summer and the rest of Beacon, of course, but she'd never been good at tying herself to places, not when she could be anywhere. People were different. She could cross from Vale to Vaco in a second, from Atlas to Mistral in a step, but who she was with, who she stood beside, they were how she determined here and there. QROW had always understood that, and the others had come to as well. Other things, it had taken them longer to realize, for which she was someone glad. Her innocence, optimism, and nativity had been short-lived after she acquired her semblance, an unfortunate downside of being able to see what was happening behind the scenes. She couldn't even remember when it had first started, but all it had taken was some idle musings about what the council was doing, or some famous hunter, or whoever else. What people did when they thought nobody was looking. Well, she'd learned various things, quite a few of them things people wouldn't have liked. Some of them, things she herself hated. She'd dreamed of being a huntress since she was a girl, same as most young children, but that dream began to tarnish as she grew older and learned more and more about what went on behind the scenes. Some of it had to do with the darker choices hunters sometimes had to make and the things that were carefully edited out of the tales told to children, but mostly, it was the people who pulled the strings. So many decisions, so many plans, so many necessary sacrifices. She'd been watching heroes die since she was a child because of what they deemed necessary, and so much of it had seemed pointless. What purpose did it serve but to deep the lie she couldn't help but see through? And knowing that in becoming a huntress, she might become a sacrifice herself. That her friends might bleed and die for the wishes of some distant council. She'd told QROW about it. On one of the nights she'd been unable to sleep and had been completely unsurprised by his reaction. He decided on the spot to rise to the top, until he was the one holding the strings and could make things right. It had made her smile, because he was always like that and always serious about what he said, but she'd wondered even then. How could they fix anything? They were hunters. Powerful, yes, but that power lent itself primarily to killing things, and there were only so many ways to cause widespread political change with a sword. Her brother wouldn't even consider any of them, even knowing the truth. But she had, more often than she'd like to admit, she'd considered just appearing from the darkness and slipping a blade between the ribs of a few politicians. Instead, she'd waited, allowing herself to be tied down further and further. She'd fallen in love. In time Taeyong had been charming, kind, optimistic, and a part of her team. She'd trust her back to him without a thought and knew she wouldn't be let down. Why not other things? It was common, perhaps even expected, for such a thing to happen, and he was one of the few people she truly trusted. They dated and had fun, and everyone had smiled, saying they'd expected it for years. Perhaps they had, but probably not for the real reasons. She's been looking for something desperately, something she still couldn't pin down precisely, something that was wholly hers, something that would change things and make it so she never wanted to fly away again. She'd found a husband, a house, romance, a career, and, in time, even a daughter. But not what she'd been looking for. She'd always remember the day her daughter was born, the day she'd first held Yang in her arms. She'd been beautiful, even then precious and innocent as only an infant could be, with her father's hair and what she thought might have been her own features. Labor had been uncomfortable, but looking at her daughter had made it worth it, and she'd loved her from the moment she saw her. Taeyong had been on one side of her, smiling as brightly as the sun at their daughter, while QROW had waited at the other, smile making it clear that there would be celebrations in short order. Even Summer, always so shy and afraid that fragile things might break apart at her touch, and pressed in with a smile. She'd been happy, at home among friends and family. Meanwhile, the rights revolution had been building. Atrocities were occurring throughout the kingdoms and menagerie, tensions bringing the beasts out of men. She's seen it all, unable to stop thinking about it even while giving birth, while holding her daughter, while laughing with her friends. It didn't leave her during the night, didn't leave her in the morning, and it plagued her constantly. Since the day she'd gotten her semblance, she had always felt as though she should be elsewhere, and it had never been stronger than when she looked at what was happening then. Even her own daughter hadn't been enough to banish it. If anything, the feeling only grew stronger for enduring. What kind of mother would look at her daughter's face and want to be somewhere else more than she wanted to stay? A bad one, no doubt. But she had never been good at ignoring what happened before her eyes, which was complicated by how she saw most things, and in the end she'd left. And knowing what she intended to do, the method she intended to use, she hadn't come back. A part of it was for their sake, to keep from drawing trouble onto them. She'd never allowed the full truth of her powers to become known outside her team, but people suspected, and once she began, they'd know. The other part, perhaps the larger part, Simple didn't want to look them in the eye and admit the truth or explain it. To tell them she'd valued her self-appointed duty more than them. Funny where that had led her. Menagerie had only been the beginning, but she knew better than most how important beginnings were to endings. It had been a chaotic place, where the pieces of 1,000 broken lives had been left to stew and stir until they boiled over. She'd known from the beginning how things would probably go, and hadn't been surprised. but one didn't need to be surprised to be appalled. Most people and, surprisingly, even most faunas tended to think of the faunus race as a united whole. She had no idea why. Being members of the same species certainly hadn't united mankind, after all, and it hadn't done much to historically aid the faunas, either. While commonly considered a single species, the faunas were composed of thousands of different groups, who'd made their homes in vastly different locales and shared very different histories. The faunas had fought with each other as often as they had mankind, for countless different reasons. Though some might be surprised by it now, at the end of the day, a man with scales isn't necessarily any more like a woman with cat ears than he is like a plain human, and for a long time those differences had mattered. Being a faunus, or being the wrong kind of faunus, could see you shunned just about anywhere. Then there were the political issues, the facts that now went unspoken. Slavery and effective slavery had been hallmarks of faunus history, but where did those slaves come from? The modern train of thought seemed to be of humans hunting faunus down in fields and strapping chains upon them, but such things were rare, something she'd always thought obvious. Honestly, if the purpose of owning a slave was to make them work in one's stead, could you really expect someone who owned a slave to go through all the effort of capturing and training one themselves? More often, slaves had come from wars between groups of faunas, with the defeated being conquered and enslaved by the victors and later sold to human settlements for profit. When people think of the historical treatment of the faunas, they tended to brush over that or assume that every group was treated the same by mankind. When the so-called slave kings had been seen as nobles by the men of their time, people always seem to forget that people, faunas or otherwise, are more than just one thing. There had been slaves and slaves, kings and kingdoms, wars and sacrifices and defeats, boundaries based on homeland, on culture, on appearance, on blood, or on history. For all that people thought of them as being one, the faunas were just people. Varied and complicated and fractured along a million lines. Her mother had been a slave, perhaps not called such, but the fact remained that she hadn't belonged to herself. She had always been another's, for as long as she had known her. Perhaps one of those owners was her father, though all the ones she remembered had been noblewomen, keen to sell and trade the body of another. Quite frankly, she'd never asked or wanted to know when she'd left before it could ever matter. When they were still children, too young to work or do much else but take up space and food, they'd been cast out and left to fend for themselves. Neither of them had found much sympathy on the streets, not even from their own kind. They were faunas, yes, but with traits so muted it hardly seemed to mean anything unless attention was drawn to it. When they were young, it had seen them shunned by everyone around them, caught between two sides. It had always amused her how people had cared then and never even noticed later on, but she supposed that had been for the best. After a few years, no one even knew who or what she was, and so no one had sought to discriminate against her, oppress her, or force her to do anything. Not that it would have worked out for them if they had, of course, but they hadn't even thought to try. And no one had so much as looked her way when the faunas were being gathered and locked up in menagerie. People had even come up and talked to her about it, asking her to take a side on the issue or chime in for or against the faunas. It had been laughable in its absurdity, but she'd never been able to come up with an answer or decide how she felt. It would have been a lie to say that her race was a matter of pride to her. That wasn't to imply that it was something she felt ashamed of, so much as it was something she felt absolutely nothing at all for. She was a faunus and she considered that fact pretty much irrelevant to who she was. But at the same time, menagerie had meant something to her, even before she stepped onto its shore. Why? She wasn't sure. Perhaps it was simply the implication, the opportunity. Menagerie was the first time in recorded history that the faunas could truly be said to be one, united in one place and, presumably, with the desire to escape. In such a situation, it should have been possible for them to work together, to change things as a group, to finally say. She wanted to say she was surprised when instead they turned upon each other, but she really hadn't been. It was inevitable, however disappointing it may have been. There were too many differences to be put aside, too much history to simply forget, and while mankind may have been an enemy in a distant sense, they were trapped in a prison with a million other foes. You didn't need to be of different races to do something horrible to one another. After all, if it had just been that, she'd have left them all rotting there and forgotten about them. What had the faunas ever done for her? After all, nothing to help her when she'd been a child on the streets. Why should she feel any loyalty to her kind? She was loyal to her friends, to those that were loyal to her, not to groups of people she'd never met. But even despite that, there had been a reason why she'd chosen to leave her friends and home behind and enter the menagerie, the organization that would one day become the White Fang, the dream that went with it, and the people who, despite everyone and everything, were still worth fighting for. Though no one had ever done anything for her, she was a huntress and she had to be better than those who'd stand back and do nothing while people suffered right in front of their eyes. With her strength and her semblance, she'd connected the scattered pieces of her kind, giving them the purpose, focus, and power they needed to act. to change things, and to make things right. She'd found allies and they brought with them others, building upon one another to create something powerful, great, a beast of such power that even the kingdoms had been forced to stop and take heed, and they had. It just hadn't mattered. In the end, once the walls came down and the common enemy vanished, everything she'd built faded away. For a while, she thought that might have been for the best. After the revolution ended, things improved. The Faunus were given legal protection and things that had been common were outlawed. After the example Menagerie had created, things changed as people realized that the Faunus as a whole could resist and reject. The organization she'd created changed and refocused on bridging the ancient gap between man and Faunus, and for a time all had seemed well. She hadn't believed it. Unfortunately, because of how much she'd always known of the truth of things, she'd become a cynic. Even more unfortunately, Remnant was itself, and cynicism usually proved itself right. While the Faunus as a whole could resist and execute change, once Menagerie was escaped there was no driving need to remain unified, and centuries of history working against it. People went back to their homes and their lives, and for a while, there was a hush of sorts. People's feelings towards the Faunus hadn't changed overnight, of course, but with the war having only just ended, they were hesitant to act. Slowly, however, people began to test the boundaries. Minor snubs aimed towards Faunus, skipping over them when it came to opportunities, and so on. While discriminating against Faunus itself was outlawed, it was a simple thing to come up with explanations and excuses. To say they weren't as qualified, perhaps, or to shore up the quality of another worker. If it came to trial, the court might feel inclined to lean one way, to be more accepting of a story. Laws were important, but in and of themselves they couldn't change everything. In short order, dissatisfaction began to grow among the Faunus, or at least groups of them. Most were still content with the change, seeing it as a huge step up from where they'd been previously, however short it may have fallen from the ideal. Some refused to accept that, fighting against it peacefully, at first. But the kingdoms of Remnant had always been good at brushing uncomfortable truths under the rug. There were rallies and protests and marches, and all too often they came to naught. Those who believed in the cause needed no swaying, after all, while those who laughed at it could ignore it with ease. Things grew from there, and the organization she'd helped build quickly returned to its militant roots. It would be a lie to say that displeased her, but an exaggeration to say it made her happy. As far as she was concerned, violence was just another way to accomplish one's goals, but it wasn't the only way nor the best in every situation, and like any other method, there were limits and conditions to its use. Violence, or even the threat of violence, could change hearts and minds, but it was somewhat difficult to use it to its full effect from a position of weakness. The White Fang was a shadow of the beast that had formed during the revolution. A vocal minority, but still a minority. Most of the soldiers who had cut their teeth in the war had found work in the kingdoms, partially because one's race or species didn't matter to the Grimm, and partially because the kingdoms were wise enough not to antagonize the group most likely to be able to oppose them. Those who could fight had been accepted with relative ease. It was those who couldn't who had the most reason to protest, but, of course, they had very few means to do so. That was the White Fang that had sprung up in the aftermath of the revolution. Those who'd been angered enough to turn to violence but lacking any means to be a true threat. By her reckoning, it was better to resist than to not, but the kingdoms wouldn't even notice such a thing. In time, it had been possible to change that, but it had been harder than during the war, and, truth be told, her heart wasn't really in it anymore. She had felt committed to the path she had set out on, but seeing where it had led and knowing what had come of it was discouraging. She aided the budding White Fang where she could, calling in a few favors and reminding several allies she'd made of their past loyalties. Though the new members were non-combatants, they could be trained and, given time, become fighters in their own right. She wasn't convinced it would much matter, given their size relative to the power of the kingdoms, but it had been something. But with limited enthusiasm and nothing to do but wait, she had focused on other things. Her son, for instance. When she'd first found Adam, she'd seen something in him that reminded her of herself and her brother. Of what they could have been, perhaps, but for one another. Menagerie had done horrible things to even the best of people, and it was no place for a child, and seeing one rage across the countryside, seemingly hell-bent on destroying everything in his path, himself, or both, had been saddening. But it had also served as something of a reminder for her, of what a part of her had always dreamt of doing to all the monsters she'd seen with her semblance. Seeing it from the outside, seeing it in the eyes of a child no older than she had been when her power first came to her, she'd put a stop to his rampage and took him in, giving him the aid she'd only received from her brother because he had no one, and who else if not her. At first, she'd still kept her distance. She was the teacher and he was the student. It had been difficult to do so, but it had seemed wrong to do anything else. To treat Adam as her son after abandoning Yang. She'd left behind her family for the sake of duty, choosing her desires over them. Who was she to play the part of a mother, however much he may have needed one? Ironically, it had been her reunion with her own mother that had changed all that. It hadn't involved anything like closure, hadn't been a heartfelt reunion after decades apart, but then it wouldn't have been. She'd barely remembered her mother, after all, and she'd never truly considered her such. There had been circumstances and reasons, of course, and she understood that. She'd never hated her for giving them up. It would be pointless to, when she'd had no choice in the matter. But at the same time, she'd never loved her. But she'd lied for the sake of a broken, dying woman who'd lost everything without even having a chance to decide. Said she remembered her, forgave her, and loved her, even when she hadn't felt anything but pity. She'd watched her mother die and simply walked away. But afterwards, she let herself treat Adam like a son, as if trying to make up for the fact that her mother had never had a daughter. And so, she'd waited for a long while. She wasn't sure for what exactly, for the White Fang to mature into something greater, for Adam to grow up, or maybe just for time to pass her by. She could have gone back to her brother and her team, but she never did. It just didn't feel like she had any right to return, knowing she'd walked away and would again. But she'd watched over them from a distance and she was pretty sure they knew she was. Sometimes, her brother would walk into an empty room and just start talking, like he had when they were kids, speaking to her, as if she was there, which of course she was. Sometimes, it would be just a normal conversation, him talking about his day, and sometimes he'd rant and rave at her, as drunkenly insulting as he could get. Either way, the point was the same. It was an invitation to respond, to reappear and pick up an old argument or throw something at his head or bring up some factoid she'd gleaned from the other side of the planet. Sometimes Summer would sit out in the backyard of her home with plates and chairs for two, leaving her the option of reappearing and sitting down. And sometimes Taeyong would just stay up late and wait for her to come home. She never did. Soon enough, they tried to move on, and so did she, even if none of them seemed particularly sure what moving on meant. On the occasions where they talked about their own deaths and addressed the possibility, they seemed to come to an unspoken agreement that they'd die together. That was the only way they'd ever be separated. But life has a way of not going according to plan. Taeyong had already decided to become a teacher and RWBY had decided to follow him. Both remained active, performing missions when they could, but focused primarily on preparing the next generation, to make sure they were prepared for what was ahead of them. Summer had remained an active huntress, taking missions whenever she could, separating the team once again, but she thought that it'd be okay. She'd told herself that if it ever happened, if one of them were in danger, she'd step in to save them, and she kept them in the periphery, even now not so much that they infringed upon her thoughts, but enough to notice if there was a massive change. She'd saved her brother's life a few times that way, but she hadn't saved Summer, hadn't even noticed that something was wrong until she was abruptly gone, vanishing into the wind like she'd never been. With fully half of their team gone, Taeyong and her brother had been visibly crushed, along with her daughter and even Summer's young girl. And she had been, too. Now, she thought she might know the reason, but back then she'd wondered and worried. For her to lose track of someone that way, had she been upset? It hadn't been long after her death that Summer approached Taeyong and pulled him out of his depression, but she'd thought she'd just accepted that after all, she'd been the one to leave. The romance had been a quick one, but so had hers and Taeyong's. When you'd spent over half a decade living and fighting for your life beside each other, one could usually just skip the getting to know each other stage of romance. Even before their first date, she'd known just about everything about Taeyong, inside and out. Literally. She'd seen him naked and disemboweled, so she'd accepted it and moved on. Or, that's what she'd thought, but Summer's death made her doubt. She was pretty sure it made the others doubt, too. That first month, they'd seemed to just expect that Summer would return, whether on her own or arm in arm with her. That vanishing off the face of Remnant had just meant she'd swept in to save her, like she should have. After a couple weeks went by, RWBY had even asked about Summer's condition, speaking to her in an empty room, asking if she knew how she was, if she could find her, if she was watching. She hadn't appeared then, either, simply because she wasn't sure what to say. Whatever had happened to Summer, she shouldn't have allowed it. That was when people first started thinking she was dead, something she found morbidly amusing. She disappears for years without a word and people just shrug, but not appearing out of nowhere to save a former teammate from danger in the middle of nowhere, and they assumed death must have stopped her. She tried to be annoyed, to get pissed off by their expectations, but that's how it should have been. Instead, RWBY stuck closer to home for several years, no longer seeming sure that she'd appear to save her team or her daughter if they were in danger. Ironically, she'd kept a closer eye on them, too. When Yang was old enough, or perhaps, in hindsight, still too young, she'd even dropped one of the pictures she'd taken with her into her path. She deserved to know that much, and it was a way of telling those who needed to know that she was still breathing. But otherwise, she waited and worked behind the scenes like her brother did, but with a further reach and less need to hide the truth. While she'd thrown off the reins of the council and the hunters, she still did what she thought was her duty. Now and then she'd step in to slay the Grim, now and then, stopping them before they could reach a vulnerable village and cause fear and panic to snowball into a massacre, or seeing to it that a few men and women who'd come into power in villages at the edges of the kingdom made their way to where they could be trained and do the most good. Subtle things, mainly, light touches. And then there were the major threats, the human ones. It had always been a fear among those who knew that the wrong person might develop the wrong power and throw the world into chaos. Where she could, she did her part to make sure that didn't happen, whether that meant stopping a man with a semblance that gave him influence over minds that spread like a virus before he could go too far, or killing a growing monstrosity before they shut down every machine in Vale. She was subtle then too. Of course they'd vanish and no one would even know they'd been there to begin with. It was almost funny. She'd stopped being the kingdom's assassin, but hadn't stopped being one. Even so, she made sure to hold back, to keep an eye on threats and only interfere when they proved to be a threat. None of them ever even noticed they were being watched. Until when did Jianbing, a man using the name of a historical faunus king. She hadn't found out about him until after the White Whale incident, when he'd exploded onto the scene without warning, and by the time she'd seen the news report, he'd already vanished. Usually, she worked backwards, tracking odd reports back to their sources, but a cursory investigation hadn't revealed anything that pointed to a man acting on such a massive scale. She'd considered investigating more thoroughly, but seeing as her son had been involved, had decided to simply ask instead. Surprisingly, Adam had been fairly tight-lipped about him. He'd told her plenty about Jianbing, but nothing about where he'd come from or even really how they'd begun working together, except that it was because of Blake, her maybe granddaughter. Adam seemed about as unsure about that as she had been with him, which was probably because she'd set a bad example. Regardless, it was clear he knew something, and just as clear he didn't want to be forced to say, which had been at once unexpected and familiar. It had made it clear he thought of him as a friend, of which Adam had never had many. For that, as much as anything, she hadn't pushed. She wasn't one to act without investigating first anyway, and such a man was bound to cause waves. And he had. Mere days later, he returned from his quest with 1,000 faunus refugees, and the name Jianbing was on everybody's lips, at least within the White Fang. Some even began to speculate that he might have truly been Jianbing reborn, though the majority laughed that thought off. Personally, she hadn't been sure what to think and hadn't been sure she cared. He could have been a super robot beneath a human-seeming exterior, a genetic experiment gone wrong, someone whose semblance allowed them to transform into others at the cost of their selfhood, someone using the name for their own ends, or simply crazy. Whatever the explanation, the fact remained that these things happen. As it turned out, he was actually an ancient and possibly celestial super weapon gone wrong, now reborn as a human man who was pretending to be the reincarnation of an ancient faunus king with the help of an exceedingly powerful semblance which, admittedly, was a new one for her. Of course, she hadn't known that at the time and instead continued to keep an eye out for him, but besides a few attempted copycats, Jianbing seemed to vanish off the face of Remnant as soon as his mission was done. She'd known better than to accept such a thing at face value and had continued her vigil, watching to make sure he wasn't doing anything major, but for quite a while, he seemed content to do nothing, as if saving those particular faunus from that particular place was all he'd wanted to do. And then he'd reappeared in Mistral, just as the situation began to worsen, walking into a White Fang base as if he owned the place and it just didn't know it yet. It had been coincidence more than anything that had given her that first glimpse of him. She'd been there at the same time and heard word of her arrival, but when she'd looked in to see what she could learn, she'd been spotted. That wasn't something that happened to her often, and the occurrence immediately set her on edge. She'd grown overconfident, brushing off the possibility for how rarely it occurred, and he'd noticed her with an almost casual ease, hardly even seeming to twitch at the knowledge he was being watched or even at the sight of her. And he'd recognized her on sight, despite her mask and long absence, and met her eyes without flinching. All of that spoke to him being a very dangerous man, and she'd put up her guard at once. Abruptly, she'd had 1,000 questions and no easy way to find answers, not when he could sense her so easily. What was he doing? What else was he capable of? What was he after? She'd tried to ask Adam without letting on how concerned she was with his new friend, but doing so made it difficult to truly demand anything. A part of her wanted to do the same thing she always did when cornered, to act, to move, but she made herself wait, refusing to let such things control her as she continued to wait. Luckily, she hadn't had to wait for very long, though their second meeting was as jarring as the first. The news about Weishni had been unexpected, and she'd been quick to act, knowing she'd need to do so before the more extreme members of her group had a chance. That much couldn't be helped, really. With all that the Schnee Dust Company had done, it was impossible for there to be no resentment held, and regardless of what the girl had or hadn't done, anger like that was only rarely aimed. Those who joined the White Fang did so for a reason, and if given the chance they would have killed her. But that was an explanation, not an excuse, and so she'd prepared herself to step in, to deal with things with a cool head until Jianbing had chosen to interfere as well, arrived mere moments after she shifted her attention to the scene and appearing as if tearing his way through space. At first, she'd wondered if that was how he'd noticed her, if his power was somehow similar to her own, but that was only the first surprise he'd had for her. He'd defeated the heiress, but hadn't killed her. He'd taken what he'd needed from her necklace, but then gave it back. And he'd faced her after doing all of that, with no way of knowing what to expect or how she might react as a member of the White Fang, and still looked at her without flinching. And he'd followed it all up with offers of alliance, casual displays of power and knowledge. He'd shown her what she'd come to expect from those in power and had taken it all in calmly, even when her own emotions started to boil over. And then he'd told her of Babel, of the Grimm, and had spoken of the fate of the world, of saving it together. It was strange, after waiting so long, to finally have a mission. But strange revelations and unexpected surprises were what she soon came to expect from Jianbing. Adventures and impossible things. He seemed to defy experience and expectation alike, telling her things that she'd never imagined and somehow making her believe them. Every time they met, he seemed to have changed, as if the break was nothing more than an opportunity to quickly refill his bag of tricks. And when they spoke again, she'd found an answer about what had happened to Summer, laid something to rest, and found yet more goals to work towards. Where before she'd spun her wheels in uncertainty, she'd found an enemy to work against, a cause to reinforce, and more. The knowledge of what they were up against had been terrifying in its own right, but for her it was the good kind of fear, the kind that prompts action instead of halting her or slowing her down. She had the power to see everything, and she'd learn more in just a brief time with Jian than she had in years on her own. But all the while, Jianbing remained a mystery. With every question she had answered, a dozen more arose. With everything revealed, an ocean was left implied. He had staggering power and shed it as casually as the sun, but who he truly was, she hadn't known. Every time they met, every time she looked at him, she'd wondered if she truly knew the tiger for what he really was, or if she could only see the stripes. It was a question she'd wanted to answer, but not one she could answer for herself. And then he'd told her the truth. It had been hard to believe, at first. Still was, in many ways. Some of it was terrifying enough that she didn't want to believe it, some of it so incredible that it seemed too good to be true, some of it just nearly unbelievable. After his confrontation with Cinder and her true capabilities, been terrifying in their own right, what he'd told her, what he'd shown her. And yet, hard as it had been to believe, she had, or rather, she'd believed in him that what he told her was the truth, however ridiculous or absurd it may have seemed. When he told her about his semblance, about his past, about his true identity, about their true foe, about what she had to expect, she'd believed it. And when he told her about Summer, had shown her Autumn, it was almost funny now, looking at how things had started to change. She still anchored herself to the world with people, but they'd begun to shift because the people she thought of had changed. In turn, her brother, Taiyang, her daughter, and Summer's, they were still there. But now there were others. With them she thought of Autumn now, instead of Summer's grave, a new life instead of one lost. When she'd first seen her, she'd been staggered, unsure what to think. Had Jian found Summer somehow, saved her from the creature that had taken hold of her? Or was it something else? When he denied it, that had only added to the confusion, causing her to wonder if it was a trick or if she was truly grasping at straws. He'd shown no particular knowledge of Summer, apart from what they'd learned together, but maybe she'd wanted to believe. And when Autumn had spoken, giving the answer that Summer had kept so close to her heart, it had just seemed to fit. And what they'd found, what they'd done, the pieces they'd put together. She wasn't Summer. She knew that much. She was what came after, just like her name. But there were still pieces there, remnants and words and actions that she didn't even think about. She wasn't Summer, perhaps, but being with her made her think that perhaps she hadn't failed completely, or, at least, that she could still make up for her failure. Admittedly, she could be a touch odd at times, owing to her nature as a sapient plant being, but it was easy to brush it off as a product of her semblance, which it technically was anyway. She was hardly in any position to judge on that front, regardless. And she was a good student, absorbing things like a sponge despite her age and adapting to her abilities with astonishing speed. The only thing she wasn't sure of was precisely where everything stood with her friends, family, and team, but she was starting to write that up as a lost cause after the confusion Jian had added to it. She couldn't force Autumn into such a thing, couldn't bring her before her once husband, teammate, and daughters and place the burden of their expectations upon her. Autumn was young enough that she probably was entirely sure who she was, even before adding in her nature as a fallen huntress reborn as a floral element. Then there was Adam, her son, happier now than she'd ever seen him. Not that he would ever admit it. He had been in her thoughts as one of her anchors since he was a young boy, but her view of him had changed quickly over these past months. He was less cynical, less resentful, for all that he still pretended to be. Instead, there was something quietly hopeful, reassured, and confident, like he was somehow certain that things would work out, that they could get better instead of worse. He'd always been one to fight for a cause and do his last breath, but he'd always been one to doubt if it, or even he, mattered. He was stronger now, even if he didn't see it. As a fighter and as a person, she'd seen the training regime he'd undergone with Jaun's aid, the tasks he willingly took upon himself, and it was obvious that he was driven in a way he'd never been before. His swordsmanship had improved dramatically for what little time he'd had to practice, and his skill with his power and semblance had skyrocketed, to say nothing of the benefits he'd garnered thanks to Jaun's semblance. As he was now, she knew he could hold his own against some of the strongest fighters she'd ever known. Then there was Gu, in some ways the oddest addition to her new team. The nearest parallel she could draw was to Zwei, but he had never really been her pet and she'd never desired one. Instead, he had just been one of the things she focused on when she thought of home. He was still there, at times, image floating to the surface of her thoughts alongside picture frames in the house itself, a fond memory that tied to her team, of him fighting alongside Taeyong and bouncing through the house. Not a pet, but an associate of sorts, at times even a fellow warrior and ally. But Gu wasn't a pet either, nor anything like Zwei. If anything, he was the voice of reason and stability on their team. Ironic, perhaps, as he was a magical talking dog, but the fact remains. Adam was still impatient, eager to fight and change things. Autumn was young, even if it could be hard to remember how much so when she warped herself into something monstrous. She was plagued by things near and far, 1,000 things fighting for attention and a need to be resolved, elsewhere even while she was her. And Jaune was too far from normal to have any idea what it even was. Intelligent, brilliant even, but if there was anything she could be certain of with him, it was that he probably wouldn't react to something in a standard way. No matter how terrifying the situation got, he remained calm, never showing more than he wanted and quick to respond with some new trick, twisting space or setting stars in the sky or who knows what else. He always knew how to make ends meet, of course, but at times there seemed to be a conflict with how he understood the world and how he believed everyone else was capable of interacting to it. He'd react to things at time, things she had only recently begun to glimpse. Phenomena that most people wouldn't know existed, to the sight of things no one else could see, to the flows of energy through the world, to souls, and more besides. In an instant, his view on something would shift dramatically without his skipping a step, changed by a crucial piece of evidence he'd somehow garnered, and he'd just he'd fall silent for a few seconds and in that time plot out his entire strategy, contemplating and reacting and deciding what he'd have for lunch in between the bullets. Assuming he ate food. She was pretty sure he didn't. It wasn't just his mind either. His body seemed to hold no value to him, but then, he could shrug off just about anything, ignoring wounds that could kill or cripple anyone else. His fighting style was absurd on the face of it, based around that and a library of skills that gave him an answer for seemingly every situation. And if they didn't, he'd pause for a millisecond and engineer a solution from the pieces he had and call down power out of legend, crafting displays out of literal storybooks as if they were toys made exclusively for him to play with. He'd adjust his entire style in between moments, never stopping or worrying or even seeming to need to try. By most standards, she was fairly certain he'd qualify as somewhere between a god and a madman. Which end of the scale he leaned towards seemed to vary from moment to moment. And for all that, he was her best friend, her team leader, her partner. Jaune Arc, Jianbing, Keter had hardly seemed to matter. When she first met him, she hadn't been sure what to think of him. Now that she knew him better, she still wasn't sure what to think of him. But she knew she trusted him. That was why she was here, after all. Why she'd come to this place, when everything she knew painted it as a death sentence. Why she hadn't left when given the chance, until it was part of the plan, and why she'd come back after ferrying Autumn, and Gu to safety. Why she had stood before a being that by all rights, from everything she'd seen and heard and knew, should be able to wipe her from the face of Remnant with hardly more than a thought, even when she couldn't be certain Jaun's plan would work. Why she was about to start the fight of her life, without any guarantees. Without looking at him, she could sense him now, where he was, how he was doing, even vague shades of more. A connection forged from the skill he'd used, keeping them aware of each other. According to him, most of his personal skills would be shared by the process and he'd be able to support her with everything else. It wasn't a lot to go on, but she knew he was relying on her to make this plan of his work. That was all she really needed to know. She supposed this was her target, this was her task. Destroy everything that gets in her way. Huntress 101. She gestured with her sword, cutting a wide swath through the branching paths that filled the air, and portals flickered open, numerous enough to cover the sky. Ho! The possessed Grim before her mused, tilting his head up at the sky. Before he could do anything more, she swept her sword again and then turned to drive it deeply into the ground. As she did, space distorted all around her to swirl into pits. They weren't arranged in walls, exactly, but randomly placed in the air such that it was impossible to move without touching any. At the same time, the ground seemed to drop away and more portals opened beneath their feet, covering the ground as it had the sky. And then, with a flick of her wrist, a solid dome of portals rose to cover Jaune, encasing him in a shell of twisted space. This was something she'd never done before, at least not on this scale, but the connection she now held with Jaune fed her power constantly, or else supercharged her own ability to generate it. She could see the barriers around them bolstering that even further, leaving her with oceans of ore to draw from. With Jaune handling all of the effects now upon her, there were only so many ways for her to make use of that power, and this was something she could use. She didn't bother counting the portals around her because she didn't need to. She was aware of them all in a way that went beyond such things. She could feel things through them as if they were extensions of herself, sense the touch of air and light upon their surfaces in a way she'd learned to interpret as sight and sound, and they hung in her thoughts in a way she didn't even need to consider. This point connected to that one, this distance bridge like this, and so on. And with the senses her connection to Jaune offered her, even this flood of information was nothing. She could literally see from them, hear through them, and feel them. They were connected to her through an extension of power that she could draw from and control, channeling things from the center to the hole between that and her natural ability. She had no trouble at all creating a mental image of where all of her portals were, where they led to, and what was waiting on the other side of them. Given his own talents, Jaune shouldn't either. She stepped forward, leaping into a portal with all the speed she could muster, and as she was now, that was more than enough to set the air aflame and worse around her. She didn't move in a straight line, either, flashing between points and moving from one portal to the next. A shadow that appeared briefly and skipped to another position in space. She could feel the attention on her with her aura, keep track of when and where Malkuth lost sight of her, but knew that Jaune would be able to sense her through their connection and figure out what she was doing. Could Malkuth? She'd arranged it so that there were thousands upon thousands of possible paths for her to take, countless ways to approach him, and portals opened and closed with every second. 1 second she was far away, the next at mid-range, then far, close, near, far, and close again to her. It was no different than moving in a straight line, but could he understand the route she was taking? Could he react to it? Only one way to be sure. In a step, she went from mid-range to right behind Malkuth's back, and he was looking in entirely the wrong direction. His gaze flickered to the upper left, towards the entrance to a pathway she'd switched from at the last moment, and found nothing. Whatever he was doing to track her, it wasn't perfect. To his credit, however, he reacted fast, whirling around the instant she began drawing her blade. When it came to Ado, she was one of the best, and with her current enhancements she could draw her sword at an absurd speed, but he still managed to turn halfway around and lift a glowing hand towards her face before firing what looked like a blood-red lightning bolt at her. But before he did, before he even moved to attack, something trembled in her like the vibration of a spider's web, a warning of what to expect, what was to come, and at the same time a reminder that whatever physical enhancements Jaune called forth, they were but a shadow of the mental ones. A portal opened in front of her, swallowing the blast and releasing it from on position behind her, skipping the space she occupied. It was an almost unconscious reflex, a nearly instinctive defense for all that she'd never practiced it, and instead of striking her, the blast careened to strike a patch of ground that she briefly cleared of portals. The earth erupted in a sudden explosion that expanded to about the size of a person and then froze for an instant. Then, the explosion seemed to reverse, sucked towards the center by some force, dust and smoke gathering into a piece of extremely dense matter no larger than a marble. It began to fall the second it formed, dropping towards the perfectly smooth crater that the blast had created. It simplified things, she mused, to simply assume anything he sent her way defaulted to absurdly lethal. If it hit her, she'd briefly regret it. Ergo, she should make sure not to get hit. Simple enough. Instead of giving it any more thought than that, she finished drawing her sword and swept it cleanly through his outstretched arm, energy gathering to help put on a sudden burst of speed as she did. The moment the blade struck his flesh, the spatial dust activated, creating a kind of sticking effect. Instead of cutting his arm off, which she assumed would be exceedingly difficult, she separated them, an altered portal clinging to either stump. They didn't bleed as they came apart, but the hand fell to the ground, caught in gravity's hold, and she positioned the portal such that it ended up a fair distance away. Not a wound, technically speaking, but removing the limb all the same. Against a regenerating opponent, it tended to have more effect regardless. Unfortunately, Malkuth seemed familiar with such effects, because instead of wasting even a moment waiting for it to grow back, he made the limb glow an off-yellow color. A moment later, it simply evaporated, coming apart into a chemical cloud that she didn't recognize but which was probably meant to do horrible things to her. She swept her sword through it, leveraging the same blade to a different effect, and what looked like a glass lens briefly formed in midair before banishing the toxic gas, switching it with a similarly sized patch of air elsewhere. Still a portal, but meant to replace instead of move. Just in case, she moved it somewhere near enough for Jaune to deal with it and focused again on stabbing Malkuth in the face. "Bitch, I just grew that back," he said, sounding annoyed as he evaded her next strike. However he was communicating, it wasn't reliant on sound, because she didn't slow down. Telepathy? No, this didn't have the feel of a mental effect. Some kind of energy or aura-based transmission that her brain interpreted as words. It didn't matter, truthfully, but it meant that she might have to listen to him talk as she tore him apart. Thankfully, before she had to do any more of that, she felt a shift come from John's direction and was reacting even before he fired. Portals opened all around Malkuth. Moments before, an extremely narrow beam of light flashed from an open space at his feet. It pierced straight through his chest and feet into another portal behind his, releasing it from another for it to tear through the elbow of Malkuth's remaining arm and fly into another portal. In an instant, there was a cage of piercing light weaving in and out of Malkuth's body, and the world darkened until it was the only thing visible. Taking advantage of the opening, she sheathed her blade once more. Except that wasn't quite it. It was a trick she'd used before in a pinch, now no more than an afterthought. Her revolving sheath contained dozens of different dust blades, each designed for a specific task, and now she was creating a tiny portal at the entrance of her sheath with the other side positioned within the case itself. Putting her current sword back where it belonged was simple enough. She didn't even really need her power for that, seeing as it was currently on the empty place. Remembering the precise location of the exact blade she needed relative to that empty space was usually a bit trickier, which was why she'd used several tricks when it came to their precise arrangement. Mnemonic things, to make it simpler. Batching similar types together, ordering by color, numbering them, and more. There were several different methods, because in a battle there wasn't always time to think through or get tricky in those cases. She went with whatever she thought of first and made do. Now, however, there was no need for tricks. She could literally see inside the case without even looking at it. She disconnected her current blade, reassigned the portal to what she wanted, and attached the new one in a process that took no more time than it had taken to sheath and draw her sword. If space didn't work, what of time? She swung her new blade, her aura causing the dust to glow, and a wave of twisting power leapt from the edge to sweep across the battlefield. The secret of using dust is that there is no predefined way of using it. It was something that reacted to a person's aura and could be used as a catalyst to create something new, beyond the user's normal ability. At the most basic level, it was easy to draw parallels between one person's use and another's, because dust could simply be used to align the user's aura with the corresponding element. Similarly, unexperienced or reckless person could simply draw the power out of the dust, unleashing it upon the world with no restraint but their own power and will. Even then, however, there were countless possibilities hidden within dust and just as many ways to use it. There were and had been for as long as their records now went back many schools of thought and practice when it came to wielding the power of nature's fury. Martial arts styles, sword styles, long and short range methods. There were even styles meant entirely for show, practiced by high-end entertainers. Once, she'd listened to a musician who used their instrument to weave a song into a story, illustrated by mobile figures of ice and fire. Those were all things that could be taught, given a willing enough student. And then there were things that were as personal as one's semblance. Specifically, the ways dust interacted with a person's semblance. It was, after all, a personal expression, perhaps even manifestation of the user's aura. While generally static and unchanging barring special circumstances, there was always the option of aspecting or redefining one's power through the lens of dust. Not all semblances allowed that. For some, there was just no meaning to aligning their power with an element, while others were just entirely unaffected. A precog she'd once known could use dust to sense the presence of only a specific element in the near future, but outside of rare situations, that did nothing but limit her sight. John's was like that, too, and was perhaps the most thorough example she'd ever seen, with the most basic aspects of his power left completely untouched no matter what he drew upon. He could use dust to change the nature of some of his skills, but the gamer itself? No. But that was to be expected. Not all semblances lent themselves easily to such modifications after all, nor to violence itself. Worse, because of the personal nature of it, it wasn't necessarily something that could be taught, but which had to be discovered. A dozen different crystals might prove themselves utterly worthless to a person, while using a specific kind of dust might yield unexpected results. In many ways, that had been the case for her. She'd first learned how to use dust by observation, picking into classes and watching practices while she was just a little girl. Like most talents, dust was something that took time and effort to master, and even more time and effort to remain a master of. Once she'd figured that out, it had become simple to find unknowing teachers and, with her power, easy to find opportunities to practice. Many of them had ended explosively, in one way or another, but in time she'd gotten a feel for it and explored the possibilities. Due to the nature of her semblance, spatial dust had been one of the first she'd put serious effort into learning to use, and she'd found a variety of ways to do so. A sticky portal that seemed to separate things she cut through. A sharp portal that she could use to intersect things, dividing them. In truth, portals of different sizes that could cause temporary alterations to any who moved through them, briefly turning pebbles into boulders and monsters into kittens. She'd even figured out a way to make a portal within a portal, such that anything that tried to pass through appeared to be reflected. After tampering with space had provided so many useful results, however, she'd inevitably started to wonder about its counterpart, so, of course, she'd tried. As it turned out, it was tricky. Meddling with time. Playing with time dust was much the same. It was costly, with even sizable chunks of a material potentially lasting only an instant, and the use is almost always short-lived in an absolute sense. But sometimes, all you really needed was a little time. Malkuth lifted his remaining hand even as the other began to regrow. Violently colored light wreathed it, bright enough that had she been relying on her normal senses, she might have had to avert her eyes. Instead, she stared at him silently, waiting without fear. Malkuth prepared to fire, and abruptly staggered, a gleaming blade emerging from the center of his chest. Sparing it a brief glance, she thrust her sword forward where it seemed to vanish into the air, consumed by time and space even as the blade that had stuck Malkuth disappeared. Without hesitation, she rushed towards Malkuth, feeling a change come over her even as she did. She'd only experienced this once before, during the single trial run she and Jaune had managed to engineer, but it was as exhilarating as it was terrifying. Her flesh began to peel away, revealing something underneath as if it had always been there. She felt the mask come over her face, become her face, even as her clothes turned black as night, becoming something in between armor, flesh, and skin. Her arms became vaguely wing-like, feather-sharp as steel. But more than any of that, she felt her gaze sharpen. Not her sight, but the view she had of the world, now coming into even clearer focus before her. This was Satisrara, if she remembered correctly. The skill Jaune used to bear his literal soul and draw power from it. It was good timing, though she wasn't sure if that was because of the dust or just Jaune. Either way, she'd happily take advantage of it while she could. She approached Malkuth through another series of portals, flickering from place to place in moments and letting minute adjustments of time confuse the process. Even so, as she drew near her opponent, he once again reacted fast, gathering sickly green light in the center of his chest instead of his hands. It spilled forth as something between a whip, a laser, and a lightning bolt, carving a line of destruction straight for her and then vanishing into another circular ripple of space. It didn't reappear instantly, but she flicked her blade down and it reopened, the blast slipping through time to strike at Malkuth at her command. It did nothing but splash over him. Obviously, he'd known better than to dish out more than he could take while fighting a portal user, but it was a distraction and that was all she really needed. She flicked the tip of her sword to the left and a silver portal opened to the left of Malkuth. Another twitch and its opposite point opened a moment later. Two portals, bridging not just separate points but separate times. Even with all her power, she could only cross a matter of moments, but a moment was enough. A solitary portal opened in the midst of it all, the other end of it right in front of Jaune, and he didn't need any more of any invitation to give his best shot. What came forth was very nearly blinding to look at. It wasn't Longinus, the space-piercing spear bound to interfere with her portals, but instead a torrent of pure light Lux Aeterna, most likely good, that served her purposes better than Longinus would have. Anyway, Malkuth lifted his arms in defense, leaning into the blow as if anticipating it, but it was pointless. The initial strike was all but meaningless in this case, at least compared to what was to come. The light washed over him, searing his flesh and pushing him back, before reaching its true destination and flowing into the time portal. The moment it did, or rather, several moments before it did, the same amount of light came streaming from the opposite portal, rushing back through the intervening space and adding onto itself. She managed to close the portal at the center just in time, before that power had a chance to splash back through, and so it continued onwards, crashing over Malkuth and flowing into the time portal yet again. And so the process repeated. Whatever entered the first portal exited the second several moments before it entered, in this case causing Lux Aeterna to retread the same path, creating a line of still brightening light as it overlapped with its past and future self in a strange manner. The nature of entropy saw to it that the attack itself constantly lost energy, but that was nothing compared to the energy being funneled into it through the quirk in time, and so its net energy was increased by its previous iteration with each lap it took through the connected points in time and space. And being an attack made of light, well, it should go without saying that it took many laps. In a way, Lux Aeterna may have been the best possible choice for this combination, enough so that she assumed Jaune had understood the nature of her attack in the moment or so of thought he'd been allowed. From what she understood, the nature of the attack was to draw in energy, condensing further as it grew more powerful. Jaune had once described it as endothermic light, and as it devoured itself endlessly and grew further and further, it stayed neatly within the pathway allowed by her portals. And as that pathway intersected Malkuth quite nicely, he got to enjoy every moment of the process. Against anyone else, she'd say that was enough. The power gathered in that stream of light, the power being added to it every second, it was something awesome in a literal sense, awe-inspiring, terrifying. It was one of the reasons she didn't use this application of her powers very often. For all the potential it held, the risk should it be unleashed or go out of control way phenomenal. Under normal circumstances, with far weaker attacks in use, it was possible to cause extreme collateral damage. Added onto itself enough times, practically anything could be weaponized. A flashlight, a laser pointer, or any variety of weapons. Once, she'd even combined it with her secret weapon and the results had nearly been disastrous. The White Nation's clean of life kind of disastrous, and Lux Eterna was significantly more powerful than a laser pointer. Under normal circumstances, she'd hold it in place over the target for a second and let nature take its course. But Malkuth wasn't a normal enemy and she knew it. She'd gone into this knowing she'd need to start with her best tricks and scale up, and so that was exactly what she was going to do. Unfortunately, while the twist in time she'd created could shatter any number of physical laws, in truth or in seeming, it remained an application of dust and its time was ironically running out. Perhaps it was the stress caused by sustaining Lux Eterna, something Malkuth had done, or the other uses she had put it to before this, but what should have been enough to last a second or two looked like it wouldn't even last one. Once it ran out, the portals would fade and the power gathered would take its natural course. And given the power in question, if it did that, it was entirely possible they'd lose something they couldn't live without, they being mankind, and that may well be lowballing it. Even with the senses granted to her by her connection with Jaune, it was hard to keep track of the precise magnitude of something that was overriding itself at the speed of light, and she'd given up before even trying. Normally, this would be when she'd create a portal in time and space, banishing the attack utterly before it could cause too much damage, but she was reluctant to throw such a weapon away so easily, considering their foe. Besides, there might be a better use for it than simply getting rid of it. Sheathing her sword again, she cast it aside but kept her power flowing through it. It would waste away entirely in a few more moments, but she needed those moments. And in its place, she brought out her trump card, a blade of purest white, the only one of its kind she had. While she could afford to carry duplicates of most kinds of dust, there were several varieties that were too hard to come by to allow that. Thanks to her power, she had other ways of getting what she wanted, but even then, finding enough of certain kinds of dust to make an entire blade could be a challenge. White dust in particular was a severe chore to acquire in such quantities, especially with the limits to its use. But every now and then, it proved itself worth having. In her lifetime, this was the third such blade she'd owned, and the previous two had saved her life. Hopefully, this one would live up to their standard. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her sword and called to the power contained within it. In an instant, there was nothing left in the world but her. Everything around her flickered once and then went black, fading utterly from her sight. The light of the portals, the sky, everything, it all just seemed to cease to be. The only thing she could see, the only thing she could sense, was herself and the blade she held in her hand, and even that was changing. The white dust of the blade seemed to corrode, shattering and breaking apart in a matter of moments as if it were falling to dust. The physical matter that had composed her blade was gone, completely and utterly, but in its place was something else, like a light in the darkness. It embodied the same space, held the same shape, still looked like a sword's edge, but it wasn't. Instead, this was the state her semblance took when exposed to white dust. It was a portal in the shape of a sword. For a long time, she'd known that it was nothing but an opening, that there was no other side of it, but her time with Jaune had changed that. Where the portal led to, she still wasn't certain, but it had something to do with the light Jaune drew several of his own skills from. And now that she held that power in her hands, the only question was how to use it. White dust was strange. For all that it seemed to embody the element of light, it was more than that, or rather, the light was more than that. It wasn't just a matter of photons and illumination. It held ties to the very soul, to the core of a person. The first time she'd used it, she'd broken through limits that should have been untouchable, bisecting her opponent with a portal. The second time, she'd created a portal that drew in everything around it, and another that emitted its raw power. Two completely different uses, with the only connecting point being her. This time, she used it differently once more. As the world came back to her, she ignored the light, though it now seemed to draw her towards it. She ignored the ignored she could sense within it as well, though she considered leveling this power towards him. Instead, she focused her light on the swirling darkness she could feel at the edge of her senses and cut. The still black pit that had hovered over the battlefield tried to resist that power, but it couldn't, nor could its master. It came apart at the seams and released its prisoner, and the light assailing Malkuth gained a mind of its own. "Thank you, Raven," Jaune said as he strode past her, abruptly by her side. He'd probably teleported when he sensed the situation change, and change it had. Of all the possible uses for the one shot the dust gave her, this had seemed like the safest best, even if it was also the least certain. She couldn't be certain what would result from this, because it wasn't her power she'd chosen to rely on this time. Instead, it was someone else's. She'd chosen to trust Jaune's plan. He stopped and looked back at her, smiling for a moment. "Do you mind if I handle it from here?" he asked. "Already, She could feel her power and control fading, so instead of answering aloud, she simply nodded. She smiled a bit wider and then looked at the torrent of light, now writhing as if fighting to take shape or to retain one. I figured none of the skills I'd learned would be enough to stop you. If it was that easy, you wouldn't still be here. You've probably seen it all before, anyway. So, here's a new trick, Malkuth, he said. Something I made just for you. His form fractured, splitting in two, and then there was light between his halves, drawn from the power gathered before him. Keter, briefly visible between the twins. Then the two sides of him came together with an explosion of force, trapping that light and energy between their reunifying mass and collapsing into itself. But what was left was something greater than the sum of its parts. The games we play. Light-hearted. I was 2 and 1, a division and then a unity. Lines blurred, edges faded, and then there was a connection. My twin and I were, after all, originally the same. We're still one, for all that they were also separate. Linking themselves together was as easy as coming apart, if somewhat more spectacular. It couldn't be helped, though. They were the dual contending forces. To unite, they had no choice but to come apart and forcibly merge, splitting along the lines that separated them in order to come back together. As they divided, they felt themselves waver, as if the solidity of their existences had been disrupted. In that moment, they were energy as much as matter, wavelengths and signals that communicated and aligned at the same time. They were matter and antimatter, something bound to disrupt and eradicate on contact. Though they could draw lines like the original here and the second there, the truth of the matter was that they were identical, pieces split equally and housing halves of the same soul. If anything, they were both copies, and it was only by merging that they could recreate the original. And wasn't that was the point? They were Thaumyo, the duality and twins of God, the division of that which is perfect only in unity of Keter, the crown. It only made sense, then, that Keter be here as well, and he was. At the center of it all, there was light, a riotous calamity of power and forces, only barely contained by their light elemental's power. They couldn't blame him for struggling. Consider the magnitude of the power in question. Raven's temporal trick had created something that had shocked even him, a cycle of endlessly increasing light. That Keter was able to control it at all, even just for a moment, was astonishing. But then, he was the light, or at least my light. There was more at work now than a struggle of physical forces. This was as much a mental effort as a matter of power, and a test of being more than even that. Who they were, what they believed, what they hoped for, and what they intended. The answers to those questions meant more than any amount of MP, here and now. And thankfully, I knew all of those answers now, or at least thought I did. There was still a great deal missing in terms of memories and such, but that was okay. I was Keter, what laid above the mind's ability to comprehend. Even if I couldn't remember, I knew, and I was Jaune Arc and Jian Bing and Keter and Metatron. I was me, and I simply was. It was enough. My divided self fully lost coherence, coming apart and flowing back into place. They came together like a collision of particles, a fusion in addition to a reunification, a resonance and a chemical process, a release of energy and a change of state. People existed on countless levels that most of them weren't even aware of, but as I became one again, I was aware of them all. I became myself again as my halves underwent a convergence of being. And trapped between them, held in place by my will and my soul, was Keter and all the power we'd managed together thanks to Raven. If it had been power alone, it wouldn't have mattered. The reunification of my halves operated only partially in Malkuth and couldn't be affected by a gathering of energy any more than it could be stopped by physical distance or barriers. But because Keter was there, it was more than just a lot of energy. All throughout that conflagration of power was my elemental, a part of my soul given physical form in the world by attaching itself to something else. A part of the world with substance, something that didn't apply to a soul on its own. Like Thaumyo, it was a part of me, at once separate and united. That was how skills like Amy worked, after all. They temporarily fused those parts back together, just like I was piecing myself back together now. And those similarities were why I'd first considered this, why I'd had the idea and tested it out. I'd obtained Amy and the skills like it by using Typhoret, but the process wasn't a fusion as such. I wasn't entirely sure how it worked, but I was pretty sure it did so along lines of similarity. Rather than creating skills, I was finding them, having my semblance draw upon ancient knowing in a fashion similar to however it created skill books. I gave it reference points and the power it needed to search for something useful, connecting the dots I laid out for it at a guess that had something to do with the nature of my semblance or the nature of Keter, what remained above knowledge or thought, above action or formulation, the spark that eventually grows into something more. It was probably connected to why I was so skilled with sensory techniques, too, and why my soul had a million eyes. Even so, Tiferet couldn't do everything. It had its limits. The first, of course, was the need for reference points, allowing it to find something specific. Without that, I assumed there was simply too much to find anything specific if I was drawing from a well that went above thought or even separation and individuality. The signal-to-noise ratio was probably rather severe. That could be dealt with by learning more skills and became easier as Tiferet's level improved, presumably allowing it to find things with less specific information. The second was trickier to work around. Tiferet couldn't find what wasn't there. It was the center of the Sephiroth, connecting every point but Malkuth, the place where everything would take shape. But it needed to have taken shape for Tiferet to work. Someone needed to have put the pieces together, to created results and completed a process for it to exist as a fact instead of a concept. That wasn't even a weakness, per se. Tiferet was a point of integration, allowing me to stand on the shoulders of giants. That's what mankind did, in science and literature and everything else. We built upon successes and tried to learn from failures. My power, great as it was, I owed it all to others, to the countless people who'd struggled and worked for years or decades to create the skills I now used in concert, that I'd mastered and combined to create something greater. But the fact remained that Tiferet couldn't create things, couldn't build things on its own. It was where things came together, drawing up knowledge and ideas and drawing down what had been lost from human memory. It was a balance of surrounding forces, but the one Sephiroth that it didn't touch directly was Malkuth, the kingdom. Instead, it touched upon the foundation of Yesod, because that was what it had provided. Tiferet couldn't create things, but I could. I had, with magic missiles so long ago. Given the choice, I preferred to make use of what had already been perfected, but I could make new things as well. So I had. When, even after my ability to summon elements improved, Tiferet hadn't offered any skills above those like Ani. I'd accepted the truth that such skills likely didn't exist. Elementals were a power that few could access to begin with, and which even fewer did. Of those, how many mastered them, and how many obtained access to higher elementals? How many people, in all of history, had reached the point of a dimensional or a light elemental? Very few, in all likelihood. So it was unlikely anyone would have been able to create something like Ani for me to draw from, which meant I just had to do it myself. I knew the process, after all. Even if I hadn't gained that knowledge along with my mastery of the skill, my senses made it easy to see the details and the minutiae. All I needed was to put it into practice, which was easier said than done. But now, I had everything I needed and then some. What I was making now, like all things, began with an idea. Skills, the things my power interpreted as skills, covered a broad array of possibilities. If was, in many ways, an exception, but in most cases aura-based techniques weren't a science. At least, subjectively they weren't. Objectively, you could break down the hows and whys and all the variables and see how something worked, and in many ways I thought that was what my power did. But for most people, skills in general were more art form than science. If generally martial art form, they were something a person learned and practiced for years, like a normal fighting style, figuring out the tricks and the quirks, practicing for days, months, and years until they figured it out. From the outside looking in, you could analyze the mechanics of a martial arts fighting, break it down into biology, ranges of motion, and an interaction of forces. And that view of things is both accurate and true, but it's not complete. From the perspective of the fighter, it's not just a matter of kinetic energy and chemical responses. It was a matter of training, reflex, instinct, and memory. The punches and blocks, the reactions to shifts in the flow of battle, they weren't just methodical responses to the situation. There was a person behind the fists, and it was important to remember that. Similarly, learning to create fire or channel power through the body to achieve some great feat. It wasn't just a matter of the movement of MP. For me it was streamlined, not automated, still something I knew and felt, but still nearly effortless. So long as I had the power, I could perform the skill, as easily as if I were breathing. I didn't have to think about the idea or science or even heart behind it, though I knew them. Keter was something above all that, while simultaneously encompassed it. For others, however, the soul wasn't something that could be boiled down to just the numbers and the facts, not all the time, not in every case, because the soul wasn't just one thing, wasn't just this or that, here or there. It was a matter of expression, of who a person truly was, and things that drew from its power were colored by it. A person could have a natural ability in one thing and a complete lack of talent in another, simply because of who they were. The ultimate expression of it was their semblance, but it applied in other ways, too. There was no guarantee that following the same steps would have equal results for every person. And even if two people managed to master, say, magic missile, that didn't mean they'd create the same thing. It could vary not only from person to person but from day to day. I could be certain my skills would do what they were supposed to do when activated, unless affected by an external forces, but if someone else summoned fire while relaxing and summoned it while consumed by fury, the results would almost certainly differ. They might draw more power to fuel it without thinking, something they couldn't identify mathematically without something suited for the task, but even if they used the same amount of power there were bound to be differences. This person's flames could be hotter than another's, generate more smoke, cause more pain, or any number of other things. One of the reasons learning skills was so hard for normal people was the simple fact that nothing about the process was certain. Things that drew power from the soul could be changed by the soul. How much that was true varied from skill to skill as well. Elemental skills weren't the best example because unless they were created using dust, they depended on the user's elemental affinity. There was natural affinity with a specific element as that depended on the nature of their soul to begin with. It was more likely to vary. Something simple like a far strike would probably be changed less. At the same time, it only made sense that things that drew more from the soul would be more personalized. Elementals were perhaps the best example of that. A part of the user's soul given physical form through a medium they had an affinity with. The nature and identity of the entity created were completely in the air. How it looked, how it acted, how much control the user had over it. There was no way to be sure of anything. That was true even for me. Simple skills required only MP, but greater ones could call for other things. My elementals required an affinity that my semblance and skills thankfully granted, just as many of my stat skills demanded some special condition or another that it handled. Things like that, my semblance could break down easily enough. But with some of the greater skills I knew, the Brahmastra, or Ein Sof, Sayaswara, and Thaumyo, to name a few, there was more to it than just numbers. The first time I'd received skill with a special cost had been an eye-opener for me. It required something my semblance couldn't quantify. It made sense in a way. Malkuth, the kingdom, the realm of the physical laws and actions, where things take shape, was a place of concrete things. Things that are solid, that are defined and work in specific ways. Physics, matter, energy, time, space, and distance. It was when those things interacted with aura that shenanigans ensued, and things that drew more from the realms above Malkuth were, by their very nature, harder to define. Skills like Ani were good examples. Skills that merged a fractured soul into something greater than its parts. It varied on countless levels. The person, the elemental, and more. Ani itself had been a name, the name of its user. Specifically, it was entirely possible I could only imitate it because of my semblance and tie for it. That had anyone else tried, it would have manifested differently. A transformation into a being of fire, perhaps, or something in the other direction. Merging the person with the elemental, instead of vice versa. Something like that was personal and complicated, and I was trying to do something even greater, merging not just with one elemental but with my light elemental, who'd been created from all the pieces of my soul. Even for me, that wasn't something that could be done easily, but I knew how to do it, because of the skills I'd already learned. To begin with, I needed power. Power alone wouldn't be enough for this, but I still needed it. This was a process that would take energy on an absurd scale, more than I could generate on my own, even given an amount of time that would be completely unreasonable to ask for in a fight. Originally, the plan had been to generate this power in the fight against Malkuth, drawing upon both Lucifer and Malkuth's seemingly endless reserves. Luxaturna had converted that energy into light, and I'd fed it into Keter to contain it. Even then, I hadn't been sure if it would have been enough, and Malkuth had trapped Keter before I could follow through with it regardless. Thankfully, Raven had come through with more than I could have possibly asked for, a gathering of raw, contained light beyond anything I had even imagined being able to get under these conditions. There were no certainties, couldn't be, really, with something like this, but this was everything I could hope for and then some. I just have to hope it was enough. The rest was trickier. Ani, Kubra, Varuna and the others had several things in common, and power was only one of them. Ani had formed in battle, Kubra in the face of the death of his people, Varuna in the wake of unbelievable disaster. The presence of power to draw upon in each case, but also need. Necessity was the mother of invention, and it played a role. That was the first hurdle I'd had to figure out a way around. And I had motivation, yes, and a desperate need, but they were calm things, intellectual. I needed power to defeat a foe, but they were a distant one, shadowed in unknowns. I was terrified of Malkuth and his minions, for completely logical reasons. They were nightmarishly powerful, After all, I knew I had to defeat them somehow, for me, my friends, and the entire world, but it was a little hard to be that hard-pressed when mulling things over on a couch. Even without the gamer's mind, I'm not sure if I could have done it. I was worried and desperate, but not like I'd been when it was my father on the line. In truth, that had been another part of why I'd put myself on a time limit, why I'd given myself only a week to prepare. Malkuth was a world-ending threat, yes, but it was hard to really conceptualize or feel a danger that was wrapped in secrets and maybes. Malkuth's strength, the strength of the legendary Grimm. I had to see it for myself, had to test their limits and mine, push myself to the breaking point, and not just know but experience what I was up against, what was at stake. Gilgamesh had pushed me more than I had been in a while, but even he hadn't been enough in the end. He hurt me, might have even been able to kill me early on if he'd wanted to, but I'd had plenty of things in my bag of tricks and I'd pulled them out one after another. I'd set things up in my favor, changed the tide, and I'd known all the while that I could win, that I'd need to be cautious, careful, and do things right, but that this was a foe I was theoretically able to defeat. He hadn't been what I'd needed, and if I'd won against him and Malkuth hadn't appeared, I might have been relieved. This is all I was up against. Even if he turned out to be one of the weaker legendary Grimm, if I could beat him, then with enough effort, enough time, I could defeat the others, too. But Malkuth had appeared. He was weakened, limited by his current form, but he was here, and I'd thrown my best hits at him. He'd shrugged them off like rain, crushed me, terrified me when he tore apart my plans and captured Keter, ripped through my barriers and went after the ones I'd loved, forcing me to pull out the arcana, and even then I'd known he was holding back. He even withstood an assault from Raven, and I would have annihilated me with ease if I couldn't even match him as he was now. Then how was I ever going to face the real deal? I'd lost before, when my previous self had had centuries more experience, and I was losing again now. Fighting him, facing him, it had made me wonder, maybe even doubt. Good. And to cape it all off, I had a blurring of the self. That was the other thing those skills had in common, an understanding of who they were, but also a blurring of the lines. I knew who I was already, what my elementals were, but it hadn't been enough. This was something else. Valmule, pushed to its limits. The use of Oriensof, nearly unmaking me each time, coming apart and back together, seeing, feeling, knowing. It made the difference, and all my pieces came together at last. I felt power flowing through my being, power beyond words, but it was nothing compared to the certainty, the feeling of wholeness and completion, the knowledge of a simple truth. I am opening the eyes of my new self. I saw the world around me, Raven behind me, Malkuth before me, both of them stopping just to stare at what had happened. In my heart, I could feel the arcana shifting, and before my eyes. You've thought of a new skill. Would you like to name it? I paused for a moment, considering it. Those who'd come before me, or perhaps just Typheret, had named skills like this after themselves, or else had taken those names for their own afterwards. Perhaps they'd been their human names or the names of their elementals, or maybe they'd even found their true ones, as I had so long ago. But in my case, what should that name be? Jaune, Jian, Keter, all names that were mine, that were important to me. But here and now, knowing what I was doing and why I was fighting, with my goal almost in sight, with the computer I'd left myself still waiting, I suppose there was only one thing it could be. Out loud, I could call it something else, but the skill was mine, the combination of everything I was, and it deserved the name. With a thought, I titled it Metatron. The games we play. Hard-hearted. This is a new trick, Malkuth said after a long moment's silence, looking at me. He didn't have any eyes, but I could tell his gaze was more curious than afraid. I suppose not being anywhere near the actual damage would do that. Tell me, what is it, Keter? You losing? I answered simply, tilting my head slightly. I was slowly trying to orient myself in a way that was hard to describe. I was standing on the ground right now, but I didn't feel like I was. It was as though I were hovering in a void and could move how I wished. I could feel things around me, too, but I had a hard time placing them as well. Senses, but nothing like physical ones. I'd opened more metaphorical eyes than pretty much anyone, and this wasn't like that. I wasn't seeing anything new, wasn't feeling it against my body or mind, but they were there. Malkuth and Raven, along with signs of their power, especially where Raven's portals were now fading. Hey? Malkuth chuckled, even lifting a clawed hand to his masked face. The sound was amused, but he wasn't. I was certain of that much. I'll admit, it's something I haven't seen before, but stuff like that is why this world is fun, isn't it? People come up with new tricks all the time, struggling to survive and succeed, to beat me, and they fail. Like you failed. You're a few thousand years too early and late to talk about beating me. I shrugged slightly before rolling my shoulders and lifting my hands. Right now, I looked regular. Normally the effects of Sahasrara, metamorphosis, and everything else receding. Except that wasn't quite right, because I wasn't the same as I was before, and those things simply weren't there. I felt at once distant from the world and closer to it than I even was before. Regardless, I didn't see much point in answering Malkuth's questions, so I just watched him calmly for a moment. Nothing to say? Malkuth asked after a moment. I shrugged again. I'm going to kill you, I stated, not putting any emphasis on the words. I won, you lost. The end. There's really not much else to say. I gave you a chance to say your last words and they look like they'll be rather hilarious in hindsight, so I'm good. You ready to die yet, or would you like to continue embarrassing yourself? You. Whatever he was about to say was cut off as he staggered several steps back, a hole larger than his head appearing in the center of his chest. The circle was perfectly carved, its edges smooth, and at the exact center of it all was Malkuth's portal, hanging suspended in the emptiness. Already, matter was flowing from that hole to replace what was lost, but it glimmered around the edges with sparks of white light. Malkuth looked down at the hole in his chest and then traced a path to the finger I pointed at him absently. Sorry, I apologized. I didn't mean to interrupt. Please, continue. I just wanted to check on something. It was true, in a way I'd felt the shift, but I wanted to confirm it. The arcana had changed the moment I adopted the shape, which was inevitable. I'd reunited my split halves, found what I was looking for, and I'd accomplished one of my major goals. I felt strong now, whole, and at ease in a way that was hard to describe or define. The arcana had taken shape accordingly. Judgment, the arcana of judgment, the representation of the self, of what remains and shines through when all else is gone. It is an understanding of past mistakes and an acceptance of them. The ability to learn from them and face the future. At the same time, it is a point of choices and decisions, of loss and rebirth, as one reaches their own judgment day and decides the path of their lives. When the user is within the state of being, nothing may stand in their way. All attacks receive 100% defense penetration and ignore inherent immunities. At the same time, the user must be wary, lest they falter in this moment. Active defenses may not be used in this state. I rolled my wrist, closing my hand and then opening it. 3 small spheres, each no larger than a marble, rotated in a quick circle above my hand. I looked at them curiously for a moment, trying to determine their nature. The arcana was a skill I understood only in part, and this was the first time I could see with any certainty how it manifested and confirm several of my own theories. It wasn't something that drew greater power from above like Orion Soth or the Brahmastra. Instead, it drew from something just as important. Me. It was the point of connection between who I'd been and who I was, not so much as dividing line between Keter and Jaune as a bridge. It was what remained, what my soul had taken with it when it passed on and was reborn. The way it manifested. It wasn't like my former semblance, wasn't as broad or easy to control. I couldn't just assign myself a role, either, so instead it arose from my role. But the touches, the influences, they were obvious and clear. It wasn't the same, but it was still mine. The remains of a soul that had gone through life and the cycle of reincarnation, something that didn't translate well into thoughts or memories, into something held by a human mind, but which was still there, even after all those things were gone. It might even have had something to do with why souls were reincarnated in the first place, but that was nothing more than a guess. Still, the way it manifested. It was an obvious alteration to who I was, to the nature of my soul. Not on the level of a semblance but close. Strength and the chariot, in and of themselves, changed spiritual and mental force into physical ones. The lovers blurred lines between individuals along paths of connection. The magician, widening the connection that the aura drawn for power. But this judgment, at first glance, it seemed similar to loneliness as it accomplished the same ends. But no, it was something else. Loneliness pierced defenses by cutting through space, by severing the most basic forms of connection and ignoring anything to do with the material. What a target was made of or blocked with was irrelevant, because those that seemed to be hit by it weren't actually touched at all. They merely suffered from the fact that the volume space they'd inhabited had been shredded with them inside of it. That was probably why it interfered with portals the way it did, too. If a portal twisted space to connect one point to another and loneliness tore a hole through space as it passed, judgment was something else. The power I gathered like this, the very aura I was channeling, its nature had changed. It seemed both less physical and more certain, as if the power I was channeling was built from simple fact. The attacks created did not hit hard enough to do, say, 100 damage to the target. They simply imposed 100 damage on the target, as if it were a natural law. Reducing the effect or defending against them did nothing, because however one tried to block, that damage could not be reduced. The strike that had hit Malkuth hadn't damaged him directly, hadn't shorn through his armor. Instead, it had simply touched him and taken effect. With that effect being take this defined amount of damage, I raised parts of him to meet the criteria. It was interesting, in no small part because it seemed like something that would belong to Malkuth. A limited application of his power, perhaps, an overly specific and defined one that was reached in a different way, but there were traces, similarities, and it seemed as though I wasn't the only one to draw the connection. TCH, Malkuth said, touching his chest. Keter, you bastard. Pulling out your old tricks again. The spears rotating above my hand stopped in place for an instant and flashed forward, hitting and erasing most of his head. Pointless, perhaps, given the obvious lack of anything vital in there, but it was well worth it to shut him up. Malkuth's body rocked for a moment and then began to run even without a head straight towards Raven, who'd slowed after the lovers had vanished. Even so, I could see a blade humming in her hands, trying to make up the difference with dust. I didn't chase after him. I didn't bother. Instead, I simply held out a hand to my side and his fist made contact with it, stopping just short of Raven. On contact with his skin, the flesh of my hand seemed to dissolve, revealing nothing but pure white light in its stead, and flecks of burning flesh began to rise from Malkuth's hand. Don't, I said, and we were 20 meters away from Raven. I'm not the same as I was back then. I won't let you touch the people I care about again. Bastard, Malkuth said again, a note of muted effort in his voice as he tried to push me back or pull away. Instead, I let him go, moving my hand to his chest. As it did, it seemed to leave wavering after images behind, but they weren't of my arm. One was made of fire, another of air, earth, water, steel, lightning, ice, distorted space, and countless others, each a different shape and size, each still a part of me. I fired. What came forth from my hands was less a focused assault or barrage and more a breaking of reality. Gravity went haywire, points in space rippling and then being sucked towards the center. Space itself followed suit, parts of the area warping and lengthening whilst others shrunk or even disappeared, shunted or drawn oddly into empty places. What could only be described as sparks of time fluttered out from my skin, expanding into roughly spherical bursts wherever they touched Malkuth, and those parts that were encompassed by the spear were abruptly covered in horrific wounds, the evidence of injuries that had yet to happen imposed upon the present. Light flooded over and through all of it, making and unmaking what it touched in a way that was both interconnected and distinct, and all of it was followed by everything I could throw at him. One arm shattered and spun into a growing whirlwind of glass, with individual shards sticking and seeming to melt into the surrounding landscape, transforming what it touched into glass and adding it to the cyclone. Fire burst from everything around me and then sank, the heat drawing into the affected surfaces to burn hotter, charring things without any sign of the source. Even as the damage crept deeper, beside the living heat were growing patches of ice, left behind in the defiance of thermodynamics and then given life in its own right. Shapes began to rise from it, as well as the earth and water nearby, the more physical elements struggling to take shape. The ground fractured violently, massive fissures opening up from which poured all manner of things, and the ground continued to shake in a steadily growing earthquake even as the wind began to whip into a storm and lava began to flood up from the ground. The sound of it all was distorted oddly, carrying in strange ways and intermingling into a rising cacophony that altered itself every few seconds. Stone, glass, and crystal began to shatter, inevitably exploding into clouds of wicked shrapnel. The pressure in the area skyrocketed, the very air seeming unspeakably heavy, and the effects of inertia followed, causing things to move oddly. Things that should have shaken or scattered remained stock still, things that should have remained immobile as steady as a mountain. Friction shifted with it, things stopping in midair, flying strangely, or even growing faster with no source. At the same time, I saw things melt, some of them simply coming apart while others were covered in growing pools of strange acids. There were other things, as well, every element I could access, which was all of them, showing up in force. They turned upon Malkuth, upon the world around him, and blasted it with everything. Every vector of assault was followed through with, each attack piercing his defenses as if they didn't exist. Malkuth's existence, his very being, was stripped away, sometimes in chunks while other times in pieces, until nothing remained but the tiny insignificant portal that allowed him to exist here and now. I lifted a hand, pointing at it, and space rippled outwards from it as if something had crashed into it with unspeakable force. That done, I clenched my hand into a fist, and everything around us, the chaos I'd made of our surroundings, leapt from the ground around us and flooded into that opening, drawn to and gathering around a narrow orb of light. Malkuth screamed in a way that didn't translate very well into sound. It was a noise like a rise in frequency, a slowing of natural processes, an overlay over the background of the world spinning. Even so, the sound was loud and it carried, echoing until I dropped my hand. The hole in space bled black, a small stream of fluid stripping down from it in a strange way, as if dripping down an invisible surface rather than empty space. More of it flowed upwards and then to the sides, stretching into the shape of something like a stick figure as he healed. I didn't move, but figures stepped out of me. Suryasta, Jihai, Levant, Arab, Vulturnus, even Crocia Moors, now physical instead of a reflection. They were followed, impossibly, by figures that were mutually exclusive in existence. My ice elemental, steam, pressure, inertia, plasma, gravity, glass, vibration, my dimensional, and more. Everything I could create, that could spring forth from my existence, was present. Malkuth stopped for a moment, not healing or moving. I waited. You and your fucking elementals, Malkuth swore at last. You always did try to keep up with me. It kind of looked like I was doing more than keeping up, from where I was standing, but the situation was special in various ways and there was no point in letting myself be dragged into his flow. Leave, Malkuth, I said. You've already lost and you shouldn't be able to cling to that body much longer. Anyway, you should know by now that you aren't going to get what you want after all this time fighting me. You should be used to being disappointed. Oh, I am, he replied, but probably not for the reasons you think I should be. Look at you, Keter, all this time and you're still the same. So unimaginative. All that power and you don't even want to play with it? How? I asked. By torturing you? Believe me, the ideas crossed my mind, but I can't imagine it'll be all that fun when you're running around in a meat puppet. And personally, even if it were, I'd rather just be rid of you. Bah, he said. That's no way to talk. But fine, I know when I'm not wanted and I know how to lose with grace. Catch you later, Keter. Despite the words, he immediately tried to screw me over. Needless to say, I was shaken to the core by a complete and utter lack of surprise. His response occurred on several levels simultaneously. The first was the simplest. He attacked me. Even if I said it was simple, however, it was still something major and noteworthy, because this time he wasn't holding back. That was the downside of putting myself of this level. Every time I fought him or his minions, they'd been playing nice, soft-balling me. I knew full well that there were a lot of fights I'd only survived because I'd been allowed to, fights I'd only won because my enemies had the kid gloves on. If every Grim I'd ever fought had gone all out from the very start and aimed for the throat, I probably wouldn't be here by now. All this time, I'd had a massive advantage because my enemies couldn't afford to kill me. I figured that was probably intentional. Whatever I'd done in my past life, I'd known what would happen, at least well enough to make some guesses. Whatever was in that computer, the password on it wasn't just to keep Malkuth and his lackeys out, it was to make sure I survived long enough to make it in. If not for what they needed me to accomplish, Malkuth probably would have made sure I died in some horrific manner the moment he learned of my existence. I'd obviously failed to kill Malkuth, but I'd managed to give myself a chance to come back and finish the job. It was risky, however, because Malkuth was watching me and he was my archenemy. While playing around with me was probably all well and good as far as his sadistic mindset went, he knew me, knew who and what I was. Giving me time to plan and prepare was a dangerous idea at the best of times. Giving me an endless amount of it was a recipe for disaster for anyone who wasn't on my side. Malkuth wanted me alive, but he didn't want me alive and in any position to put up a serious fight, and I was entirely certain that if I ran the clock down enough he'd do something to force my hand before I was ready to face him. That was another part of why I'd come here when I did, because it had been on my terms, on my conditions. Things had gone according to my plans instead of his, because I hadn't been marching to his tune and hadn't waited until he was making sure I didn't try anything funny. Malkuth was my greatest foe, but I was his biggest threat, even if I might have also been his only hope. If I were in this position and my reincarnated enemy had started looking like a serious threat, I'd probably start thinking about killing him and trying again with number 3. The measures I'd taken had given me time, but Malkuth would do everything in his power to make sure it wasn't enough time. That was why Metatron was my trump card. It was something he hadn't seen coming, a change of the game he hadn't been able to predict. It had been a risk, a terrible risk, given what was on the line, but it had been the only way to close the gap fast enough to take him off guard. And it had worked. Something I'm sure he didn't like one goddamn bit, and he showed it by holding nothing back. All the things he'd kept up his sleeve for fear that I wouldn't be strong enough to survive it came abruptly to the forefront. Here, more of those attacks that caused matter to fall apart, rays that interfered and interrupted brain activity, forms of transmutation that paid no mind to the subject's ability to survive, forms of dimension shifting that were meant to remove chunks or bisect, a blast that cut a hole in the world, a red spark that caused matter to implode. Well, the point was that Malkuth had a whole pot full of his most lethal hits and he was now willing to hit me with them, and while I was unable to bring many of my defenses to bear, no less, Malkuth had no way to know about the limitation the Arcana imposed upon me, or he might have hesitated before unleashing hell. Oh well, I hadn't come this far and risked so much to be unable to face Malkuth head on. Even if it was still only a shadow of him, this was still the fight I'd been both dreading and anticipating for so long, and I wasn't going to be defeated. Even if my active defenses were gone, my passive methods were still working fine, and more than that, there was a loophole of sorts to judgment. Except, it might well have been fully intentional, considering the nature of the effect. The rules of the arcana seemed designed to incentivize what I considered types of play. In the case of judgment, this was especially clear, because while it forbid defenses, it said nothing of attacks. And sometimes, the best defense really was a good offense. Malkuth threw everything at me and I threw everything right back. Waves of light with bursts of strange energy, consuming and pacifying them. Oddly colored sparks dancing with searing lightning across the surface of empty space and ionized air. Spikes and storms of violent matter took hits and bore through them, piercing blasts of power flashing through whatever was in their way, and everything between Malkuth and I began to fall apart. At the same time, my elementals, the parts of me I had encompassed and now manifested in their familiar shapes, marched forward through it all like a small army. They were different now, the change a spiritual one instead of anything physical, because they were perfected in unity with both me and each other. Though the battlefield was rendered into chaos, they pushed forward. The moment they were close enough to touch him, however, Malkuth exploded into a mass of what I could only describe as probability clones. The odds of him trying to escape in a given direction, granted not quite physical form, they'd shatter, I could tell, falling to zero the moment they were caught, but if even one escaped, they'd turn out to be the real Malkuth. My elementals immediately leapt into action, shifting and dividing as needed to reach their targets, but I stayed back, expecting a trick. Because of that, I noticed the subtle movement of space as one of the probability clones took a less conventional path, slipping through something I would have thought a portal had it not clung to his skin. I followed suit all the same, willing myself to be more of a constant than any of the principles that govern space, tying myself to Malkuth and remaining equidistant from him even as he moved. I recognized his target before he even appeared and reacted as he materialized above Autumn, pulling instead of allowing myself to be pulled. He swept a hand through her, but we were already in the wrong state, a shifted area of space that was disconnected from hers. His claws didn't reach her, even as they swept cleanly through her body, and I reached out to grab him. We came apart, vanishing and reversing as I returned us to a previous position in space, drawing us back to the battlefield in an instant. Malkuth released a growl of frustration that rose into a scream as he unfolded, mass shifting away to reveal more mass, covering an impossible volume. I felt something activate, something shift, and figured it was probably a bomb. Fine then, he said, the words not of sound. Be that way. I'll settle for just a one. Then I didn't have to glaze behind me to know he was focusing on Raven, looking for some way to deny me victory or at least lessen its worth. No, I said. You won't. Lifting a hand, I activated Orion Soft once more. The games we play. Breaking down. In the course of planning for my fights with Malkuth, I'd considered every option I had available before boiling things down to just a few. The simple fact of the matter was that most of my skills wouldn't really work against someone whose power gave him such complete control of the world around him, even limited by Gilgamesh's body and unable to directly control the world beyond himself. Malkuth had proven that. I trap him within the heat of a perfectly contained stellar explosions. He makes it so that heat doesn't flow from a hotter area to a colder one. I destroy his body completely. He recreates it with summoned matter. I could hit him as hard as I could, but he had countermeasures for just about everything I could do, up to and including changing basic parts of reality like the speed of light in a vacuum. And that was all indirect stuff, essentially weapons he'd cobbled together by altering his physical mass and how parts of him interacted with the world. From removing matter's ability to hold itself together, causing it to implode and fuse into a confined mass, or twisting probability into an actual physical things, the world was his bitch even while he was kneecapped. In terms of power and versatility, how the hell was I supposed to beat a guy with source code hacks to the universe I lived in? There weren't a lot of answers. Even with all the power I had and everything I could muster, we existed in the realm of Malkuth, his world, his playground, really. However many times I punched him in the face or destroyed his body or whatever else I happened to try, the fact remained that the game was rigged, the rules written to ensure I couldn't win. And yet, I had, in my past life, not completely, of course, because whatever had happened, I hadn't walked away from it, but at the same time, Malkuth usually wasn't running around being a colossal douka bag and making my life a living hell. I'd stop somehow, even though the most basic laws of physics were playthings in his hands. How? I had no idea. I was willing to bet that was a big part of why Death had made sure to give me a good scrubbing, though the 1,000 years of experience and preparation probably hadn't helped my metaphorical case. And whatever I'd done, I was about 1,000,000% sure Malkuth had dedicated a pretty significant portion of his time since ensuring it wouldn't work on him again, or else he wouldn't be so confident. But, for all of that, for all his power, and for all his minions including the Riders, who could theoretically infect and pull just about anyone to his side, he wasn't free to act. Not unless I did something to tamper with a connection that led back to him. There were only a few possible explanations for that, the most likely of which was that I'd trapped him somehow. The only reason he'd be watching from a distance instead of constantly following me around, micromanaging and strong-arming me at every moment, was because he had no other choice. If he did, he'd have reached out to me the moment he knew who I was, back before even I did, and might have presented a friendly face until he got what he'd wanted. Assuming he didn't do that, he'd at least be constantly threatening and hurting things I cared about, driving me whichever way he chose. But either way, he'd have done something and I'd have had no choice in the matter. I'd never have a moment's peace, a moment's escape, because he could even enter barriers like Naraka. But instead, he'd been forced to work through clumsier means, using the tools he had. The Grimm, even though I'd known they were monsters from the get-go. He'd been forced to keep his distance, to watch and wait and nudge here and there, to hold things back and play things safe. Not the actions of someone who had much choice in the matter. No, if he could have been there, he would have been there, and since he hadn't, it was only because he couldn't. Something was stopping him from getting involved directly. It might have been on my end, something I'd done to myself to protect against his involvement, but that was unlikely. If I had some secret weapon that could ward him off up my sleeve, I probably would have used it the first time around. While some kind of spiritual bomb in my head that was ready to explode if Malkuth came too close might keep him away, the risk to me was obvious, and if something went wrong, well, I was fucked. I didn't want to screw myself over, and I'd been planning for a reincarnation, even knowing how long it would take. Been planning to do something, save the world in round 2, even though I knew it meant countless people could die before I could get back in the ring. I wouldn't have done that if I had any other choice, and I sure as hell wouldn't risk making people suffer even more by causing there to be a round 3. There might be, if I fucked up, but I was really hoping to avoid that. Besides, if I'd left Malkuth free to run around, he'd have fucked up everything by now. My life, the geography, the world, everything. I'd have heard of some nightmarish god king by now, at the very least, or he'd have sent other minions, controlling things from a distance. No, whatever I'd done, it had almost certainly been on his end. I'd caught him in a trap of some kind. It couldn't have been a physical prison, or, at least, I couldn't think of one that I thought could hold him for very long. Given the amount of fucks he apparently gave for pretty much anything, stone walls and iron bars seemed unlikely to be his weakness. In this world, Malkuth's power was absolute, and even if I was far stronger than I was now, I was pretty sure I'd have a bitch of a time physically locking up a guy who controlled the laws of physics. Anything grounded in this world was putty in Malkuth's hands, so I must have used something he couldn't control, which could only mean one thing. Where I'd failed with it in Arcadia Ego, my attempt to remove the fight from reality, I'd figured out some way to succeed, and I'd locked him in a box he couldn't touch with his powers. I'd imprisoned him in a place above Malkuth, above the physical, a place where his methods didn't apply, where the very concepts of fighting, resisting, and clashing, as we understood them here, were meaningless. What was a battle in a world where space, time, and distance held no value? He wouldn't be able to escape from such a thing while inside it. He might not even be able to try to escape the box I'd put him in. Well, if it worked at all how I thought it might, and I could barely imagine the mechanics of such a thing, it was probably more of a hypercube than a box, as such. But still, he was cut off from the physical and unable to even reach out towards it unless something reached out first, unless something from the physical world interacted with him, allowing him a chance to affect something with his own power, to some extent or another. The metaphysical distance probably imposed restrictions upon that beyond the obvious ones, but it turned the impossible into the possible. The Sephiroth were connected, after all, if in strange ways. And the problem was, there were things doing that all the time. The Grimm were connected to their master in a way not dissimilar to my elementals and I, separate and united, the people and the kingdom. They drew power from him, strength, and he remained connected to the world as a result. And when I reached out to tamper with that connection, like I'd done with both Conquest and Gilgamesh, it gave him away, and, however temporarily, he still had power here, After all, he just needed to be able to reach it. But it was a reminder that there were some things that could work on him, some things that could still reach him. It had been a starting point. Once I'd thought of things that way, a place to begin, and one of the places it had led me was here. Orion Soft was more than just an attack. In a case like this, it was a bridging of points, and I used it to drag Malkuth kicking and screaming up the tree of life. In the light of Orion Soft, all things came apart, regardless of their nature. That was because, at its most basic level, it wasn't a destructive technique. Instead, it revealed the truth, and sometimes that truth wasn't something people could survive learning. In Orion Soft, in the realms above, everything fell away. There was no flesh to conceal you, no material things to distract you, no natural law or permanence or anything else. There was no time, no space, no distance. You couldn't lie in that light, not even to yourself. Couldn't hide or deny or deceive. What you saw was you, who you truly were, what you truly were, behind everything. As you rose through the tree of life, things simplified on a level that was frightening. Even just a step above Malkuth was the foundation, the connection between one thing and another, between an idea and an act. Image what that was like for a person, being reduced to the foundations of who you were, somewhere between the concepts above and the realities below. And then you continue to rise higher, seemingly shedding more and more of who and what you were, reduced to what most people would think of as a soul as early as Netsuchin, at least where the aura was concerned. Above that, one could argue if you existed as a being in your own right, as something distinct and separate from everything else. That was how you survived Orion Softened. It was far more difficult than it seemed. The question was, when there was nothing left but you, was that enough? The words I am were simple and easily spoken. When you could think and talk, when the vibrations of air could generate sound and electrical impulses help form conscious ideas, when boundaries were made real in Malkuth. But what separates one entity from another above that? The mind, perhaps, that could sustain you for a time. But what about when you reach above the mind in the heights of the Sephiroth? What of when you transcend them entirely in the light? The light was something that was, perhaps, infinite and all-encompassing. It existed in all things, in all states of things, divided and separated by the emanations of the Sephiroth. If you remove all those, what separated one thing from another? You did, and absolutely nothing else. Not your body, not your mind, not your memories or feelings or emotions, not your hopes or your dreams or desires, but just you, who you were when, paradoxically, everything you were was gone. But that perspective was, in and of itself, limited. Keter was that which laid above the mind and things that existed within the state of Keter or even above it. Needless to say, they were hard to conceptualize. In that state, we were less people than ideas, except even that gave too much weight to us. We were the moments before an idea, the instant before something clicked and seemingly meaningless and unconnected thoughts came together into something grand. The moment of inspiration, the moment of conceptualization, the first moments of existence. If the world had sprung forth with a bang, Keter was the silence that preceded it. Something impossible to truly nail down but undeniably existent. The beginning, not where something was perceived as beginning, like the first word on a page or even the first idea of the story, but what came before that. And instead of an idea, it was a person. Though calling it idea and the person may not have been incorrect, on this level, this was the prison I had sentenced Malkuth to, the prison of being and almost being, to the moments you lived before you were, where there was nothing but who you were about to be, except perhaps one other thing, the soul, beyond all labels or expectations. And this was the state I brought us to now. Everything we were on the surface fell away. Our physical forms dissolved, and what remained who we really were when all else was stripped away flowed up the channels of the Sephiroth. I felt it as we rose, each level stripping away more of who we were, peeling back the lies that hid the truth. Though the attack may have struck Gilgamesh, that body was nothing but Malkuth's puppet now, and it did nothing to hide him. Orion Soft peeled away the flesh and bared the soul, tracing the connection back to its source. For a moment, I could sense him in a way that was hard to describe, because sense implied observation, the ability to distinguish the world outside from yourself, or at least distinguish different parts of yourself. I couldn't do that here, because most of it just didn't apply. I couldn't think, and so I couldn't form thoughts into ideas and words. But I was, and I knew I was. After all, and especially now, I was Metatron. I was Keter, the crowning that which remains. And here, I had the advantage. In many ways, this was nothing but a change in our battlefield, an exceedingly literal escalation. Just as Malkuth warped the laws of physics to shape the terms of our battle, I'd now removed us from those laws entirely to turn things to my advantage. Our power and control of the world didn't matter here, only we did. Who we were. We didn't pit those things against each other, didn't come into conflict, because the mere idea of a fight on this level was laughable. Even thinking mean thoughts in each other's general directions was impossible, because we had no location, direction, or thoughts to do such things with. Instead, we fought by existing, by continuing to exist, above and beyond the grasp of everything that implied we could or should exist. What could you hold on to when you had and were nothing, and what would you let slip through your grasp? I had the advantage, by my very nature, my power, my semblance. They all drew from this. In many ways, the gamer's body and mind were tied back to this state, and thus all of my power. More than that, I had Metatron on my side, both the skill and the name. I knew who I was. Malkuth, I assumed, just had a lot of experience from being locked up here all this time. But even then, that wasn't entirely an advantage, because it was that much harder to cling to physical things, and that was a major danger in Orion South. Perhaps you managed to cling to your mind, but do you still have a body to attach it to? What if your body remains, but not yourself? What if nothing remains? I had a similar issue because, if anything, this was my natural state, but I was better equipped to deal with it. And while in many ways, Malkuth felt as solid as the world itself and as steady as its turnings, I could feel things on the edges beginning to fray. Then the moment passed, ideas initialized and renewed, pieces coming together and taking shape. Inspiration became idea, became action. We were again, and I found myself somewhere besides Jericho Falls. So, Malkuth said, voice coming from behind me but sounding different, indistinct. Everything that had been in the voice before was gone. It appears you won after all, Keter. How annoying. I turned around slowly and looked at him. He didn't look like Gilgamesh anymore. He was back in the form that I'd originally seen him in, a black hole with a person-shaped event horizon, and stood looking at me quietly. The world around us was a vague and indistinct plane, as if he couldn't be bothered to give it any definition, with nothing but the two of us within it. You don't sound too upset, I asked, looking around as I tried to figure out where we were. Oh, I'm furious, he replied, but his tone was dull. It pisses me off that you managed to get this far, that I'm going to have to do this the hard way. You lost Keter and I watched you die. It just doesn't seem fair that I still have to fucking deal with you and your shit. Wait, are you talking about fairness? I asked, looking at him, down, and back up. Is that a thing you're doing right now? He ignored me. You should have lost, he continued. But you did this and here we are again. He gestured and I looked around, considering his words. We were still somewhere in between, I realized. Using Orion Soft, I dragged up to the top of the Tree of Life, but that was only half of the technique. The rise that was followed by a descent. But he'd stopped it at the border between Malkuth and Yesod, which was why nothing seemed quite finished or real. No, perhaps stop wasn't the right word. I could still feel the power of Orion Soft building, feel it gathering to destroy him, but he'd paused it just before the end, apparently to get a last word in. Seriously, what an asshole. You lost, you worthless piece of shit. Just up and die already so you can go back to your fucking box. He started talking again before I had a chance to say any of it aloud, however. But perhaps I'm not as surprised as I should be, he said. I suppose it wouldn't be much of a game without proper competition. I would rather have won early, of course, but failing that, this takes me back. I'm going to enjoy ripping you to pieces, and this time I'll make sure you stay dead. You're assuming I have any intention of letting you out, I replied. Personally, I'm pretty cool with you being stuck in limbo until the end of time. He snorted. Nice bluff, but you and I both know how this ends, he answered. Nothing's changed. You're still on the clock and I'm still the one who makes it tick. You're stronger than I expected you to be, but I can snap my fingers and unleash the full power of the Grim, kill everyone and everything you love, and the only way you can stop that, the only way you can keep it from happening, is by killing me. This trump card of yours, it's not something that lasts forever, not something you can use all the time or even for very long. My greater children, my riders. He chuckled. I can wipe humanity from the face of the earth in a night, he said. Could bring up a host even greater than the one that destroyed you the first time. The only reason I gave you this much time was because I needed you to be ready, and you obviously are. So I have no reason to hold back anymore or show any mercy. So you're going to let me out, because you have no choice. Since the very beginning, the only way this was ever going to end was between you and me. I looked at him silently for a long moment, pursing my lips. So to keep you from killing them, I should let you out so you can kill me and then murder all of them anyway? I mused aloud. Not the best sales pitch, I must say. I couldn't see his lips, but I thought he was smiling. Ah, what's this? He asked. You still don't think you can win? All the cards are in your favor, your trump card is set up, and I'm betting that opened up a few new possibilities for you. Hell, you just smacked me around with barely any effort and you still too much of a pussy to come and have a go? Seeing as you seem to really like the idea, I'm thinking no, I told him. Doing what my archenemy wants me to do seems a tad foolish, no offense. You say that as though you have any room to negotiate, he replied. This time, I chuckled, laughing quietly under my breath. While I could empathize if you found the idea of murdering countless people funny, I get the feeling that's not why you're laughing, he said, sighing slightly. Which means I'm probably going to have to listen to you talk. Wonderful. It's only fair, seeing as you paused the game right before I killed your ass, I retorted, trying to put off the inevitable like that. What are you, 5? He couldn't roll his eyes as a black hole, but I was pretty sure he was trying. I thought it was odd, I continued as if he hadn't interrupted. When I first saw you, you didn't look anything like a person you looked like you do now, and when you did take a shape, you based it off me. Not as good looking, of course, and more of an asshole. Bitch, please, he muttered. Not only was I better looking, but you're a smug prick at least 90% of the time. I ignored him outright, but it made me wonder why. At first, I thought you might be hiding your identity, but I couldn't figure out why you'd even bother. Would I recognize you, put the pieces together if I saw your face? I wasn't sure, and I didn't have any way of knowing the truth at the time regardless. Later, it just didn't seem important, so I brushed it off as you being an asshole and left it at that. But even when you possessed Gilgamesh, when I had most of the pieces and you knew it, you didn't change shape. Why is that? Why would you even bother hiding your face when I already know it? At that, Malkuth was silent, but I could all but feel his glower. It made me smile. But that's not it, is it? I asked, voice taunting. You're not trying to hide anything, you just don't remember anymore, do you? His form fluctuated violently, as if he were about to shift, to prove me wrong just to spite me, but he hesitated at the last moment, as if afraid he'd just prove my point. In doing so, he did anyway, and I laughed at him. It's weird, the things my power pulls up sometimes, I said. One of my titles referred to the Grimm as creatures of anonymity. I didn't think much of it, because hey, they all wear masks. They don't have souls, either, things beyond the physical to set them apart. But what if there's more to it than that? Trapped above the world in the realms beyond the physical. It can be so hard to hold on to the little things, to keep them from slipping through the cracks. Cut off from the world, tied only to the Grimm, and even then only lightly, it must have been rough. But it's a little funny, isn't it, how even after everything you took from me, I still remember who I am and you don't. Identity and anonymity. Odd how things come together sometimes, isn't it? I tilted my head, still smiling at him broadly. I remember what you looked like, you know, I said, just to be a dick. And trust me, you're not missing anything. If you have a point, get to it, he said, his voice devoid now of anything like an accent, anything unique. A growl. I wonder if I planned this, I mused. I mean, hell, maybe if you stay here long enough, you'll lose the parts of you that make you a fucking prick. Though if a few thousand years didn't do it, I guess it's probably impossible. I suppose it's just part of what makes you you. I'll kill them, he said, his voice almost frighteningly empty. It wasn't angry, wasn't loud, it was soft, distant, and entirely devoid of anything human. I'll kill your mother. I'll kill your sisters and daughter and friends. I'll have my Grimm do it slowly. Let my riders have their fun. They'll enjoy that after all this time. You won't. And I'll make you watch. You're strong enough to kill Gilgamesh, but have mightier children, and there are so many. You'll fall, you'll fail, and I'll make you see what it means. I let all traces of amusement slip from my face, bringing up only the power running through me. And how much will you lose in the process? I asked. How long will it take for me to be reborn? 1,000 years? 5, 10? The fact that you've managed to hold on to yourself this long is miraculous, but you've lost things. You'll lose more. Can you really afford to wait? If you mobilize your forces to kill the people I love, what's to stop me from hanging you out to dry? To say fuck it and just take as many Grimm as possible down with me? You can't torture me. You can beat me, but you don't have the power to strong-arm me anymore. I must have done this intentionally as well, done something to keep him from just wiping me out if I got too dangerous. For a long time, I thought I was the only one with time against them, but Malkuth had just as much to lose from too long a wait. If I lost and died, countless people would suffer and die before I had another chance, but Malkuth's identity would continue to erode slowly, given that he apparently had enough strength of will to hold on this long. But what was it like to live like that, cut off from everything, knowing each day might take some of your mind away from you? Death had stripped me of my past life quickly, but I wasn't so kind. What would you propose, then? He asked at last. A ceasefire, I said. For a time. You have things in motion and so do I. Let's allow things to play out just a bit more before we force each other's hands. He hummed for a moment, as if in consideration. Let me see, he said. So I give you, a guy who grows at an exponential rate, a significant amount of time to continue to grow. I leave you to run around and kill my dudes, growing in power and versatility all while crippling my own ability to threaten you. And in return, I stay locked up in the air. Not the best sales pitch, I must say. That's not what I meant by a ceasefire, I replied. You don't attack the kingdoms, I don't attack the Grimm. Not in any major way. At least you won't stop killing people and I won't stop killing monsters on the small scale. But I won't kill your knights yet and you won't wipe everything out. So you use Naraka instead? He asked. I can feel the Grimm within it. You know, don't think I can't. We may have made that technique together, but they're still mine. I filed that bit of information away and nodded slowly. Not even them. Then, I said, no loopholes, no tricks, we both just hold back for a while. It wasn't a huge loss. All told, the amount of experience I got from most Grimm was negligible at this point, and while hunting the knights would yield what I assumed were enormous quantities of experience, it seemed as though it would mean fighting Malkuth each and every time. It was still a loss because the points I gained from leveling were my easiest way to improve my stats, but I had already reached the limit of intelligence and wisdom, and I had other ways of improving my physical stats now. Besides which, my true power had always been in my skills. I had a better feel for what I was up against. I just needed more time to learn and improve now. It wasn't as though I had much choice, anyway. It was this or throwing down now. Malkuth was watching me, frowning, but I could see him considering it. Despite his threats, I had a feeling neither of us was in ideal condition for a real fight. I'd taken him by surprise with Metatron, the Red Rider was out of commission, Cinder was in the middle of doing whatever she was planning, and Death. I still needed to be sure of where he was. Conquest and the Knights were still lying in wait as well. Beneath all of that, however, I knew what really concerned him: waiting for a while or waiting for thousands of years. How long would such a thing last? He asked. Knowing you? Not long, I answered. But you can attack any time you wish. You can kick things off any time you wish, and I can stop you. I just won't release you unless I think I have a chance of winning. Until then, the two of us just have to rig things as heavily in our favor as possible. And what guarantee do I have that you would ever let me out? He asked. Neither of us have any guarantees, I told him. But I want to kill you and you want to kill me. You already mentioned why I need to do the former. If you want to do the latter, you're just doing to have to play the game and time things right, same as me. We'll both be taking a risk, both be trying to win, and both doing everything in our power to make sure we do, and one wrong move would screw us both over. He watched me silently and didn't answer. Now I call that fair, I said, emphasizing the word gently before clicking my tongue and smiling slightly, even as I crossed my fingers on the inside. Or close enough. The games we play. Final strike. I came back to my body with a crash, the power of Orion Soft leaping from my fingers in a rush of annihilating light. I saw it rush over Gilgamesh's body, a thin line piercing through the center of his chest and the portal therein. Before the blast expanded, it lost all semblance of shape as a beam as it expanded, growing into a wave of light that could have dwarfed mountains and devoured cities. It blotted out the world in front of me as if someone had taken an eraser to a whiteboard, clearing it of everything in sight. When it faded, everything in front of me was gone as if cut away by a surgeon's knife, and so were Malkuth and Gilgamesh. Slowly, I let my hand drop to my side, the tension that had built up within me over the course of the fight easing as I relaxed, receiving what was perhaps the best possible confirmation I could ask for. Your level has increased by 1. 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 I won. I wanted to smile, laugh, cheer, and celebrate, but I didn't. I couldn't muster up the will to. In the end, couldn't relax quite that much, because even though things had gone well, even though they'd gone better than I could have expected or hoped, that had been close, too close for even me to be comfortable with, to not feel just a little tired and worried. It wasn't the fight, which had gone better than expected, all things considered, but what had come after. The negotiation between Malkuth and I. If I'd been wrong, if I'd made a mistake in my assumptions, everyone I loved would be dead right now, or in the process of getting there. On a level, I'd known it would come to this. I knew better than to focus on an event to the exclusion of what came after. Defeating Gilgamesh and Malkuth was necessary to get to the computer and whatever laid within it, but even that was almost secondary to my real goal. Buying time. I had no other choice. When it came right down to it, I'd needed to find a way to forge a temporary armistice with Malkuth, because I'd known full well that if I let him out as I was, if I faced him at my current level of power, I'd lose. With Metatron active, it was possible I could have made it a fighting defeat, but I'd had no delusions about how that fight would have ended. I would have died, followed by everyone I knew and loved, and I couldn't allow that, not when I might have been able to stop it. But I'd also known that the moment I proved myself strong enough to do whatever it was Malkuth intended, he'd try to force my hand to make me give him his freedom. I knew how far he could go to do it, too, and so there'd only been one way to go about doing it. Putting us in a situation where neither of us could win, even if it meant gambling my life, with all of our lives. But if I'd been mistaken about him, if he had been willing to wait, if I'd been wrong, I hadn't been. I reminded myself it was okay. I'd bought them, all of us, a bit of time. How much time? That I wasn't sure of. I wasn't foolish enough to believe that Malkuth was going to stop being an asshole. Sure, I could bend space and time to my whim, but I knew to keep my goals realistic. He wouldn't have agreed to my plan unless he'd had something in mind as well. I just wasn't completely sure what. Was he counting on Cinder's plan, death, or something else? How did any of those play into getting one over on me and making me obey? There was no way of knowing yet, and depending on what he was scheming, I might not see the knife coming until it was too late. That was one of the downsides to this little arrangement of ours. Neither of us wanted to obey the rules. We just wanted the others to obey them and didn't want to suffer the consequences of breaking them ourselves. We'd both be trying to push the boundaries of the agreement, seeing which rules we could bend and which we could break. The only problem was that Malkuth was better equipped to skirt the edges of it than I was. His threat was that he'd start wiping nations off the map if I did anything, whereas mine was that I'd die fighting before letting him out. Sadly, he could do quite a bit without ending civilization, whereas I wasn't going to make him give a shit by doing anything less than dying. The deal had been in his favor in that regard at least. But then, it had to be. If he hadn't been able to see some advantage to it, he wouldn't have accepted the deal, and I stood to profit in other ways besides. It was unfortunate and less than ideal, but that was compromise, I suppose. Everyone was a little bit unhappy, but I was happier than I would have been watching everyone die, and however long I had, I'd just have to make the most of it. I had to make the most of what I'd been given, by both life and my past self. Use this time to figure out a way to finish what I started. It was almost funny, really. I couldn't go any further without the knowledge within the computer, and to reach that knowledge, I had no choice but think of a way to survive just a bit longer. That was my life, I suppose. For a moment, everything was silent, muted by the simple fact that just about everything capable of making noise was gone. It was only after several seconds passed and she saw me relax that Raven spoke. "Jian," she said. "Is it over?" "Almost," I said, opening my eyes again. "We still have to get what we came for." Raven nodded once, expression tight and hand still hovering by her sword. She was still expecting a trap, which seemed wise. I just wasn't sure if it would be a physical trap. Either way, we just have to deal with it. Before that, however, as the items appeared before me, I snatched them up with my psychokinesis and held them in the air before me. The exorbitant amount of money, I simply stored away, having no real use for it, but the others. A mask, a suit of armor, and one of those strange metallic plates like the one I had gotten from my father. "You have obtained the item Enkidu. You have obtained the item Utnapishtim. You have obtained the skill book Shutter Eli Sherry." I added them to my various collections as well and held out a hand to Raven, who took it. Then, I gathered the power of Metatron around myself and slipped through the dimensional barrier that yet remained untouched. Trespassing with a simple act of will, and we entered the ancient city that had been left behind. In a way, it felt like venturing into the unknown, but in another, it was like coming home. Ozpin's words hadn't done it justice. The city was awe-inspiring, built to a scale that I had never seen. Buildings rose high, many of them towering hundreds of meters in the air, and they shined brilliantly in the light. The chaos of our battle thankfully hadn't touched anything on this side of the barrier, and neither, it seemed, had the passage of time. The sun lit up gleaming towers of steel and glass, reflections casting yet more light down to the streets far below. The buildings seemed as if they'd been arranged carefully, the streets and skylines somehow artistic in placement, and even on a personal level it was remarkable. The buildings were somehow colored by the passage of light through them, turned the colors of the dusk and dawn, whilst the streets and sidewalks seemed polished into mirrors of black and white. From top to bottom, each structure looked as though it were the masterpiece of some architect, and the city hadn't just been built up, but also out. There were thousands of buildings. No, that was understating it. There were far over 1 million, spanning everything from houses to factories to office buildings. The city seemed to roll over the land like grass over plains and hills, stretching out as far as the eye could see. and I was willing to bet that the artistic design applied to a bird's eye view of it, too. All told, it was enormous, large enough to fit the inhabitants of entire kingdoms in, maybe the inhabitants of all the kingdoms. It was so large, in fact, that I had to catch myself as I started wondering what the point of it all even was, because it took me a moment to remember that at one point there had been people enough to justify such a thing. I'd known that mentally, of course, but even for me there was a difference between hearing talk of a civilization that had boasted a population of billions and seeing the truth of it. At one time, cities like this had been all over the world, host to a humanity that didn't have to hide or struggle to survive, that could grow and expand, explore and reach, dedicate themselves to such things as this. And then, of course, the grim had come. Remarkable as it was, I braced myself for the trap. I reached out with my senses, sending them into and through the city walls. Flecks of light rose from my skin and leapt to nearby surfaces, shining through them even as they mapped out my surroundings, flowing through surfaces and into walls as they touched upon what was within. I scanned the area, flickering through my various senses to better determine if there were discrepancies between layers of perception. Did something appear in one that was invisible to another? Were there marks or remnants that shouldn't have been there? Was there anything hidden and lying in wait? I waited a moment, searching, and then frowned. No, I didn't see any hidden traps or enemies, and what traces I could find were faded to the extreme by time. When it came to the city itself, it was foreign enough to me that I wasn't sure what qualified as odd or unusual, but I didn't see anything that struck me as wholly out of place considering the overall design. And yet, it felt hollow, somehow, and I finally knew what Osborne had meant. This was real, yes, but it wasn't alive. It was as if everything beneath the surface had been cut away. All the things that should have made this a city, a place for people, a safe haven, simply gone. Everything that could have carried power had stalled and died. The water was still and stagnant, the air was stale, and wherever there should have been life, even if only that of plants, there was nothing. There weren't even any signs of rot or decay, as if even those things had been halted. The city was perfectly intact, untouched by rust, overgrowth, or time, but it was like a piece of art, something beautiful to look at, but not meant for life or use. The only question was that a natural part of whatever had created this barrier, or the result of something else? The name death sprang to mind, because if this place was anything, it was dead. A city this large, built like this, it could have been used as a shelter for people, a final bastion of mankind if everything went to hell, and if nothing else, I like to think I was pretty good at finding multiple uses for things. If I built this place, even if my primary goal had been to host and protect whatever was stored on that computer, I was fairly sure I would have gone the extra mile and made this place habitable. Why not? After all, it would have been a safe place for mankind, a shelter for the innocent who may have suffered. Why not make that possible? There would have been downsides, risks, and concerns. There always were when you added the human element to the mix, even before addressing auras and semblances, but it would have been better than leaving them to die. There was little reason not to make this a place that people could be safe in, and if people weren't a concern, why bother with an entire city? But perhaps it simply hadn't been enough. Closing my eyes for a moment, I remembered what Conquest had said during our fight, about the things he and his brothers had done. Then I started walking. I didn't let go of Raven's hand, carefully shielding her from our surroundings. While I knew death was a soul-based weapon, I hadn't the slightest idea of what form he might take. Would he register to my third eye, even though the Grim itself should have been soulless? Was there a material component to it here somewhere, a physical vector? Was I missing some sign of him? Even now, there was no way for me to know. So far, death was the only one of the riders that I hadn't definitely proven I could detect, and until I did, I couldn't take anything for granted. With my senses, I like to think I would notice whatever was going on in my vicinity, but if this was the one time I was wrong and it completely fucked up everything I'd been working for and planning, well, that'd be both tragic and embarrassing. Bring Raven along with me was a risk in that regard, but so long as she was close, we had options. With the power of Metatron, I should be able to enhance her portals with Trespasser, allowing us to put not only spatial but dimensional distance between us and any threat that appeared. That was one of the greatest powers Metatron granted me, control of my power and how it appeared. If Malkuth was the result, Metatron allowed me to adjust the equation. The core concept would remain the same, but the details, those could be adjusted with ease. I could manifest an attack in its normal form, layer it over a physical object, form it into a barrier or personal force field, fire it as a beam or spear. I could even simply emit it as light, inflicting the effect on anything I illuminated. A skill like Trespasser that was normally either a personal transfer or a shattering effect, I could cover another with, form into a doorway, or whatever else I chose. It was one of the things I thought I could depend on even against Malkuth, and I kept it at the ready here. Adjust the effects here and there to either touch or evade Raven, and I could prepare to drop Longinus as a space-rending explosion. It should work as a first line of defense. This way, I murmured to Raven as I sensed what we were looking for. We both moved with caution. The building the computer was housed in was at the exact center of the city, and it towered over those around it, reaching up to touch the clouds. It looked like a cross between a skyscraper and a palace, made out of similar materials as the rest of the city but crafted in such a way that the light shining through it made it softly glow. The color shifted and changed minutely, too small for a regular eye to notice, but I saw it slowly shifting in tune with the sky above. At dusk or dawn, beneath the light of the moon, or even when the sun was at its peak, I was sure it would have looked magnificent. But I wasn't here to sightsee, and so I opened the door with an effort of will and entered the building. Taking a look around, I quickly came to the conclusion that Ozpin flat out sucked at describing things. Had I looked at it only from the outside, I might have expected something like a grand hall or even a throne room, but what awaited us within held more in common with a laboratory than anything. It was clean, sterile even by the standards of the city, and it looked as though it had once been full of things, from strange devices to odd stone tablets. They were what might have once been forms of storage, from glass tubes to screens, and an entire wall of what must have once been samples. I say once because while the rest of the city appeared almost bizarrely untouched, this place looked as though it had been ransacked and torn apart. All the items had been rent apart in a fury, torn to scrap metal and broken glass. I saw traces of what might have once been biological samples, through whatever had left them was utterly gone, as well as chemical residues. To one side, there was a reinforced but empty room that I assumed had been meant for containing experiments, but the door had been torn off and the viewing window shattered. The walls bore claw marks, as did the ceiling and floor, and I could see other things purely by their absence here, with items that should have been there and items of shelves simply gone. It was a ruin, but for one area that was completely untouched. Near the center of the room there was a raised platform, empty of anything at all, but none of the chaos went anywhere near it. I frowned for a moment, actually allowing the expression to show as I considered the room and what lay beneath the surface. This place was more than it appeared, or rather, more than it currently was. It was hard to describe, but from the way my power flowed through this place, it felt as if it wasn't meant to exist like this, to be all in one place. Parts of it should have been separated by spatial and dimensional barriers, held continents apart but still connected. Things like that containment room were meant to be isolated from the rest of the world, so that behind a thin pane of glass, anything could happen. Want to test out what happens when you have a ping-pong tournament with matter and antimatter? Do it inside the room to avoid fucking up everything else. Similarly, the entrances and exits of this room were meant to lead to more than just the next rooms over, but to connect this place to another through permanently twisted doorways. But instead, it was here. All of it was present in this one time, this one place. It felt wrong, somehow, even if all the pieces seemed to fit together seamlessly. There was a kind of feedback. Even so, it didn't keep me from feeling what lay beneath and around the platform. Circuitry, of a sort, though the connections twisted and broke oddly, seeming to go nowhere. Yet where everything else was dead, I could feel something within it. This was the computer. I hesitated before I approached. If there was ever a time to spring a trap, it was now. That was how I'd do it, at least, conceal it as best I was able and make sure to strike when the target's guard was down. Whatever was inside the computer, it seemed safe to assume it would be distracting one way or another, and as soon as the target's attention was elsewhere, I'd strike. But I couldn't sense anything. I scanned the room with my senses, sent out waves of searching light, glowing softly as I altered the way my senses manifested, and more, but I couldn't find a thing. Were my opponents that good at hiding, or was there truly nothing there? Either way, I had work to do. Gently squeezing Raven's hand in a signal, I let go of it and stepped away. She let it fall to her side but kept her fingers open, ready to lift it to her sword in an instant as she watched over me as I made my way towards my goal. Remaining calm as ever, I strode up to the platform, stepped atop it, and knelt in a place where I saw vague traces of something. The moment I did, I felt something wash over me, the feeling somewhere between that of distant attention and the touch of cold air. It ran over my skin, looking at me, and I felt it touch my aura as if to analyze it. The circuitry that had seemed to go nowhere was lighting up, filling with the patterns of my own aura as it used me as a power source, and I could see where another person standing in the same place might have created a different configuration. Whatever the results were for me, they seemed to appease it, but instead of doing anything it seemed to wait and grow colder until it feeling like I seemed to fill my veins, my head. For a moment, I was uncertain because this wasn't what I'd expected when it came to computers and passwords. If anything, given how everything was arranged, it was like the user served as the computer. I realized, lowering my gaze to the floor, and with a sensation like the tap of a keyboard, I remembered what it had been like to learn my true name, Metatron, the memory I had inherited with Arcana, the feelings that had gone with it, everything. And with a sensation like the final keystroke on a computer, I felt a lock give way and a doorway open, and with a sensation like breaking glass, time stopped. "Hello," a voice said. "You must be me." Then I would have blinked once, had my body not been halted as well. I tried to hone in on the source, but found that my senses weren't working as they were supposed to, failing to reveal anything out of the ordinary. But then I mentally clicked my tongue, understanding what was happening. Slowly, carefully, I stood up from my own body, projecting myself but differently, letting Metatron color the results. My spirit left my body behind and I closed my eyes for a moment before turning around and opening them. As I did, I saw a figure who didn't appear to any of my other senses, because he existed only in my, not quite my mind, as such, but within the system I was now a part of. He had no physical presence, no spirit, beyond what I created with a self-imposed illusion, but as I crafted the delusion it slipped from my hold in an odd way and the figure began to move in his own right. He was about my height, perhaps a little shorter, with hair somewhere between auburn and blonde and lightly tanned skin. We didn't look much alike build-wise, either. I was taller and built stronger, while he was more. Honestly, the only word I could really use was statuesque. He looked like an actor to my warrior, which probably wasn't a coincidence given our natures, and I wondered absently precisely how much was defined by our powers. It must have been at least a few things, seeing as our eyes were the same color. Exactly the same color. "Hello," I greeted, smiling slowly. "That would be me. Yes." "Should we bother with introduction seeing as we're the same person, or just skip the formalities?" "I wouldn't consider it a bother," he said. "Unlike you, my knowledge of the situation is somewhat limited. It's rather difficult to prepare for something so far in advance. By now, you no doubt know me as Keter, seeing as you must have already remembered our true name, and it's hopefully safe to assume you're my reincarnation, unless I failed and made some dramatic oversight." "May I ask for your name, then?" "Jaune Arc," I said. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Keter. I assume you're a record of some kind?" "Not quite an AI, but not quite a person," he finished, smiling. "Yes, there was only so much I could do on short notice, especially with so much uncertainty involved, so I borrowed this trick to make things simple. You could consider me an interactive daydream of sorts. I contain what I could within this place, keyed it to parts of our soul as tightly as I could, and here we am. I'm not an independent being, per se. If anything, I'm just a projection of your soul upon itself, drawing from what was locked within this." He tapped a foot on the platform and I imagined it making a sound. "Interesting," I mused. "We couldn't rely on our own memories, so we hid them somewhere else, somewhere Malkuth couldn't risk tampering with." "Precisely," he agreed. "Though memories might not be precisely the right word. Matters of the soul do have a tendency towards the complex, ours in particular. In a way, it's more like I locked some of our time away. Our past and future history. Our life." "I apologize. I don't think there's a word in your language for it." I figured a few things might be lost in translation. I told myself, "Don't worry about it. Whatever the case, I'm glad for this chance to finally see myself." I was a bit worried, you see. As you probably expected, I don't remember much about my previous life and I remember more of the early days than the later ones. "Death's work, but you obviously suspected much." He nodded in understanding. "It wouldn't make sense for Malkuth to leave us with much, given the chance to take things away," he said. "It'd leave us with too many advantages. After all, too much knowledge of how things work. Returning to our full power would still have taken time, but vastly less than he would have liked. Luckily, it seems you didn't have too much trouble making progress." "I hope you didn't have too much trouble on the way in." "I had to fight Gilgamesh," I said before shrugging. "And Malkuth, through him I managed." "That's good to hear," he replied. "And death?" I sighed, shoulders falling slightly. "Not here, as near as I could tell," I answered, and at that, the memory looked surprised. "Unless he has some means of hiding extremely well that I couldn't counter, which could be bound. I take it he was supposed to be here?" The image of Keter hesitated. "I don't know anything for certain, of course," he began, musing as much to himself as to me. "I wasn't active for any of the intervening time, but I'd suspected he would be here." I nodded, having figured as much myself. Having seen this place now, knowing more about it, things didn't add up. It didn't make sense for Malkuth not to leave anyone inside, just in case. It was always possible, after all, that I might have snuck in without Gilgamesh or his cronies noticing, so it only made sense to have someone stand watch within, to sound the alarm if nothing else. That was, in part, why I hadn't tried to sneak in. The last thing I needed was to run into one problem, have them say a word, and end up as the meat in a grim sandwich. And if it were to be anyone, I'd thought it would probably be Death, the one who'd scrubbed me clean last time. If I were to learn of anything untoward, something Malkuth hadn't expected and couldn't handle, it made sense to have him on hand to make sure I didn't get a chance to use it. Failing that, Death seemed pretty much bound to be the greatest of the riders and the most likely to still be able to ruin the day of someone who made it past a small army of super grim. It even fit with the general state of things here, the emptiness and lack. And yet, There hadn't been anyone waiting for me. It had been suspicious as all hell from the very beginning, leaving only a small handful of options. The first was that it was a trap, which was still a possibility. Death could be lying in wait, positioned somewhere I couldn't see even with Metatron active. It'd take some pretty serious space-time fuckery at the very minimum, but Malkuth probably could have managed it if he'd had a chance. If so, I could expect unpleasantness as soon as I left this dream sequence. As much as I dreaded the possibility of that happening, though, I almost hoped it was the case, because the second was, if anything, even more worrying, though for different reasons. That Death simply wasn't here, that something had convinced it to leave its position, something that changed things. But Death was a writer and must have had a host, and I knew of one person who might have served that purpose. Was this the proof I'd needed to prove Ozpam's true nature? The inconsistencies, the lack, everything? Maybe. I really, truly hope not, but maybe. If there was ever a time for me to be wrong, though, I'd really like for it to be now. Either way, though, I'd have to deal with that as I came to it. I'll handle Death, one way or another, I said. For now. You know what I'm looking for? He looked at me for a moment and then smiled, lifting an empty hand. It may not be what you wanted, he warned before lifting the other as well, but it may be what you need. Would you like to know the reasons behind it all and the nature of Metatron's cube? I nodded and reached out to grasp his hand, and the world dissolved beneath my feet. The games we play. 10th interlude. Metatron. Even without looking, I sensed him long before he came into sight. The connection between us, the separated pieces of a billion souls naturally reacting. Figuring out what had happened was trivial, given what I sensed from him and past experience, but there was still the matter of deciding how to respond. I was many things to many people, after all, even as all of those things were me. I decided who I was, what I was, and manifested accordingly. I could be a friend, an enemy, a leader, a teacher, a student, or anything else I chose. But this time, I approached Malkuth as the brother. In that way, I felt myself change in a way that wasn't visible, wasn't even truly physical. Some of the powers I'd held in my previous role fell away, new ones arising even as others altered. A sensory ability that began providing more details, a defensive ability that could be projected and surround a distant person, an ability to shift damage onto myself, and many others besides. Things I was capable of, but altered in how they were expressed, just as a fireball might manifest as a conflagration in one role or a burning sword in another. None of those things were what I was after right now, however, so I left them aside. Couldn't sleep, brother? I asked, literally radiating a feeling of comfort and safety as I entered the room. When can I ever? He said with a slight shrug, never taking his eyes off the symbols that filled the air before him. He was making adjustments every few seconds, altering the experiment he was working on to see how it changed the results. I could have become the scientist and unraveled it with a glance, but it could wait. There's a reason I don't even bother trying. You should have just kept me awake. You were tired, I answered as I moved to his side and took a seat. You stretched yourself too far in that last experiment, breaking down the barriers between matter and energy like that. I won't deny that the results were fascinating, but containing them the way you did. I shrugged shoulder. I thought you deserved the rest, I continued. It has been most of a decade since you last slept. Even the others sleep now and then. Except for you, he noted with a snort and a glance. The only times you ever sleep are when you want to walk through dreams. Don't think I didn't see you. I smiled. But you didn't have nightmares, did you? I asked. I kept them all at bay. So why are you really up? Malkuth was silent for a long moment, lips pulled into a slight frown as he shifted his gaze away from his work and stared into space. It was odd, he said at last. Sleeping. Being able to sleep without remembering the lies and deaths that made me odd, somehow. So when I realized what was happening, I willed myself awake. At that, I sighed. Would you like to tell me why? I would, if I knew, he mused softly. But even I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just not sure who I am without it. The nightmares and dreams, histories and tragedies. It reminds me that I'm just a sum of my parts. I'd say you're more than that, I replied. Would you? He asked me. If you stripped away all the lifetimes I remember, all the people I know I once was, all the memories I have, what would be left of me? From the moment I was born, I knew exactly what I was and where I'd come from, because I remembered every moment of it. Everything I did for them, because of them. Did you really? I wondered, raising an eyebrow. Is it because of them that you're here with us now? He was silent, expression briefly unsure and then blank. You remember countless lifetimes, I continued, and most of them ended in tragic ways. You are, in a way, the sum of those people, but at the same time, there's more to people than simple math. What you remember made you who you were, but you've lived with those memories and created your own, same as I have. None of those people acted like you did, because none of them remember all the things you do. Those lives ended and continued in you, but you're more than the sum of your parts. He remained quiet for several more seconds before sighing. Maybe, he whispered at last. Maybe. But sometimes, it's hard to believe. I joke and laugh, and I remember Rail doing the same. I make something and it's Ardu's work I see. Sometimes, I even feel like it's what I should see, what I should remember, because if I don't remember, who else ever will? It's been less than 20 years and I'm the only one who still cares, who still even knows everyone who died. That's a hard way to live a life, I said, as a memorial to something lost, instead of as a person. Is that what you want to be? No, he answered at once. I hate it. In fact, sometimes I think I even... He cut himself off and looked down. It doesn't matter, he said. It's stupid. If it worries you this much, it's not stupid, I replied, and it seems to have gotten you working pretty hard. Malkuth's eyes snapped back to the symbols in the air before he closed his hand and dismissed them all. That's something stupid, too, he said, looking embarrassed and guilty. A dumb idea I had. About what? I asked. He hesitated for a moment before shrugging and admitting the truth. Behemoth, he said. And the clip-off? I hummed in response. Clip-off. It was a word with many meanings. The literal translation of the word was husks, peels, or shells, things that concealed, contained, and protected, but which were inevitably left behind. In that regard, perhaps remnants was a better way of thinking about the term. They were what was left behind. In one sense, the clip-off was meant to be a hypothetical inversion of sorts, the shadows left by the Sephiroth when they were imbalanced. Not the absence of them, per se, but perhaps more the singularity or corruption of them. Jevira, untampered by kindness or restraint, became Golakab. They were untampered, wasteful, and incomplete. In another, however, it was a theory. The Sephiroth were considered to be the matter of the soul, and thus far, only those 10 types had been identified. There were no clip-off elements, or at least none that had been thus identified. Instead, they were considered to be something else. Hypothetical states that the material of the soul could assume in the proper conditions. It had been an area of interest to the angels, but not one that had gone very far. One of the Sephiroth out of control was still itself. It didn't change in properties or nature. As a result, the clip-off had been more a matter of thought and philosophy than of science. But then, someone had come up with a different way of pursuing the idea, altering their plan for going about it. Instead of focusing on the natural expressions of the clip-off, which seemed to do nothing if they even really existed, they chose to attempt to create such a thing for themselves, touching upon the divine with the physical, just as the physical was naturally touched by the divine, creating something extraordinary from base materials. To take the brief and momentary expressions and distill them down into a finished product, to see how it would take shape. It wasn't unprecedented, after all, for the angels had done similar things before. Alchemy was one example, at least in terms of the end goal. Transubstantiation, the alteration of a physical object's inherent essence to create dust. It was difficult, something they did only rarely when they had easier methods of acquiring it, but it was most definitely possible. One couldn't create something apart from the tree of life. Of course that would, in a very literal sense, be like trying to create something apart from existence, and that wasn't the point. All things took shape in Malkuth, the Sephiroth above it flowing down and becoming something definite and defined. Some things could draw more from the spheres above than other. Indeed, most things could be said to do that, even without taking into account aura. But that was the point of the Sephiroth, to establish boundaries, differences, and allow for things to exist in different shapes, as different people. The clip-off, too, wouldn't be something set apart, but created from, and there were natural examples of that, as well. Things that go out of control, knowledge that was hidden, lies and deceptions, those were all supposed forms of the clip-off. They just weren't useful forms, nor did they have interesting or meaningful applications. A parrot lost their temper and screamed at their child. A man took a bribe or lead. People hurt and killed one another, and those things were bad, but what did it really matter? That was the actual, honest question. Where was the line drawn between the body and the soul? A change in Jevira and a simple loss of temper, and did it make any actual difference, in the end? By and large, the answer was that no, it didn't, except in literal theory, because that was what the clip-off were to the angels, an attempt to further their understanding of the soul and its pieces. There were countless theories about the soul, but none of them accounted for everything, even when the math said they should have, and they broke the soul down to its most basic level. When all was said and done, the clip-off were the remainders, the errors that took shape in the system and needed to be accounted for. The reason why, even if you made two people with the exact same amount of each Sephiroth, the results would still differ wildly. In the end, people were separated by their differences and imperfections, their souls distinct no matter what said they shouldn't be. The Qliphoth were something even less physical than the Sephiroth and yet undeniably there. I could see why Malkuth was interested in them, given his own situation. If one could theoretically examine those unseen pieces, if one could understand and prove and account for them, then they should be able to completely understand the nature of the soul. That was why the angels had been so interested in the field, despite their meager results. In fact, one could even argue that it had been one of the reasons they'd created the archangels, creating macro souls to better glimpse the mechanics underlying it all. A part of me wondered if that had borne any fruit, before they all died. An interesting topic, to be sure, I allowed after a moment. Have you made any progress thus far? Only a bit, he answered after another moment of hesitation. I looked into the information we took from the angels, but it was difficult to find anything definitive on the subject. There hadn't been anything definitive on the subject, I said. That was rather the issue. In fact, true, but I'd hoped there'd been a breakthrough of some kind, that one of them had figured out something before we killed them all, he replied, letting loose a quiet sigh. Doesn't seem that way. I nodded quietly, considering the matter carefully. Would you like us to help you? I asked, meeting his eyes as he looked towards me. I can't speak for the others, but I'm sure they'd agree to help if you asked them to, and I know that I will, if you let me. Malkuth hesitated again, looking at me uncertainly. I wouldn't want to drag everyone into my business, he murmured, looking down. I know this is that it would tread into uncomfortable territory for most of them. The experiments, the memories, the nature of the soul. I don't want to do that to them. I bumped my shoulder against his and smiled at him. I know you don't, I said, but that's why they do it anyway. Come on, you look like you need so help. Even if it's just me, you know I'll be fine. He bit his lip for a moment before nodding, at once seeming embarrassed and relieved. Okay, he said after a moment. Do you have any ideas, then? It depends, I asked. What are you trying to accomplish? I was thinking, and don't laugh, okay? He interrupted himself to ask, continuing when I gave him a nod. I was thinking that if souls could be gathered. He gestured between the two of us. Can they be separated? He continued. I mean, obviously they can, because that's what the angels did to make us. But instead of being reduced to pieces, could they become something separate and distinct? Like the Preda? I asked, thinking of the ruined spirits that the angels' experiments had sometimes left behind. The hungry ghosts, complete enough to retain something of who they were and damaged enough that it only meant they suffered. So far, they hadn't found any way of fixing that, and it wasn't the most desirable of fates besides. Sort of, he said. But I was thinking still whole, just scattered, all parts of the same person, a single being, just with many bodies and minds. Distributing the memories? I guessed. Dividing the souls that created you to see what changed and what remained? He didn't deny it, so I fell silent for a moment. It sounds like it would be more my domain than yours, I said at last. Not to mention the fact that none of the souls within you are complete anymore. Even if you separated them, they wouldn't be anything like they were, even if they could exist separate from you. What if they had a physical form? He asked. A body to inhabit, even if they weren't completed souls. A physical form? I asked, musing over the possibility. It was intriguing in its own way. What if I were to separate my soul in such a fashion and distribute it amongst something real, ascribing roles to fragments of myself? If it was flesh used, it might be possible to create a homunculus, but even putting aside the potential moral forms, why bother with something so limited? If I provided the power to give it shape, I could create a body for anything. The wind, the rain, fire and earth, maybe even greater things. And if Malkuth did what he was suggesting and did it right, tied the pieces to bodies and bound them to this world. Slowly, the connection with the Qliphoth became clearer. In theory, if they were to take shape anywhere, it would have to be in Malkuth. Most of them could only be differentiated from their corresponding Sephiroth by thought or action. They had no meaning, otherwise. A common way of illustrating the Qliphoth was by setting it beneath the tree of life, in fact, with Keter at the uppermost point and Thaumiel at the lowest, implying that if the Sephiroth covered the canopy and the trunk of the tree, the Qliphoth were the roots, hidden deep in the darkness, and the points where those two sides connected in Malkuth and Nehemoth. But what was Nehemoth? It was, if anything, the least defined of the Qliphoth, the hardest to grasp. But what was the shadow of the physical realm? The Qliphoth as a whole were like a second tree of life, one representing Saitra, the so-called other side. But what was it? I had no idea, truthfully. But if Malkuth was the endpoint that resulted from the spheres that came before it, Nehemoth should be the same with the Qliphoth, the point where concepts became realities. And if no one knew what those realities were, if no one truly knew what Nehemoth or the other Qliphoth could be, what did that imply? I wasn't sure, but what did you have in mind? I asked carefully. What do you think of reincarnation? Malkuth asked, out of the blue. I allowed my eyebrows to rise, but waited a moment before answering. They were working on altering states of matter, trying to create different things in pursuit of their more distant goal. It was hard to say how quickly they were progressing, simply because there was no way to know what the results would look like when they found them. Was creating semi-solid lasers a step in the right direction? Orbs that reverted into lightning bolts once a current was applied? Things that weighed more than their mass should have allowed or possessed strange properties? Things had changed since they'd gotten started decades ago, grown from the very beginning. All of them had been unprecedented, and so knowing how to best use their own power was something they had been forced to find out for themselves, and so they had exploring new possibilities and venues, crafting new techniques and fields of study, and they built upon what they had and what had been left behind. The place they were in now was somewhere between a laboratory and a factory, the place where we created wonders. Taken on its own, it was nothing, because it could not function without the power they worked upon it. But when they worked together, they could produce things that would have been considered impossible anywhere else, largely because they would have been impossible anywhere else. Much of what we did required Malkuth's power to make the laws of physics more agreeable. Crafting materials that were simultaneously extremely rigid and supremely flexible was normally fairly difficult, but exceptions could be made by force, if necessary. Natural reactions delayed to see what occurred if something didn't explode when it was supposed to, tests to see what might happen if one forced the laws of geometry to make something that was both circular and triangular, if matter was made to occupy the same place. Different forms, hypothetical states, even the products of theories that were proven false, made correct for a time. What they'd learn in the process was almost impossible to describe outside of it, simply inapplicable in places where natural laws had no choice but to behave themselves. But here, the others got involved from time to time and always paid attention to the results and what we were creating, but by and large this was their lab, their work, the archangel that governed this world and the one that was least attached to it, forcing it to stretch and conform to see what happened, where errors popped up and holes emerged. Of course, the results were short-lived without Malkuth's power to sustain them, and were quickly ground down by the basic laws of mathematics. I could adjust things somewhat myself, altering the state of myself and my power, but there were limits still, things we had yet to overcome. My power was more personal, a matter of definition rather than of being defined. Still, there were places I could reach and things I could do that even Malkuth could not, reaching above to add new factors and variables to the system. That was what I was working on now. In fact, I was attempting to raise something above the realm of Malkuth, however slightly, and then draw it back. If, or rather, when we managed it, we'd see what state it returned in, and then if it could be brought back in other forms instead. Things could be hard to change in worlds of concrete laws and rules, but if you stripped them down to the most basic level, to thoughts and concepts and ideas, and then made them real again, there was no telling what would happen. Sadly, it wasn't going well. There were rules and limitations they still hadn't mapped out, and their progress was proving slow. Still, it was rare for Malkuth to talk about something else while they were working, and it was a clear sign that he considered the question important. I just wasn't certain how to respond. I rolled the question around in my head for a moment, trying to take it apart and see if there was more to it, but nothing I did found me answers. Truthfully, it wasn't something I spent a great deal of time thinking about, because death wasn't something I spent much time thinking about, for several reasons. The first was fairly obvious. When I lifted my eyes to stare at my brother for a moment, he hadn't aged a day in all the years that had passed, just as none of us had. Whether that was a natural product of the amount of the Sephiroth that had been gathered within us, or how much aura we possessed, or something else, we still weren't entirely certain, but neither of us looked like anything but men in our early 20s. Never would look older than that, near as we could tell, because we'd never age beyond our primes, never die of natural causes, and given the power we'd learned to wield, the natural defenses we had in place, it was unlikely we'd die of anything but direct, personal action of another being, and there were few that were up to the task. Really, our odds of killing one another were better than the chances of anyone else doing it. And wasn't that a sobering thought? In what sense? I finally asked, feeling concerned enough to ask for clarification. Scientifically, metaphysically, personally? Yes, Malkuth answered simply. I just want to know what it is to you. I pursed my lips for a long moment before answering. Scientifically, it's a proven process, more or less, I mused. The angels identified enough souls and later found ones that were exceedingly similar again that it's almost certainly real. There's still a great deal we don't understand about it, though, and answers weren't forthcoming. Because they don't remember anything, Malkuth replied. Nothing of their lives, of the intervening time. We both remember, in our own ways, I noted. In a technical sense, one might argue that we're both reincarnations, though I wasn't certain how applicable that was to this. As in many things, neither of us were standard or meant to be taken as the norm, so instead I nodded. Yes, I said. And because there can be significant delays to the process, for whatever reason, it was hard to research in a controlled environment. Should someone die, it might be decades or centuries before they return, at which point they will inhabit completely different bodies, possess no memories of their past lives, and apparently be wholly different people. It is believed that certain personality traits remain, certain elements of the original life, but it is hard to prove such things definitively, and it's possible that anyone who made such connections was simply projecting what they wanted to see. As will many aspects of the soul, nothing could be said for certain. Malkuth nodded and went silent for a moment before speaking again. The angels didn't see it as any different from ceasing to exist entirely, he stated. Some even considered it a worse fate than becoming a preta. Given the choice, the angels were afraid of many things, I answered, shrugging his shoulders slightly. Death was one of them. Are you not afraid of death? Malkuth asked. I considered that. I'm not afraid of death, in and of itself, I mused, though I can imagine circumstances where I might be afraid to leave things behind. Nonetheless, given the unique state of my soul, it is likely that I would stand out from others, and you and the others are immortal. Assuming you don't die along with me, it's likely you'll be able to find me again. You wouldn't be you, though, he stated. I wonder, I said. Is that true? I am the archangel associated with Keter, that which lies above the mind's comprehension, and I hold a concentration of it that's impossible to find anywhere else. When I was born, I knew who and what I was, even if I didn't remember it like you did. If I died and was reborn, would I truly be wiped clean, or would some things still persist? If anything should carry between bodies, wouldn't it be that which is contained in Keter? It's possible I'll still be myself, after. But what if you weren't? He asked. If you did forget? If you died, I'd find you, however long I had to wait, I stated simply. Whatever happens, you're my little brother after all. Malkuth made a face and looked away, but I saw him relax for a moment before tensing again. Would I be? He asked. Really? True, Keter might persist between lives to one degree or another, and I might even be able to arrange something for myself when the time comes. But if I was reborn, lost everything, and became something new, in what way would I be me? I don't know, I admitted. No one else seems to, either. But I'd like to believe that something would remain, even if only through luck or our strange natures. If nothing else, I'd want to hold on to hope. If nothing else, however, perhaps we'd meet each other elsewhere. Where? I shrugged again. Souls remain somewhere when they aren't inhabiting bodies, I said. Somewhere above the tree of life. Whatever process governs the laws of reincarnation, logic would dictate that there is some benefit to the process, or why would souls even bother? As a result, even if we couldn't remember here, perhaps we might remember there. In heaven? Malkuth asked in a wry tone. Do you believe there is one? I don't know, I admitted again. As it's usually portrayed? Perhaps not. I'm not certain what would qualify as an eternal paradise, especially for people like you and I. I don't have many good memories of people who call themselves angels, either, and when it comes to God, truthfully, I'm not certain I want to believe there's a being of such power, who could create a universe as grand as this and yet still allow things like you and I to happen, letting countless souls be torn apart for someone's curiosity. With all you remember, do you feel any differently? If there's actually a God, he owes everyone who became me an apology, Malkuth said. But then what do you believe in? I want to believe that there's something beyond death, waiting to be unveiled, I said. Or else death would so boring. Wouldn't you like to unravel the mysteries of what awaits us? We know that something exists, after all. It's simply a matter of finding it and understanding it. I think that would be more frustrating than anything else, he answered. Those who reincarnate don't remember what happens between lives, after all. I have no use for mysteries I am not allowed to learn the answer to. Perhaps so, I allowed, but I would be a way to pass the time. And if possible, I'd like to meet you and the others there, should we all die together. Anything else would be saddening, so I'm willing to label that possibility heaven. Malkuth went silent again for a long minute before slowly cracking a smile. Maybe, he said. Yeah, I suppose. What got you so interested in reincarnation all of a sudden? I asked him. I was just considering something, he said. What might happen if we succeed, if I separate myself while remaining connected? What would it be like? Like dying, perhaps, or being reborn? We don't have to go through with it, even if we figure everything out, I told him. We're just exploring the possibilities. Still, if you're worried, I'm worried, he murmured. But maybe a bit intrigued, too. It's strange. I don't know, but I want to know what we might find, where it might take us. Even if it takes 1,000 years to figure everything out, I want to know. Then we'll find out, I promised. Any progress? Malkuth asked as he entered our lab again. Blue and yellow symbols fluctuated and glowed above his left hand, writing notes to one of his storage systems, but he hardly seemed to pay any attention to it as he entered. It had been some time since they'd last spoken, as they'd both been distracted by other projects and chosen to pursue their research separately for a time before comparing notes. It probably said something about them that it had been several months since we'd last seen one another, but we acted as if no time at all had passed. Immortality didn't make days pass any faster, but it seemed to give them less import after a while. Time flew when one was having fun, and if a few weeks happened to pass by in the background, well, what of it? And I had certainly been having fun. Oh, quite a bit, I said, smiling brilliantly. Do tell, Malkuth replied. gesturing and causing the floor to ripple and rise into a seat. I think we may have made some faulty assumptions when it came to matters of the soul, I replied, raising a hand. At once, the air began to ripple and gather, swirling throughout the room centered on a space just above the palm of my hand. Slowly, a form seemed to take shape, shifting in and out of transparency as the edges of the winds took color and shape. Soon, there was a tiny figure, no more than 6 inches in height, floating just above my hand. Malkuth, meet Stribog. Stribog? He asked, blinking as he looked at the new figure before his eyes widened and he leaned forward in his seat. You did it? In a way, I said. I had a bit of inspiration and an idea came to me, so I began an experiment that bore fruit. As you already know, I've been trying to empower something physical with a part of myself, to give it a role and place in its own right even as it remained a part of me, but nothing I did seemed to work even if everything we knew seemed to be correct. So finally, I went back to basics because if the results don't match what we think we know, then there are only 3 possibilities. Our results are in error, our observations are in error, or our knowledge is in error. So I threw out everything I thought I knew and started all over again. And you found something, he stated. What? We began with the assumption that whatever I did, I would be adding something new to the equation. I replied that I would be pouring a soul into an empty vessel, essentially the air, the water, the wind, whatever I chose. After all, only living things have souls, right? He frowned. Normally I'd say yes, but given the context of the conversation so far, I assume the answer is actually no? He asked, sounding vaguely baffled. Exactly, I said. When I started questioning the basic theories we built our assumptions on, I started to wonder exactly what separated things that had souls from those that didn't. Was it life? But when you got down to it, life is nothing but a biological process. So I began to wonder if that process was somehow key and examined a variety of different species, starting with the creatures most closely related to mankind and diverging further and further. I tested fungi, plants, insects, fish, and more. By the time I got to algae and sponges, which I think we can agree are fairly different from humans, biologically speaking, and yet still prove capable of manifesting an aura, I concluded that the only common denominator was that they were all organic. I even experimented with several kinds of single-celled lithoforms, just to be sure. It sounds like it would have been tricky, Malkuth noted. I hope you took precautions, as well. I'd hate for you to have created some kind of magical super plague. No need to worry, I stated. Wormwood is remarkably well behaved and has promised not to plot against mankind while I'm still alive. The sad part is that I don't know if that's a joke or not, Malkuth murmured to himself, pretending it is for my own sake. However, we knew this. Only living things can generate an aura. Except maybe not. Yes, yes. I gestured towards him, rolling my eyes slightly as I ignored that last part. We know that, but I was wondering why. It's not a matter of sapience, clearly, or even a matter of sentience once you get to a low enough level. What is it about a particular mixture of hydrogen and carbon that decides what does and doesn't have a soul? I have no idea, he answered. Neither did I said. And I couldn't find one, either. Couldn't make sense of why it was true when I chose not to accept it as fact. With the existence of reincarnation, we know that while souls may attach themselves to living things, they can and do exist outside and beyond them. One doesn't have a soul, one simply has a body. Is it a matter of choice on the soul's part then, a desire for a living and active form? But a variety of living species are scarcely more active than, say, water or air molecules. And because of the Sephiroth, we know that all things come from the same source, the light taking shape through the descent to Malkuth. That's as true for earth and steel as it is for human flesh and the soul. And if we're made of the same thing, with only a slight change in something's molecular structure allowing for life, then what's the difference, really? I still have no idea, he said again when I paused for him. Are you going to explain at some point, or what if there's no difference? I asked him. What if it's not a matter of presence, but of structure? Every person's soul is different and the souls of plants and animals differ in nature from those of humans, and the further you get from a human in terms of biology, the more different the structure of the soul. Every species is unique, just as every organism differs if only in subtle ways. Some are extremely simple, such as microscopic life, and hardly detectable without proper training. It doesn't feel like a human soul, either. But then, if that's the case for simple life, how strange would something that wasn't alive at all? Malkuth frowned at me again. You're saying that everything has a soul then? He asked. Just that some are so different they aren't recognizable as such. Exactly, I said. Or perhaps soul is the wrong word for what I'm talking about, but there's something there, some connection to the source if you reach back far enough. You felt it too, haven't you? The massive currents of power that run through the world? What if they're like or just from something a lot bigger than a human? What if, instead of trying to fill a void, it was a matter of connecting with and awakening something that was already there? A connection and an exchange? He was silent for a moment. Perhaps, Malkuth murmured at last. Seeing as you produced results, I could do anything but believe you. It's a bit odd, but that's as for you. But there's one problem with that theory of yours. I wondered, tilting my head. You pursued the idea that everything had a soul, live or dead, he stated, lifting a hand and opening it. In the center of his palm rested a quivering lump of black material. I went the other direction. If the nature of Nehemoth is that which isn't supposed to exist in Malkuth, if what we needed were empty vessels to fill, then wouldn't the logical assumption be to create something that was alive, but which had no soul of its own? I was silent for a moment, surprised. In a way, it was almost funny how our research had taken us in such similar yet different directions, but I didn't voice that aloud as I considered Malkuth's strange creation and sensed a strange sort of nothing from it. Much like you, I went back to basics and tried to figure out precisely how to do what I had in mind, Malkuth explained as things bubbled and writhed between his hands. Black ooze growing. But I went in a different direction. While creating life is relatively simple, that's not what I wanted, at least not entirely, because if it was alive, it would have a soul of some sort, right? Right, I agreed, frowning as he worked. But given what we know now, so should everything else. How did you create something that doesn't? Like I said, I went back to basics, Malkuth answered. And what are the basics of a soul? The key elements that everyone must have to some extent or another. Keter, I stated. Yesod and Malkuth, too, as well as something to link Keter and Yesod. Even if the structure of other souls differs, as near I can tell that remains true. Yes, he answered. And what if you remove parts of that equation? The soul wouldn't form at all? I guessed. Wouldn't function, at least without Keter. There's no source of power to feed the process. Without Malkuth, there's no result. And without something in between, the connection is broken and there's nothing to guide or shape the flow. Exactly, he stated. So what if, instead of removing elements, you simply substituted them with what? I asked before tilted my head and narrowing my eyes. The Qliphoth? You found a way? Perhaps, he stated. I'm still not entirely certain I've found what I'm looking for, and it could use some refinement regardless. But I kept coming back to the same problem. If Nehemoth is the shadow of Malkuth and where things that aren't supposed to exist do anyway, then what does that mean? How do you create something that isn't supposed to exist? You can create things that don't exist yet or don't exist naturally, but if you can create something, whatever the means, it has the potential to exist. Even if the probability is tremendously low, it's still there. Even if it requires my power to create, then that still means it's possible. I nodded. We'd realized that much pretty early on. That part of our very premise was evidently impossible, but we'd persisted anyway, just to see what would happen. And if we couldn't really find possibility between us and the growing nature of our power, it wasn't impossible that we might be able to draw something into this world that couldn't be created otherwise. But you found a different way, I assumed. I wondered if maybe I was wrong, he answered. It's rare, I know, but it happens occasionally. Nehemoth is the Qliphoth we know the least about, after all, and maybe I'd made a faulty assumption somewhere along the road. So I went back and reviewed everything I knew about the others and changed my hypothesis. Nehemoth is where the other Qliphoth are given form, of that much I was certain, but what were the other Qliphoth? How would they appear once manifested? He shook his head and made something between a grimace and a smile. It was hard, because all I had to go on were the mundane expressions of the Qliphoth, such as they were, he said. They aren't something that we understand very well, by their very nature. They're what we labeled something we didn't understand. They're mistakes, flaws, and imperfections in our view of the world, things that seem to occur independent of what we knew of the soul. If our grasp of the system by itself would be perfect, the Qliphoth are why it's not. The errors that occur because of the human element. I nodded again. People have the ability to make choices, I said, to decide how they want to act and live, and that carries with it the potential to make mistakes and do the wrong thing. Whatever your soul might say about you, who you are as a person matters as well. It's why the same soul can take the form of completely different people. Your actions, your decisions, they make you who you are. Precisely, Malkuth said, and the topic seemed to excite him, which was natural, I suppose, considering that it was partially what he was after. But that made me wonder, how did that apply in terms of aura instead of emotion, especially to Nehemoth? If the Qliphoth are simply imperfections and limited views of the truth, how would they take form, especially when it came to the shadow of Malkuth? What if, instead of making something that couldn't exist, I made something that simply shouldn't exist? How? I asked, tilting my head. I broke the rules, he stated. The realm of Malkuth is where things come to be, taking shape based on the flow of the Sephiroth. In some cases, that just means that things in this world are solid and real, but there also exist things that aren't. Thoughts, emotions, the mind. They're real, But real doesn't necessarily mean tangible. But what if I made them that way? I paused, tilting my head. But you make things that wouldn't normally be possible all the time, I said. Wouldn't that be an expression of Nihimath, too? It is, he replied. We keep thinking of the Qliphoth as separate from the Sephiroth, and they are, in a way, but they grow from them, too. They exist within each other. Elements of Nihimath have colored my power from the very beginning, just like elements of Valmio must color yours. But what if I took the expressions of the Qliphoth and made them real in the most literal way possible? What do you think would happen? That, I asked, pointing to the mass floating between his hands. Malkuth answered, smiling and looking pleased with himself. It's alive and it isn't, but it's real. Does it work the way you imagined it would? I asked him, frowning even as I tilted my head. At that, his smile dwindled slightly. Not yet, he admitted. There's something there, I think, but it's still incomplete, like it's not finished yet. It's soulless and alive, but not whole. I built it from parts of myself, from my memories of before, but there's still something missing. It's the power source, I think. Valmio, I said. I can see the problem. If you draw upon the light directly, then they'll likely have a soul of some kind, so it's important to stop there and pull from something else. Maybe even just Valmio itself. The dual contending forces. That's a bit outside my area of expertise, he admitted. Could you help me? I smiled at him, putting aside my uncertainty. Of course, I said. You used the memories of your past lives, correct? Perhaps the issue is simply that your memories aren't complete. After all, you weren't the only one who inherited their will. They gave you Malkuth and they gave me Keter. Let's see if we both can give something back. I realized that Malkuth was right soon after we began. The line between Keter and Valmio was so fine that I wouldn't have noticed it had I not known to be looking, simply failed to notice a force that was at once evident apart. Valmio was Keter, but cut off from its surroundings from the light above and the path leading down to Malkuth below. A power that had no apparent source or destination and yet was, existing in its own right as if to spite the world that said it couldn't, to challenge possibility. I could respect that, and it was exactly what we needed for this. A power that stood separate from the natural way of things, emanating its own power against all reason without allowing itself to be colored or shaped by exterior forces. Of course, it simply raised more questions about the nature of the Sephiroth. Even when separated from what should have been the source of its power, Valmio was able to emanate the exact same amount of energy. Basic logic dictated that it had to come from somewhere, but there was no apparent source but itself. Was there something I couldn't feel, even though it was a part of me? Could that power be coming from a place they simply couldn't detect, the still theoretical other side of Citra? Or was this an insight into the nature of the light and the Sephiroth, that I could draw such power while standing away from and against what should have been the source of it? Perhaps that was it. The Sephiroth were form of the light, but somehow made distinct. In fact, at the most basic level, one could argue that they were the only things that were distinct from the light, with everything else being shaped from their interactions. They were, perhaps, the matter to the light's energy, but why did they exist in a different shape to begin with? And what did that state mean? I wasn't sure, but they were still composed of the light, made of the same boundless power they were designed to channel. They were the same and yet distinct, just as Valmio was proving to be now. Something that existed in a distinct way despite everything that said it shouldn't. Or, at least, that was the feeling I got from it. But in the end, the truth of the matter was that I simply wasn't sure. This was an area that even I couldn't say I had any mastery of. Now that I had found it, I could feel the difference between Keter and Valmio, but it was hard to describe. Like flipping a light switch, except the light didn't turn off, it just shifted. A connection versus a closed circuit, but the same results either way. At least, maybe. Would the results be the same? I hadn't had time to try and test what the differences would be in using power from Valmio in place of power from Keter, but it felt much the same. But maybe that was simply because the power was familiar, as if it had been there all along, which perhaps it had been. In hindsight, looking at it now, I could see shades of myself in Valmio, or, perhaps, shades of Valmio in me. The will that drove me to defy the angels, to set myself apart from the world that tried to define me and to define myself instead. The need to know myself even if it wasn't acknowledged by anyone else, the knowledge of my name, the distinction between who I was outside and within, the separation of myself from the world and my mind from my body, and more besides. Now that I knew what to look for, I could see the lines and similarities, down to the very way I existed in this world. There were elements that showed marks of Keter and Valmio, the two intermingled so much that the lines could only be guessed at. Was this a natural thing, I wondered, or as natural as such a thing could be? At least we were artificial gatherings of such absurd amounts of the Sephiroth that perhaps the Qliphoth were bound to manifest in extremes in turn, and, indeed, the method of their creation likely made that even more probable. In a way, they were as good an example of the Qliphoth as the thing they were now creating, the crafting of a soul within the mortal realm, the binding of many separate pieces and people into a distinct and separate whole. We were something that couldn't have occurred naturally, forced to occur by the madness and greed of the angels. Add to that the state of the people who'd gone into our creation, how they'd felt in their final moments, and how those thoughts must have translated over into them. Was it any surprise? And then there was the matter of who they were, what they'd chosen to be. Yes, thinking about it and looking back, I could all but imagine it now. The Qliphoth, always there and always unseen, an invisible and intangible part of us as much as our very souls. In fact, as I felt that knowledge sink in and take hold, I could feel something stirring and rising closer to the surface. It wasn't something new, per se, more like something I'd simply never noticed before, except that thought in itself was ridiculous. I'd always known what I was and what I could be, even if certain paths only became clear as I learned more about myself and the paths that led to them. If this had been there all along, I would have noticed it, should have noticed it, but I somehow hadn't. No, that wasn't quite right, either. It was close, but it didn't feel like one of the masks I wore or the roles I adopted, not entirely, at least, though I could feel possibilities forming and taking shape within it, now that I was aware of it. If anything, it felt more like when I first found and noticed my name, Metatron, except that still didn't make sense. Metatron was more than just a name, it was my name, the part of me that remained even when all else changed. It was who I was, the essence of myself that everything boiled down to. It wasn't something I could have another of, without being someone else. Or was that it? Perhaps the name and the role. It was who I was when I wasn't myself, maybe who I could have been if I hadn't been me, or something else along those lines. A possibility that had always been there, even expressed itself in ways, but just a possibility, a choice I could have made. I had always been one to define myself and choose my paths. This was just a decision I had made without realizing it, as a result of all the other decisions I'd made. And here it was now, spelled out clearly, not reaching out, not inviting me, but there and waiting to be explored if I so chose. A chance to take the path not traveled. But seeing it now, feeling it, I was startled. I drew back metaphorically, shied away, and the certainty I'd had for what seemed like all my life briefly faltered. I couldn't understand it completely, couldn't truly comprehend it without reaching out, but I could still vaguely feel it, who I could have been. This was what they could have made me, what I might have been born to become, and I wasn't sure how to describe it. The opposite didn't quite fit the feeling, though parts of it applied. It was more than that. The other, the reverse, there were shades of applicability, but it still didn't fit. If I had to define it, name the sensation, I would have called it the adversary, the opposing force, the nemesis, the enemy. Not Daumiel instead of Keter, but what I could have become had things been different, had I remained alone. Of who, of what, maybe me, maybe someone else, maybe everything. I wasn't sure, and I wasn't sure I wanted to find out. Before I'd have pushed forward, reached out to examine the sensation, pushing on my scientific curiosity and wonder, sure that whatever came of it, I'd be able to see myself through and that there was nothing to be afraid of. Why would there be? We were the strongest beings in this world, dwarfing the angels when we were young and dwarfing ourselves then as we were now. There shouldn't have been anything in this world that could frighten me, and there wasn't. But for the first time in a long, long time, I felt doubt, faced with what could have been, what could still be. Maybe this wasn't a good idea, I thought. Brother, look. Malkuth spoke, drawing my attention moments after the thought crossed my mind. We've done it. I turned at once, a pang of dread striking me as I looked towards him. The black mass that had gathered between his hands began to shift and writhe on its own power, something filling the empty vessel. It wasn't a soul, as such, wasn't complete, but it was something we'd made from the pieces of what had once been a person, altered by power and will. It was a semblance of life, except that wasn't the right word, because whatever this creature might be, it was most assuredly alive. Soulless, perhaps, but alive. It opened its eyes slowly, the orbs completely and brightly red, with nothing to indicate an iris, pupil, or sclera. Even so, I could feel it as it looked around, turning its gaze first towards me and then to Malkuth. It didn't have a true shape yet, still confined to the amorphous blob Malkuth had created, but I could feel the potential within it in a very literal sense. It was something I had always had a knack for, judging others. Perhaps a side effect of my ability to determine my own place in the world. I could look at another person and see where they stood, what they were, and sometimes even what they might become. Perhaps for that reason, new things had always fascinated me. Children, my creations, and more to me, they all but glowed with possibility and potential. It was something I'd taken an interest in over time, trying to guess what things might become when they grew up or reached their conclusions. It might have been why I'd become a scientist in the first place and pressed the boundaries of what was and could be. What new things would I find? What new thing would I create, and what would they become? Here I was standing before one such thing, and I wasn't sure. I could see the potential in it, vast in a way I'd only seen when looking at my siblings. This was something truly new, both for us and for the world, and there was still no telling what it could become. My sense of it wasn't clear enough to break into distinct images yet, not this early and so far from the choices that might define it, but I could make guesses. I felt positive possibilities and negative ones that felt steady and protective and ones that seemed almost sharp against my thoughts. I could imagine where we might go from, building upon our creation in countless ways. New futures, new theories, new everything. I could feel the bold futures we might create. Would we go further, making greater things, or perhaps breathe truer life into what we'd made, or would it become something else entirely, surpassing all expectations? There was no way of truly knowing what something might be except to watch and wait. But for the first time, that idea worried me, because while many of the futures were bright, others were frighteningly dark, shadowed beyond my ability to see. I could feel danger from them, however, feel the possibility that my greatest fears might come true. This thing could grow up to become a wonder, yes, but it could also be a terror. It wasn't too late to stop this, I thought. I could end it here, ask Malkuth to set things aside. It would bother him, especially this close to success, but if I asked, he'd do it. We could leave the answers to our questions a secret instead of searching them out and put all this behind us. I could destroy this thing before it became any of the things I saw, instead of risking it becoming a threat. But I recoiled from the thought at once. What sense did it make to destroy something because of what it might become? It was something new and young, still able to become anything. Of course not all its futures were bright. Our hadn't been either. No one's were. That was the point, the possibility inherent in free will, and the true meaning and value of the clip-off. Slowly, hesitatingly, I relaxed. The angels had wondered about the clip-off, sought to unravel why no two people were the same, even if their souls were constructed along the exact same lines. They looked at it as if it were some grand secret, adding chaos to the system as a byproduct of something greater. But what if that was the point, in and of itself? The clip-off added decision and distinction, division, separating people from one another by the simple matter of choice. It was a risk of sorts, giving people the chance to be less than what they could be, but also to rise above their nature and become more, giving them the opportunity to strive alongside the risk of faltering. It was the power of free will, creating variables in the system to keep things from becoming static, to allow for possibilities and create futures. The possibility I'd found within myself, the adversary. It wasn't the power of Valmiel turning me evil. The clip-off didn't work like that. They were byproducts of choices rather than the causes. What I'd seen was simply something that had always been present within me, but which I hadn't chosen. If Valmiel was cut off from all other things, the person I had seen and imagined was myself cut off from all others. If the others hadn't been born, or if they'd been born too late, if I'd been raised as the angels had planned and hadn't pushed things ahead of schedule for the sake of my brothers and sisters. Yes, I could have been something horrific. I might have still slain the angels, true, but what would I have done then? What roles would I have taken up? What powers would I have wielded? I had the power to be anything I wanted, good or bad, and I could have been an archman as easily as an archangel. But, as I knew better than anyone, I could have been a lot of things. So could my brothers and sisters, so could my newest creation. There was no way of knowing what it might become other than to watch over it and raise it, as a parent did a child. My own creators had been monsters, so I'd just have to be better than the angels. How is it? I asked. Everything okay? I can feel it. Malkuth seemed to marvel. I can see through its eyes, feel what it feels. It's separate, but it's a part of me, like my elementals were part of me, yet separate. I mused. Is it okay? I asked. Are you? What? Malkuth asked, seeming startled. He blinked once, looking confused, before nodding. Yes, of course. I'm great. I'm better than ever. It worked, brother. I can feel a part of myself in it, and it's still me, but it's not. He was so excited that he was babbling like he had when we were both still children. I smiled, even as I looked him over for any signs of change, any unintended shift. I watched him carefully, still a touch worried, but there was nothing. Near as I could tell, he was the same as ever. That's good, I replied. Does anything feel different? Do you feel better now? At that he paused, smile replaced slowly by a look of confusion. Maybe, he mused. It's still hard to tell, since there's only one of them. But I think so. I feel happier, more certain. But there's something else. I tilted my head. What? I asked. I don't know, he muttered. I can sense something, just barely. From that direction. He pointed and I frowned, switching roles and then peering through the veil of space. My gaze flew over the terrain and then back, which didn't help much. There's nothing in that direction but the city, I said. Is that what you're feeling? He paused and then shrugged. Maybe, he said again. It's too faint to really say. Maybe it's nothing. But the frown on his face remained, as did mine. I didn't see a change in him, nothing acting upon him or coming from our creation. But I'm still worried, I thought. But of course I'd be. This is something we have to handle with care. We'll look into it, I said out loud. For now, let's be careful. However, we both know the dangers of tampering with the soul. Right, Malkuth replied. Of course, brother. There's no rush. As I entered the laboratory to prepare for our next experiment, I smiled as I noticed that Malkuth had already beaten me to it. The gravity engine was spinning slowly to life, twisting a hole in world so that we'd be able to draw matter and energy from elsewhere. Today, we'd be working on my side of our shared work, testing the lifts of my elementals and seeing how they were defined, and to that end, we'd see precisely how far the nature of inorganic matter went, using both my and Malkuth's power. It was something I had been looking forward to for a long time now, and I'd be happy to see the results. Sadly, my enthusiasm was short-lived as I turned my attention towards my brother. The room we now occupied had been shifted out of conventional space, only technically existing at the edge of the exosphere, so I hadn't noticed anything wrong on the outside, but as I opened the door, the details were impossible not to take in. Malkuth was sitting on the floor with his back to the wall, staring off into space with hands trembling slightly on his legs. He didn't even react as I entered the room. "Malkuth?" I asked, suddenly more than a bit worried. He twitched once but didn't answer, and if there'd been any doubt that something wasn't right before, they died a quick death. "Malkuth?" I tried again, ignoring the distance between us to kneel by his side. "Brother, what's wrong?" His eyes flickered towards me, both of the orbs wide, but it seemed to take him a moment to recognize me, because for a moment, he seemed baffled. "Keter," he said at last, the words sounding almost uncertain. "What happened to you?" I asked. "Tell me and I'll fix it." His mouth opened for a long moment but closed with a click without him saying a word. A second later, he tried again, but not before giving me a helpless smile. "They," he began before faltering slightly and shaking his head. "They're afraid of us. They ate us." The words didn't make any sense to me. They? Who were they? There was no one here, and even if there were, who could drive my brother into a state like this? But if he hadn't realized that his words would be unclear, hadn't been able to formulate a real reply, then trying to get answers out of him would be slow. So I switched gears and began to change roles. I looked him over with the eyes of the healer and the protector before turning my gaze outwards. The seer, the far-sighted, the theocrat, and more all shifted to the forefront, taking the stage for only a moment before moving on. I scaled our surroundings, this time piercing the physical and metaphysical distance that separated this place from the outside world, looking for anyone who might be a threat. It was only as I adopted the role of a general, however, that I truly saw them. Patterns lit up across the globe far below, written in shades of hostile colors. These places, a threat to what I wanted to protect. Here, weaknesses, ways to cripple them, draw them out, and strike them down. Without even thinking about it, I felt my power assign them priorities, threat levels, and more, and I felt a plan taking shape to cripple them all and remove the threat. Except the threat was everyone and everything. All of mankind. "The people?" I asked after a moment, still feeling a disconnect. "Brother, I don't understand. How are they hurting you?" "I can feel them," he whispered. "All of them." I analyzed that reply for a moment and then shifted to the researcher to do so better. My natural awareness of people remained no matter what my role, but it sharpened in some ways and dulled in others. As I looked at Malkuth now, I could feel something, a connection that flowed this way and that, shifting endlessly, and the texture of it was, "Ah, you can feel their emotions," I said at last, "pieces finally coming together." "That what you've been noticing in our experiments?" "But it was never like this before." "Something finally clicked," he said, "and I finally understood what I was feeling." Everything became clearer then and I realized why it was so familiar. "They think we're monsters." I took a breath and then shrugged shoulder. "Hardly a surprise," I answered evenly. "They think we're monsters, Keter," he repeated, voice growing as he rose from a seat. That anger seemed to allow him to push through the feelings that had been distracting him, and I could see him clinging to it. "They hate us and they hate each other, hate themselves, hate this world." "Hopefully not all at the same time," I replied, tilting my head. "But Malkuth, think of what we are to them, immortal and unspeakably powerful, guided by what are, to them, unknowable whims. At times we appear and get involved, forcing order on the chaos before things get too bad, but then we leave and fade away. They know we're real, but they don't know us, so why wouldn't they be afraid? They don't know our motivations and intentions, so what must our actions seem like to them? We're all but gods to them, brother, and that must be terrifying." "After everything we've done," he continued, as if he hadn't heard me, "after all the times we've helped them and protected them, after the things we've saved them from, they ate us. We were the ones who saved them from fates they can't even imagine in this happy, healthy world. When the angels ruled." "The angels died hundreds of years ago," I interrupted. "No one alive remembers them except us." The reminder silenced him for a moment, probably because what everyone else had forgotten had long been a sore point for him. I used that opportunity to continue. "People don't judge the quality of their lives based on some grand external measure," I said. "They judge it based on what they have and don't have. Their lives may be wonderful compared to what they were, but they aren't perfect. They fight with each other, still, and when they wake up and look to the sky, they think of us beings who could tear down their world at any time, for any reason, without them being able to do a thing to stop it. If we were there for them to see, people they could speak to and understand, that might be one thing, but we didn't. We walked away after getting tired, doing only what we feel obligated to, and otherwise left them be. We didn't care to do more than what we had to, so we didn't." "Are you saying we're to blame?" Malkuth asked, sounding tense. I shook my head. "We don't owe them anything," I said. "The only people we ever owed anything died to create us, and we laid them to peace when we killed the ones responsible. What we've done since, how we've taken care of them, has been because of what we felt was right or remembered, but we don't have to do anything. I'm merely saying that if we do little, It should be expected for some people to see us that way. Why do you care? They have their reasons to hate us, so let them hate. It doesn't change what we've done or who we are or anything. It doesn't mean everyone thinks that, either. While some people might loathe us constantly, others likely just go on with their lives. You would know that better than anyone, I think. So Malkuth, tell me, what's this really about? Tell me what's wrong and I'll try to fix it. He was silent again for a long moment before answering. It hurts, he said, making me frown. I considered what he'd said, shifting roles a few times to fill in the blanks and put the pieces together in context. Empathy was a known but largely undesirable ability, owing simply to the fact that, well, if you could know what everyone around you was thinking at all times, would you really want to? Worse, because of the simplicity of the ability at its most basic level, reacting to fluctuations and changes in surrounding auras, effectively reading the body language of the soul. Most recorded empaths had a fairly extensive range, often covering kilometers at the low end, more than large enough to encompass good-sized chunks of cities and countless people as a result. Generally, that alone was enough to drive most such people away from civilization. I figured that alone would be enough to harm Malkuth on the scale I detected. But what if there was more to it than that? This wasn't conventional empathy. It was like calling to like the manifestations of the Qliphoth that Malkuth and I had created. They could sense manifestations of themselves in others and they were drawn to them. It wasn't particularly relevant since they were all tied to each other through Malkuth anyway, but I was willing to bet they could sense each other fairly well, too. And it occurred to me that perhaps being an empath who could effectively only sense negative things might have unfortunate side effects on a person. If it had been me, well, I probably would have any more difficult than I did with normal empathy. I was above such things, generally speaking, just as Keter was the crown above the head. But Malkuth and I were very different in a lot of ways, however similar we were in others. Even so, I hadn't expected it to affect Malkuth this way. His memories of his past lives gave him an enormous amount of experience at resisting such things, both from what he'd gone through in those lives and this one. While he didn't have the blatant immunity to mental assaults I enjoyed, he was about as resistant as he could otherwise be, a mental fortress of countless lives. But perhaps that was the problem here. The same thing that had given him peace had left him vulnerable, opening holes and forging a connection that let things in. That could be problematic. Malkuth, I said carefully, perhaps we should put our experiments on hold for a while. Deactivate everything, until we can get this sorted out. I saw his fingers spasm at the idea, which told me pretty well what he thought of that idea, which I'd unfortunately guessed already. They aren't the problem, he answered a moment later. They're why you are feeling this way, I reminded. That's like saying my skin is a problem because it's what lets me feel pain, he replied. And, to continue that analogy, that flaying myself alive would be an improvement. I need that, and you know what will happen if I draw back all my pieces? You're asking me to suffer for the sake of people who hate me. No, I answered gently. I'm asking you to do it for me. Just for a few days, until we sort everything out. This is hurting you, Malkuth, and I don't like seeing you in pain. He seemed ready to retort again, but my last words seemed to take the wind out of his sails. I'll be in pain either way, he muttered before going silent for a minute. Just for a few days? You promise? I promise, I answered. I know this is painful for you, brother, but I also know you're strong. You endured it for centuries and I'll do everything I can to make sure we fix this. It's not just a week of hell, he whispered. It's a week of a hell I thought I'd finally escaped. But then, his eyes drifted to the spot where he'd been sitting, huddled alone far above the world to try and escape, and he closed his eyes. But you're right, of course, he said. So I'll do it, because you asked me to. I did my best to keep my word. I met with our brothers and sisters and we agreed to change things. We took a more active role in the world again, going back on the decision we made so long ago, the way we'd withdrawn from the world. I could tell that it was tough for a lot of my siblings, putting aside the freedom we'd embraced for an obligation we'd never really held to in the first place, but they did it. We did it. For Malkuth, we returned to the world and split it between ourselves, taking a kinder, more personal hand. 4 for the largest continent, 1 for the smallest, and 2 for every other. I stayed with Malkuth, rebuilding the lands of our birth on the continent of Grimm. At my urging, we leveraged our research to the cause, using it to create a better world. Medical technology, transportation, energy, and more. I made it a challenge of sorts, urging the others to explore paths we'd never had any use for personally. Even our projects with the Qliphoth turned to aim in a new direction, in an attempt to build strengths upon weaknesses. The power that made Malkuth so painfully aware of the world also served as a way to detect sources of that pain, letting us act before things went out of control. I tried to make it into a self-resolving problem, trying to create a cure from the disease. I tried to solve the problem. But Malkuth was crying again, staring forward with the empty gaze that always frightened me, because it meant he was more somewhere else than he was here. This had happened before, if only rarely over the last few centuries, in moments where things broke down and fell apart. It meant that something had happened that had spiraled out of control despite their best efforts, that there was a war going on, or a riot, or a plague, or a disaster, or a panic, something that would be short-lived in the grand scheme of things, but which was horrifically and dangerously real in the now. To the people and to Malkuth, it was a frustrating reminder that even they couldn't control everything, not everywhere, at least, not all the time. It made a part of me wish that we'd never made them, what people now called the creatures of Grimm, but no, that was only part of it, a side effect of the greater issue. Malkuth was suffering, had suffered since the beginning, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. It was an issue made all the more galling by the fact that if it had been me, if I had been able to take everything they went through upon myself, it would have been nothing. I could have borne the pain he was forced to endure, I just couldn't bear it for him. All I could do was try and help, in ways that never seemed to last, never seemed to address the real issue, which is what I did now. Silently, I laid a hand on Malkuth's head and kept it there, feeling my power take hold as I changed roles. He didn't resist, didn't even seem to really react, and silent sobs cut off abruptly as he was driven into a senseless, dreamless sleep. Only then did I lift a hand and rise from my place at his side. "Jevura," I said, voice quiet and calm. "Whatever is causing this, find it and put an end to it now." Jevura shifted in his place at the doorway, glancing towards me for a long moment. I glanced back at him and looked into his eyes, staring firmly into the windows of his soul. Like the rest of us, his eyes had always been different, distinct, but his were more noticeable than my blue or Malkuth's red. Instead, they were like mirrors, but with flames filling the background of whatever they reflected. When he grew angry, those flames flooded closer, filling his gleaming eyes with clouds of smoke and burning corpses that ran and screamed in silence. And he was always angry, nowadays. Frustrated, upset, tense at the situation, at what he was forced to do, at what kept happening to Malkuth, maybe even at me, for some reason. But after a moment, he nodded and left without a word. I stayed where I was, knowing I wouldn't have to wait long now. Jevura worked fast, especially when it was stuff like thing, and he was as smart as the rest of us. He'd find whatever was wrong and fix it in minutes. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, Malkuth stirred, fighting off the effect I'd laid upon him with ease and opening his eyes. "It happened again," he whispered. "What was it this time?" I asked. Malkuth lifted a hand to his eyes, covering them for a moment as he began laughing quietly. "Does it matter?" He returned after a few seconds, when he finally settled down. I waited silently. "An earthquake," he eventually said. "Worst in about a century." I tried to stop it, but people started panicking when the buildings started falling. Things got worse afterwards, when fear turned into other things, becoming grief and anger and more. I nodded, figuring as much. Enki had alerted me to a disturbance on that front and moved to act, but I'd figured that anything on that level would hit my brother hard and had headed here instead, calling the others on the way. Jevura had headed over as well, probably expecting my request, though why he even bothered waiting, I wasn't sure. "I sent Jevura to handle it," I said after another brief silence. "And he did." "It's enough, at least for now." He lifted his hand to look at me, eyes disbelieving. "No," he said. "It's not." He rose to his feet, standing until we were eye to eye, but his hands were clenched into fists at his side. "These are stopgaps, Keter," he continued. "They aren't solutions. This keeps happening, again and again and again." I nodded quietly, sharing his feelings. "I know," I said. "It's not perfect, but it's at least rare. Now, something that only happens every few decades, every couple of centuries. It's not as bad as it could be." "Not as bad as it could be," he repeated, nodding but not in agreement. "Yeah, that's great. My life isn't as bad as it could be. It's just, I was expecting a bit more than that." "I didn't mean it that way, Malkuth," I replied. "You know that." "But it was this or disabling the Qliphoth, suffering occasionally or suffering constantly." "I'd rather not suffer at all, I think," he murmured. "I know," I said the same way. I might have a solution." At that, Malkuth seemed to perk up, eyes brightening as they met mine. "You figured it out?" he asked, phrasing the question oddly. "It's something I've been working on, a barrier that should cut you off from this dimension and the people in it," I said. "I can show you the math, it's almost done, but it won't work." Malkuth cut me off with a snarl, stepping towards me. "Do you think I haven't tried that? Cutting myself off from them? Don't you think that was the first thing I tried? It doesn't matter. I'm the kingdom, Keter, and I can see through the walls of dimensions like they're made of glass, and so can all of my creations." I fell silent at that, momentarily surprised before accepting his words as truth. "Something else then," I proposed hesitantly. "It's something I've been working on, a way to reach above this world, above Malkuth, above time and space and distance and everything else. If I finish it, we could do what?" he asked. "Lock me away from the world? Lock me up alone in a hole for all time?" "Not alone," I continued, still whispering. "You know I'd never do that, brother. I'll go with you. And it won't be forever, either. Just until we figure out a solution." He was silent for a long minute at that, bowing his head until his hair hit his eyes. Then his shoulders shook slightly as he laughed again, the sound barely audible. "There you go again," he said. "You and your solutions, again and again. Every time, you tell me to suffer for a while, because things will be better, and when they aren't, you do it again, always trying. But there's only one answer and we both know what it is. The way you handle it, every time you fail. This time, it was my turn to fall silent, and I bowed my head as well. What you're suggesting is monstrous, brother, I whispered. Understandable, given what just happened to you, what keeps happening to you. But what? He snapped. Don't you get it? Can't you see what's right in front of your own eyes? We are monsters, brother. Look at what we've done, the things we've created, how we act and view and think about the people we rule over. Don't you get it? We don't care. The others agreed to play their part for my sake, not for mankind, and it's something they hate when there are so many things we all would rather do. And you sent out Javier again, to do your dirty work, to kill people en masse that you wouldn't have to see die yourself just so you could keep your hands a little bit cleaner. That's not what I told him to do, I said. It's what you meant, he snarled. It's what you knew he'd do. You could have stopped him, sent someone else, gone yourself, handled things differently, but it was the fastest way, wasn't it? The quickest way to help me. So tell me honestly, Archangel Keter, why did you send Javier to do it? Slowly, I heaved a sigh and looked up at him. He's the best at such things, I answered. The least affected because he doesn't care anymore. Brother, go and ask him, Malkuth challenged. I haven't. Do you know what he said when I questioned him on how it felt, how bad it was? He shrugged and told me what he really believed, that people die all the time. They're nothing to him now, after all these years, if they ever were to begin with. But tell me, is he really the least affected? Tell me, do you really feel a thing for them, for the people you abandoned all those centuries ago? Have you ever really felt sadness for those who died because of us? Would you really cry if they all died? Would you even really care? Nothing ever hurts you, Keter. Nothing ever haunts you, ever leaves a mark. But you're telling me that this would? I couldn't say he was wrong or refute his demands, but I didn't flinch away from them either. This time, I told him the truth. I don't think it would, I whispered. But I think it should. I think that I should care, that I should be more than what I am, be kinder, that all of us should be. I know I messed up given everything. Is that a surprise to anyone? But I already killed everyone who did anything to me personally. Why should I take my problems out on the innocent needlessly? Why should I let what was done to me make me a monster in turn? More of a monster, at least. And yet you still kill them, he stated. Like you did today. For you, I said. Like I would for any of us. I can kill when I have to, be a monster when I have to, if it means protecting my family. It's a compromise and still a sin, but that doesn't mean I should act that way all the time and kill whoever I want, whenever I want. If we did such a thing, we'd be no better than the ones who made us. Perhaps worse, at least in some ways. And we promised we wouldn't do that. We said some words, Malkuth said, caused some vibrations in the air nearly 1,000 years ago. It was a promise, but guess what? Promises are broken all the goddamn time, Keter, and we broke this one. If I contacted Keter right now and told him to wipe mankind from the face of the world, what do you think he'd say? Okay, sure. Or do you think he'd demand an explanation or an excuse before doing it? We've held back from staying into the same experiments, the angels stated, but do you think we haven't thought about them? Haven't wondered about the mysteries contained within the soul? Have never wanted to find out? Haven't you? We've towed the line so often. Haven't you wanted to cross them? How much longer until we do? We're not like the angels. No, because we're stronger. Because we won. Because we know what killed them and how to avoid it. Not the most ringing moral justification I've ever heard, I admitted, but couldn't deny what he said, which worried me. I'd wondered before, and I suppose I'd known we all had, but I suppose I'd always figured that some things had never changed, that some things never would change. Malkuth laughed again, and I could tell from the cadence that it was directed at me. Look at you, he said, voice almost found. You never were good at stuff like this. You change who you are at a moment's notice, can adopt new powers and faces in a second, but at the core of it all, you're still the same. You never really changed from the day, did you? From the day you were born. What was it you told me? If that even with all that's happened, who I am hasn't changed, I repeated quietly. Then that must be strength. He smiled at that and pointed at me. And maybe it is, he said. But it's funny, too. In the beginning, when we were all children, you seemed like an adult, strong and calm and certain, but you're also static. The rest of us grew up and changed over these last 1,000 years, but you didn't. I tilted my head. Right now, I'm not so sure that's a bad thing, I replied. Good or bad, it doesn't matter, Malkuth said. It's just a fact. But what do you think the others would think if I told them what I wanted? I went silent again, honestly considering it before answering. Jebura might agree with you, perhaps, I said, but not all of them. Netsach, Hod, and Yesod might go along with it, knowing it would help you. But Cheesed, Tiferet, Bina and Shakma, you'd be splitting us in two. Perhaps, he acknowledged. If it was just a request from me, perhaps you'd be right. They draw from the higher Sephiroth like you, and they're less affected by it. They're curious, still, and there are restrictions imposed on them, Chaff, but they'll follow your lead if you say to refrain. But at the same time, they'll do it if you ask them to. I closed my eyes for a moment. What would you have me do, brother? I asked him. Something painful, he said at once. And it's awful and it's selfish and it's going to hurt, but it's for me. Everything I did, all those times I held back and suffered for people I didn't care for or about, It was because you asked me to. I want you to prove you'd do the same for me. And if you asked me to cut off my arms and legs, I'd do it, I said. If you told me that the only way to help you was to flay my own skin off and gouge out my eyes, I'd have already done it. But this is what's physical pain to you? He interrupted, voice almost scornful. You say you'd do those things and I believe you, but they mean nothing to you and me. You'd barely notice any of those things, much less be hurt by them. What I'm asking you to do, I know it's bad, I know it's wrong, and I know it would actually hurt you, but I'm asking you to do it for my sake. I took a deep, slow breath, dropping my gaze to the floor. You're my brother, Malkuth, I whispered. I promised I'd protect you, no matter what, that I'd keep you safe, whatever the cost. But I knew I couldn't do this, that this was a line I couldn't cross, not because of Malkuth or even because of the people who'd been hurt, but simply because of me. This wasn't who I was. Of course, I could always change who I was, couldn't I? That was what all this boiled down to in the end, wasn't it? So I reached down inside myself, touching a place I'd hidden for so long, pushed out of my mind since the moment I knew it was there. The path not taken, but which had been there all along as a possibility. The adversary, the power of Valmiel given shape within me, and this time, I accepted it, embraced it, and let it come over me. I expected the change to be something enormous, as ominous as the feeling I'd gotten when I first seen Valmiel itself. I expected it to feel like darkness and raging worse, to feel like a darkening of my soul, to feel evil. But instead, I didn't feel different in the slightest. It didn't clear away the doubt, didn't show me the way, didn't give me anything that I could see. In fact, instead of giving me any new powers, I felt that had been bolstered, and what had been lessened swell. My many masks and roles were still there, waiting as they always were, but I wasn't connected to any of them right now, wasn't wearing any particular face. In fact, it felt as though, for the first time in my entire life, I wasn't playing any particular role, that I was just me. Had I failed, or was this a sign that I'd already become what I'd feared, that I was becoming it on my own right now? Or perhaps, was this another insight into the nature of Valmiel, something that stood apart from all else, that didn't touch my mind or incline me in any particular direction, something that was opposed? Yes, but more than that, was independent, that was wholly and solely itself? I wasn't sure. Maybe it was nothing, or it just took time to kick in. But somehow, it was that lack of anything that gave me strength, a lack of surety that made me certain. I let my senses expand to look over the world again, feeling my power come to life in a way that was entirely mine. I could feel Valmiel reacting now that I'd made my decision, but it was hard to define or describe, nothing like what I was used to. It didn't feel like it was congratulating me for making the right choice. If anything, it just seemed pleased that I'd made a choice, for myself. It still didn't feel like much of a role or a secret weapon or a hidden power. It just felt like me, as I could be, as I had been, and most of all, as I was. And it was enough. I looked back up at Malkuth and smiled as I saw him draw away from me, looking stunned. I suppose that was to be expected, seeing as he'd never seen me cry before, because I never had, until now, except when I was faking it. Nothing had ever hit me like that, but this hurt, and it would hurt more. But I'd made my choice. But I'm sorry, brother, I said to him. I can't. He seemed frozen still, simply looking at me, but slowly, both his head and shoulders fell. His hands clenched into fists and his teeth grit even as he shook. Fine, he finally answered, voice colder than I'd ever heard it. I'll do it myself. As he made to leave, I lifted a hand and he paused by the door. I'm sorry, I said again, but I can't let you do that either, brother. If this is really the only way, if you really can't think of any other answer, I'll stop you. He looked at me and I almost marveled. Here we were, Malkuth and Keter, the two brothers that had stood against the world, now standing against each other. Malkuth looked away first and stepped over the threshold before answering, silently making it clear that his decision was made. Go ahead and try, he said. We went to war. It started slowly at first, simply because none of us truly wanted to hurt each other, but hesitation had soon given way to curiosity. In many ways, the battles had been like a game, a new experiment with which to test our powers. We would protect what they would harm, they would harm what we would protect. Both sides came up with measures and countermeasures, possibilities and alternatives, leveraging past research to new purpose and inventing new things. Even I had to admit that it was exciting on a level we'd never had much need for battle, having defeated the only people we'd ever considered enemies in the early years of our existence. We'd accounted for the possibility, of course, the idea that others might rise in the angel's place, but as our powers had grown over the years, it had been a relatively minor thing. Martial prowess or not, what was the enemy to do against an opponent that could rewrite the laws of nature, swim through dimensions like a fish through water, create stars and erase continents and twist time and space? We'd prepared for it, making sure we were aware and durable, but we've never truly needed to fight. We'd done everything in our power to make sure that nothing could threaten us but one another, and we'd succeeded. So, in a way, it was fun fighting, not just as a spar that was stopped before anyone was hurt or confined by dimensions and rules and things that were not to be destroyed, but as something serious, with nothing held back, to innovate new means on the spot, to design weapons meant for practices instead of play, to pit ourselves against one another and drive ourselves to the limit. It was a call back to the days when we weren't certain of our power and safety, when we didn't know the results before a battle even started. It inspired us, motivated us, and brought out the best and worst, as though we'd all been sleeping in anticipation of this day. But whatever it might have been, this wasn't a game. It wasn't a fight we could afford to lose, not for me and not for Malkuth. I think it may have taken time for that to become apparent to the others, but they realized it too. In time, mankind was something so different from us, so distant from us, that it could be hard to recall that we were in any way the same when we lived so far apart. But war has a way of breaking down barriers and opening doors. We'bina, Shakma, Tiferet, Cheesed, and myself, we all that stood between man and a force they could not survive or withstand, the only thing that could protect them when the world itself seemed to turn upon them. Man, woman, or child, it didn't matter. They relied on us, huddled closer when the skies turned to fire or the air to poison in their lungs, spoke to us and wished and prayed. We'd always been figures of extraordinary power and authority, held up high above it all and far from the normal man, but that all vanished before the coming end. People came to us, spoke to us, asked for news and promises and hope. It's hard to think of them as anything but people then, when you could see them shaking in fear when a battle was about to begin, when you could see their corpses when a battle was lost, when you could feel the absence in those left behind, the effects of your failures on a person instead of a city or a nation, when you could fly and do battle around the orbit of the moon. It was easy to look down and see nothing, to consider the lies of the people so far beneath you as beneath you, but it was harder to do that when you looked them in the eye every day. It wasn't a game, and in time those who sided with me learned that it was a war and we were losing. It was an unfortunate fact, but not necessarily a surprising one. We, the archangels embodying the upper parts of the tree of life, were less affected by the rigors of the physical world, but also less attached to it. We relied upon less physical means to manifest our powers, like I did with the roles I played, rooted in what could be, while the other side was tied more closely to what was. Our nature allowed us to ignore some of the rules that characterized Malkuth, but Malkuth could outright define those rules. The Sephiroth were meant to be connected and all the things formed above were meant to be given shape below. Sadly, that gave them something of the home field advantage. Added to that, Malkuth unleashed his creatures of grim in a growing array of horrific forms, some of them too powerful for even us to ignore, and there seemed to be no end to them. What started with just a few of us quickly grew into something enormous as the grim grew to number the millions, the billions, building off principles Malkuth had discovered and learned to use and designed to learn. With only the 5 of us to stand against them, we had no choice but to draw on aid for our side as well, taking strength from the people themselves. The power of the soul had not been forgotten during our reign, becoming, if anything, even more commonplace, but some of its military applications had fallen out of favor with no one to war against. But as we relearned the arts of battle, so did mankind. It helped slow the fall, but it wasn't enough. Not with the Grim growing ever stronger and Malkuth finalizing the details of projects we'd worked on, unleashing his riders' conquest, war, famine, and death. It was a joke, as I understood. Things we thought we'd undone, made into our undoing. I didn't think it was very funny, personally, but I lacked much of a sense of humor at times like these. What mattered was that we began to lose more and more battles, and we felt the losses much more sharply than they did theirs, because we had so much more to lose. This had gone on too long. This world hadn't been made for battle on our scale, hadn't been designed to allow it or survive it. Jebura burning down nations, Yesod reducing all to nothing, Malkuth rewriting the rules. It was too much for the world to endure forever, too much for mankind to endure, with the Grim eating away at them constantly. So I decided to end it, on the same fields where we defeated the angels. We hid what was left of humanity away as best we could, planned for the occasion, and made our preparations just in case. I even took measures, in case we should fail. Truth be told, it was quite possible, even likely, so I did my best. But at the same time, I resolved myself for what was to come. And then we fought for our lives, for the lives of mankind, for what we believed in, for all those things and more. We burned down the field of Megiddo once more. Nothing remained in the wake of our battle. The land had been scoured of all signs of life almost before the battle began, and then it had been used as a tool to wage our war. Parts of it had ceased to exist, while others had been reduced to shapeless primordial chaos. Others had been removed via more physical means, burnt away or shattered or shunted elsewhere. Some areas bore marks of effects that seemed frozen in time, while others continued as if holding their last note without end. In some cases, they even did both, such as with a lightning bolt that was utterly still on one end and ripped in the air on the other. We divided the battlefield as we'd planned, facing our opponents on our terms, and things had gone as well as could be expected, which was to say that my brothers and sisters, the people I loved more than anything else in the world, all lay dead. They'd killed and died for me, except that wasn't quite the case. They'd done it for what they believed in, what they loved, and what they'd valued at the end. Funny what a difference of opinion could amount to. Almost all of my family lay dead around me, a fact that I'd never be able to forgive myself for or forget, at least, not in this life, meaning it might not be a long-term issue for me. Not for the first time since this battle began, my thoughts went back to the conversation Malkuth and I had had concerning reincarnation, and I wondered what it would mean for us. Would we remember if we found each other again? Would we know? Would we take the same path or repeat the same mistakes? What a depressing thing to think about, here at the end. Keter, Malkuth snarled, slashing a hand through the air, and a corridor of matter about the size of a building suddenly vanished as fundamental forces ceased to operate. I came apart and back together, focusing on the battle through my own musings. I was losing, which was unfortunate but, again, not surprising. If anything, the way I was losing was a bit ironic. Malkuth had made himself untouchable, becoming a constant, something unchangeable. I, meanwhile, was ever-changing, shifting roles with every second, often pausing only long enough to release a specific effect before moving on. I drew parts of surrounding dimensions into ours and then fired bolts of piercing energy. I switched places with those same bolts as they connected and struck Malkuth with a blow that was overlaid with 100,000 possible variations of itself, multiplying the impact accordingly. As I made contact, I tried to alter his position in space, pushing parts of him into other dimensions with severing force, and then I withdrew by becoming a part of the land beneath my feet and growing a new body from the earth even as Malkuth scattered the previous one. I marked out possible futures and moved to avoid them, not dodging attacks but preventing openings from appearing in the first place, and then I unleashed a reality storm, assaulting Malkuth with an area of violently alternating time, gravity, and space that could annihilate nearly anything. Nearly because Malkuth survived it. Unsurprising. He'd seen it before, alongside pretty much all of my tricks. It was to be expected that he'd prepared countermeasures. It was sad that it stripped me of most of my best tricks, however. Gesturing, I summoned my elementals before closing my eyes. Letting my senses expand, I could feel lights dimming around the world despite my best efforts to protect mankind, but I reached out to them now and drew them from their intended course to give them a chance to defend others. Their spirits took shape within my elementals, bodies and faces rising from a colossus of moving earth even as spectral figures appeared on the wind. They stood tall, each dwarfing the tallest of mountains, and the others soon joined them, combining with the gesture. My soul took shape as a figure of light, as massive in truth as my soul appeared to onlookers, and I withdrew for a moment, bracing myself. I shifted us into another reality just before the first blast went off, minimizing the damage to the world around us. Keter, Malkuth shouted again, pushing at my elemental and forcing the giant back with the hand. He was multiplying and broadening the effects of physical force. I noted. Is this what you wanted? They're dead. They're dead because of you. Our siblings, he meant, but I couldn't see if he was crying in his grief for them. He may have been, but if so, the tears probably vanished in the bombardment centered on him. Either way, I didn't answer, instead choosing to consider alternatives. Using physical force was proving about as effective as I'd expected, even if it had kept Malkuth busy while the others fought. It was time to change tracks now, though, which meant choosing how best to do so. If I failed, I may not get another chance. In the end, Malkuth chose for me. He unleashed a roar and the sound itself came alive, turning into a physical being that tore at my light elemental even as it became a resonance. Even as it did, however, Malkuth tore through both of them, black ichor forming around his hands into some kind of energy-annihilating field. He leapt at me, moving fast enough to outpace light or else, altering the pace of light to strike at me. So I met his eyes and didn't dodge. I left myself open, lowered my defenses, and put my life on the line. And in the end, it wasn't any of those defenses that made my brother falter and lower his hand a touch so that it only erased most of my remaining self. It was the same thing that had started all of this, something above the physical. 1,000 years and the memories they went with them. Even now, even with all this, we were still brothers. It was enough to make him stop, to make him hesitate, to make him wait just a bit too long. I'm sorry, brother. I win. For a long moment, the battlefield fell silent as we stared at one another and Malkuth was the one who finally broke it, closing his eyes and dropping his head. Why, Keter? He demanded in a whisper, drawing back a step before raising his hands once more. Why? Look at them, brother, you killed them. If anything, I'd say we killed them, I mused in reply, refusing to falter. But I told them all what would happen today. They knew this would end with their deaths. Then why? He asked. Why fight? Why would you all sacrifice yourselves for them? So it would end. Malkuth, I said. We aren't the only one who've died for this. We're not the only ones who gave their lives for something we wanted or believed in. We're just the only ones that matter to you. So I suppose it had to be us. There's no other way to stop you. Malkuth's hands twitched at his side and he grit his teeth. Because they can't reincarnate without humanity? He asked. You bastard, don't you get it? Death is it. Even if they're reborn, it won't be them anymore. Maybe, I whispered quietly, unable to keep myself from mulling over the same possibility. Maybe not. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. It doesn't matter, Malkuth insisted, almost taking a step forward as a growl entered his voice. Humans. They're nothing. I can create and destroy them as easily as breathing. They aren't worth this. They aren't something you can hold over me. If I have to, once I find a real solution, I could grow men like grass in the summer. But our brother, our sisters, they're dead because of this fight. Because you made them give their lives for people who don't even matter. There's more to the value of life than how easily it is taken or given away, brother, I replied, meeting his eyes calmly. I had to try not to sigh. You of all people should know that. Wasn't it a matter of human lives that brought us here in the first place? Considering everything that's happened, he replied. Not the most convincing argument for leaving them alive. At that, I chuckled and exhaled slightly before looking up at the sky. Our battle had utterly ruined the world around us, but the skies remained largely clear and I could see the stars. It was a funny thing, really, watching them change their place ever so slightly over the years. I wasn't much for stargazing except in the pursuit of science, but I could remember the day we'd first freed ourselves and declared our independence from the angels, when we first felt the touch of fresh air and looked at the night sky. Such a long time ago. Now it was a path filled with memories, from beginning to end my story. Except, given the choice, I'd rather think of it as our story. The Kabbalah. They were good memories and bad memories, memories I'd thought good that were no painted in sadness and sad that I now recalled fondly. On the whole, however, it was something I remembered fondly, if now with melancholy. Given my nature, I'd always held a love for stories, or at least the idea of stories. The roles characters could play in a cohesive narrative, set against all the roles they could have played, the people they could have been. As endings went, this seemed like a sad one, but it was the nature of people to be more than they were intended to be. I wondered if it applied to me in a way, too, or if I was still the same in the end. I wondered if it made any difference. Either way, perhaps, I said aloud, deciding not to bore Malkuth with my final musings. I suppose it doesn't much matter now. A point of light appeared above and to the side of us, as blue as my eyes and shining with a brightness that couldn't be described, couldn't be confined to the purely physical. Although the point was indescribably tiny, it cast enough light to illuminate what was left of the lands of Grimm out to the left of my basic perceptions, casting the sky in odd colors in the process. And no sooner had the light appeared than did it start to move. Like a blade being taken to the fabric of reality, the point was drawn into a line before changing directions and tracing a different path until it formed a perfect square, and it was perfect, lacking anything but length and width for a single, solitary instant. Then, that instant passed and it continued to expand, new paths tracing from the corners to encompass us in a cube, sealing us within. Then, the cube itself grew, branching out along new paths to become a tesseract, something that couldn't wholly exist within normal space and so simply expanded beyond them. Moments later, it expanded to a pentaract and then to a hexaract, multiplying in size each time yet staying confined to the same volume. What are you doing? Malkuth asked, eyes widening. The process was occurring at speeds even he couldn't track and we were already sealed in. I felt his power try to resist my own, but it seemed to struggle as it did, power over the physical realm slowly losing meaning as my cube spread and drew us into higher dimensions. Already, things like sound were becoming distorted, the words impossible to speak and thus simply conveyed by intent and idea, and it was only just beginning. Even so, I looked at my brother and answered. Previous, I was buying time, I told him without lifting my voice in the slightest. Presently, I'm winning. To his credit, that was all Malkuth needed to hear to start putting the pieces together. This was your plan all along, he said. You could kill all the others, but you knew you couldn't kill me, so you decided to trap me, like you said before. Lock me up alone in a box, far away from reality. I was silent for a moment as I considered how to reply, what I could and should convey, but in the end I chose to go with the simplest explanation. He could put together the rest. No, I said quietly. Not alone. Malkuth's physical form was beginning to not a novel, that wasn't the best way to describe it. Instead, it was more like it was simply losing meaning. It was there, but it didn't matter here. Even so, I could tell that he was surprised by my words and for a moment he seemed speechless. You'd lock us both in hell? He asked. Why? Because you're my brother, I answered simply. And whatever you've done, whatever you've become, I had a part to play in it all. So I'll help pay the price as well. Besides, it's better than being in hell alone, isn't it? He stared at me for a moment that I couldn't really define, since time was starting to break down, too. Instead of waiting, I decided to continue to speak, while I was still able. This is the end, I said. You and I, locked up forever. The others will be reborn eventually and hopefully they'll find each other again or, at least, find something like happiness and peace. They're strong and they'll be strong, perhaps strong enough to fix things, but who they'll be I don't know. But I hope they'll be good people, that being born and raised among humanity will ground them and help them. But you and I, we always be the strongest, too strong not to shape the entire world around us, so let's just fade away into the storybooks. Okay, perhaps I'll never truly understand what you'd had to go through and live with, but I'm your older brother. I'll stay beside you until everything is over. Our bodies were almost completely gone now as we ascended into the uppermost reaches of Malkuth and began to touch upon Yesod. But Malkuth hardly seemed to care about that now. You and me, he said. Trapped forever? Hopefully not forever, I said. Perhaps someday we'll find a solution, or perhaps even figure something out for ourselves. We'll still exist in some form. We might even retain ourselves to some extent or another. But if necessary, if this world is too painful, why not just leave it behind? This is the closest I can get to doing something that truly hurts, with a price I can pay. Isn't this enough, brother? Instead of answering, Malkuth just seemed to look at me and then away, and then something pierced straight through me. I looked down at myself, startled for the first time in a long while, especially when I saw the source. A number of blades had impaled my chest, striking through me from behind, and the weirdest thing was that while everything else seemed to fade, they seemed utterly and wholly real. It pierced through the walls around us as if they weren't even there, slipping through the reality trap as though it weren't even there, as if there were no greater truths to trap. It took me a moment to recognize it, and only then did I relax. Something like that would have been impossible for even Malkuth, by design, but I knew of at least one thing that could, and though I'd planned for it to be separated by Malkuth, it didn't matter much at this point. Killing me won't stop this, brother, I said. It's already too late for that. Bound to the two of us. If I die, it'll just leave you even more alone. Even without touching the extension of death, Malkuth seemed to draw strength from it, growing more real in its presence enough that when he looked at me again, I could make out a smile and see that it looked sad. Who would want to be trapped with you forever, brother? He asked. Such a thing would be a fate worse than death, so instead just die and forget everything. I looked at him for a moment, not sure if this was meant as an act of kindness or of spite. Malkuth, you have plans, I'm sure, he continued, seeming to ignore me. You always do, don't you? For what to do if this happened, if you lost, or if I killed you? You'll be reborn eventually. I didn't deny it. If mankind survives, at least, I replied. You won't be able to act on the world the way you're used to. That'd go against the entire point. If you killed them all, of course you'd plan for such a thing, he said with a scoff, but didn't seem surprised. If anything, he seemed calmer than I'd seen them in a long time. It doesn't matter. Not the most assuring statement of mankind's survival, but I felt confident that they'd remain in some capacity, that there would be hope, however slim. I hadn't wanted this to happen, hadn't wanted to shift my responsibilities onto others when I was supposed to be my brother's keeper, but I'd known I might fail. I'd taken precautions to ensure there'd be a chance to set things right someday. But maybe in my next life, I'll manage to be a better brother, I mused, thinking both of the brother before me and those who'd led the way in death. Dead is dead, Malkuth said, the words soft and sad despite their ferocity. In your next life, you won't be the same. You'll be nothing to me, no one. I'll take what I need, rip you to pieces, and finish what I started. I won't hesitate or show you mercy again, brother. I wondered if that meant what I thought it did, if he planned to wipe me clean. If so, it wasn't unexpected. I'd suspected that would be my fate if I fell in battle, assuming I wasn't outright annihilated. I wondered, more than that, if anything would remain and what. There were no answers, even as I was dragged back into the realm of Malkuth and caught in the hands of death. I'm sorry, I thought, not certain who I was apologizing to. There were so many who deserved it, after all. And then, I closed my eyes. I died. The games we play. Game over. I came back to myself in a rush, blinking my eyes closed for a moment before opening them once more. I left myself rock slightly backwards as I did, shifting on the balls of my imagined feet, but it was more because I felt I should than anything. It was a lot to take in, should be a lot to take in, something hard to swallow, to grasp, to comprehend. But instead, I simply took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and then nodded. "So it's like that," I said, even as I sorted the pieces out of my head. Before, I'd remembered nothing but the absolute basics, everything else having been scoured away by death. I hadn't even remembered the way I died or how or even why. The only things that had been left behind were things that were at once indiscernibly intrinsic and priceless, such as my name, or varied scattered images that were hard to make sense of without context. I remember a few quiet hours one afternoon without anything before or after it, part of a speech or conversation, bits of work. There were other important memories mixed into it, but they were parts of an otherwise missing picture, and the blanks became harder to fill in the long things went on. When it came to conversations with my siblings especially, things tended to grow oblique as things were rooted in interactions I couldn't recall and conversations I didn't remember. It was enough, overall, for me to paint a rough picture, but relatively little more. Given what I knew of the context and what had resulted, I sorted the pieces out as best I could. This was different. I still hadn't gotten everything, but I'd gotten enough, gotten most of what I'd considered important. It was a steady chain of memories, along with everything tied or connected to it. Not every single day of a 1,000-year lifetime, but most of the important days, the major events and turning points and whatever else I deemed important. I could remember that, in fact, myself creating this computer as a living, organic thing, something as much temporal as it was physical. It was less a storage place and more of a backup drive that had sorted through my lifetime and drawn out whatever had fit certain criteria, analyzing them for surrounding bits and facts that helped make them understandable. If there was any computer, it was me, with this place being an external hard drive of sorts that I remembered linking myself to. If I wanted, I could do so again now, letting it store my memories as well. It would remain connected to me, even once I left this place, because it wasn't something that just existed within the confines of its physical mass. I remembered leaving it behind as one of my backup plans before going to fight Malkuth for the last time, but I remembered our final battle, too. Should I risk it, though? In a way, this wasn't just my backup, it was Malkuth's, as well. So long as it remained, he could have another chance. He could still, at least theoretically, afford to kill me and wait for my next life in the hopes I'd be less careful then, more malleable. Looking back on things now, I was even more aware of the risks involved, the measures that I'd been forced to take. The time it had taken for my semblance to awaken had been intentional, both to give myself more time to grow attached to humanity and live a normal life, as well as to help avoid Malkuth's attention until I was prepared to deal with it properly. If I'd come into my power too early, if I'd had a worse childhood, if he found me, everything could be ruined before it even began. Many things had carried over across lives, but I was still different, had been made different through the loss of my memories and the people I had been attached to. Should I die again and be wiped clean, I'd be different again, and even I couldn't say for sure how. And that was only the beginning of the risks I might face. I was pretty sure Malkuth didn't want to risk having another round any more than I did, but the possibility remained. Of course, the risk remained no matter what. I'd been wrong in a number of my assumptions, believing some things had been deliberately planned where they'd truly been forced, that some things had been goals when they'd merely been results. This had been personal for me since the day my father died, but it had been personal for us for far, far longer. And I couldn't be certain of anything. I didn't want to believe I might fail, that I'd pass on what was now my responsibility to someone else and possibly go through the same things, but neither had Keter. In the end, it might still happen, and getting rid of our backup plan wouldn't change that, merely raise the stakes. And frankly, the stakes were fairly high as it was. I wasn't particularly surprised to learn that the fate of the human race hung in the balance, but having it confirmed was a bit troubling, to say nothing of the parts my other erstwhile siblings might play in all this, if they'd been reborn yet. If they had, it was likely that someone had noticed, seeing as our natural power rendered us effectively immortal. Assuming nothing had killed them before they truly came into their power, they might still be around. I'd always known that, of course, but with what I'd seen, some of them had been on my side and some had chosen to side with Malkuth. 5 on 5, I'd managed something resembling a draw. But if none of them remembered anything either, if Malkuth was keeping an eye out for them as he was for me and had gotten to them, well, I was pretty sure I wouldn't like a 9-on-1 fight, at least, not when the odds were against me. Worse, thinking things through, I already had a few worrying suspicions. Of course, things were hardly the same as they'd been before. I was hardly the same, especially now, remembering what had happened, remembering the progression of events and the battles. It had done more than just explain things and fill in the blanks. It had come with knowledge, with an understanding of what I was doing as I fought and worked. Again, It wasn't complete, but I'd known what I might be facing and hadn't been foolish enough to send myself in blind. I didn't recall every experiment, couldn't remember all the research and attempts and failures, but I could see a fair bit of the results, especially for the things I'd put to practical uses. But for some things, that was enough. You have received the title, Crown of Heaven. You've obtained the skill Metatron's Cube. You've obtained the skill Simsim. There were others, although some things showed for their absences. In those cases, I'd need to work through some of the blanks and put things together. I'd had no way of knowing how my semblance might manifest upon my rebirth, so there hadn't been any way to determine precisely what needed to be recorded. In many cases, where my power had simply given me the skill, I had an easier time picking things up than my prior self would have. Where it hadn't, where there'd been a focus on concept, idea, and theory, I'd have more difficulty as I was forced to figure out what was wrong, what was missing, and what I'd need to learn and do. I couldn't simply assume the role. I needed to take it for myself. But even then, at least I had some idea of where to start and what results I was aiming for. It was simply a matter of figuring out the other side of the equation, instead of taking shots in the dark to see what would stick. Better yet, I'd managed to pass on a number of my important tricks, even if they'd proven ineffective on Malkuth himself, and I was dubious about how well they'd work on his most powerful minions. Metatron's Cube was all well and good, but it was probably too much to hope for that the same trick would work on him twice, and it hadn't really worked the first time, at least not the way I'd wanted it to. He'd still retained the connection to and control over the Grimm and had destroyed most of the world. Simsim was better, but not much so. The offensive skill I'd created to contract time, space, gravity, and more, built to crush parts of reality and leave only an absence behind, hadn't even knocked the breath out of Malkuth, and he'd had a long time to figure out further countermeasures. It might make a good weapon against the Grimm, but it wouldn't surprise me if several had ways to block it by now. With Metatron, I might be able to reshape them into greater things, but even then, no, those were useful, but the real prize was what I'd come here for in the first place. What mattered most was the knowledge. I had ideas and theories about possible ways to defeat Malkuth that either hadn't shown results in the time I had, or which had simply ran into walls, and it was those things that I'd been after, not my failed attempts. I needed something to at least reduce an impossible battle to one I might be able to win, to make it something that was merely liable to get me killed instead of guaranteed. Did I have that now? Maybe. It'd take time to sort through the results, compare notes, and see what I could find. The surrounding well of information I now had to draw on would help clarify things and put them in place, as my knowledge of Partzufim helped shape my understanding of the composition of souls, and Gilgal shaped my knowledge of their cycle. It was a place to start, at least. Something small but indescribably important. Hope. Taking another slow and pointless breath, I lifted my eyes to look at my copied self. You have what you need now, my recorded self said, looking at me. You understand? I nodded once. Yeah, I said. I think I get it. Then I hesitated for a moment before continuing, pursing my lips slightly. Malkuth was wrong and he was right, I told him. I'm still me and I'm not me. Knowing what I do now, remembering our time together, I know him better. I understand him. A part of me even cares about him and who he once was. But here and now, he's a monster. He's hurt countless people for longer than even I can really imagine. Someone has to stop him, and it looks like it has to be me. My duplicate looked a bit sad at that, but not surprised. It's been a long time, he said. At this point, death might be a mercy. I didn't nod. He might have been right, but I tried not to dress things up more than they needed to be. If you don't mind me asking, what do you intend to do now? He asked. Leave, I said. I'll back you up again. Add this iteration of myself to the system. It's not bad for you in here, is it? No, he replied. I can fully exist without you here. I'm not conscious of anything that occurs in your absence. For me, it's not no time at all will have passed, if and when you return. Do you ever wish that wasn't the case? I wondered, musing to myself. He paused for a moment, seeming surprised and then considering. I don't know, he mused to himself. I exist so briefly, I've never really thought about it. I don't feel lonely or without purpose, if that's what you're asking. When I do exist, I remember your past as if it were my own. It is, I said. For all intents and purposes. Perhaps, he allowed. But do I wish for more? I don't know. I'm not sure it's possible, considering what I am, but I suppose I'm not against it, if that's what you're asking. Do you need me for something? Maybe, I replied. Just an idea I'll be looking into, if anything should come from it. I shrugged and he nodded. And after you leave here? He asked, drawing things back to the original topic of conversation. I'll keep moving forward, I told him. There's some people waiting for me and they're probably worried, so I'll check on all of them first. At least for the moment, Malkuth and I are at something of a stalemate. It won't last, he stated. No, I agreed. So I better make sure that when it all falls apart, I'm ready for the aftermath. I've got a lot to do on that front, though. Some people I've got to keep an eye on, friends and enemies, options to explore. There's still a long way to go before anything is resolved. And then there's my siblings. If any of them are around, I'm not sure whether to be hopeful or filled with dread by that idea. I suppose it depends on whose side they're on, my recorded self replied, and what they're doing. Life and death are funny things, aren't they? There's no telling how much difference a single one might make. I nodded quietly at that, looking down at myself. My death and rebirth had resulted in a number of changes, both planned and not. Many things I'd prepared for before going into battle, well aware of the possibility of death and what might happen if I failed. But others, they were things I'd had no way of knowing or planning, such as the nature of my semblance, in so many ways ideal for the fight I now had to prepare myself for. I'd thought to myself a number of times that it was too perfect to be anything but intentional, but it hadn't been a conscious decision. The only explanation I'd been able to come up with was that my soul had been responding to my situation and preparing for it. How far did that go, though? Probably further in my case than in most, given my nature as killer, but I still had no real way of knowing how souls existed. Above it all, when I used skills like Orion Soft and rose to those levels, I wasn't conscious, as such at least, not in a recognizable, human way. Was it possible that I'd done other things intentionally, helping myself before I even knew to? I wasn't sure. I wasn't even sure of any way to be sure. But it made me wonder about something I'd once told Malkuth, about us being together after death, and if there had been any truth to it. None I could remember, sadly. But perhaps, and if so, I wasn't sure if that would make the probability of other archangels being around more or less likely. Either way, it was another thing to keep an eye out for. I had suspicions, but none I could safely confirm. But hey, that was my life, pretty much. I'd manage somehow, or else die. Malkuth, I began before stopping myself again, pausing to decide on precisely what I wanted to say. My copy watched me for a moment, waiting patiently as I did. I still remember the past, even if it doesn't change the present. I may be the only one who remembers anymore how things used to be and could have been. If they're alive, none of the others are likely to remember exactly what happened, and even Malkuth might not recall it anymore, having lost so much. So I'll do my best not to forget it. He smiled. That's good to hear, he said. I think I understand now what he meant about how sad it'd be, living as the only one who remembers what was lost. I'm glad that's not what I am to be, even if I spend most of my time dormant. I chuckled quietly at that and nodded before sighing. It looks like I won't be able to fix things this time either, I said, letting my tone grow serious. Or grant my own wish, to be a better brother. But if I defeat Malkuth, if I kill him and am still alive when he's reborn, or if we die and are reborn together, I'll try then. I'm not the type to hold grudges longer than they deserve to be held, and everything that's between us now, I'll try to end with this life. After that, we'll start over and hopefully I'll do a better job. It's risky, he warned, but his smile undercut it. There's always the chance that history could repeat itself. Just as you retain part of who you are, it's not impossible that something could persist in him. I'll manage, I told him with a shrug. If nothing else, I should have a while to prepare for his arrival, right? I'll figure something out and deal with the risks. I don't really like it when stories don't have a happy ending, and it's such a long one, it'd almost be a waste. Do you think I can do it? My reflected self paused for a moment and seemed to consider. I believe that the human spirit is indomitable, he said at last, that if you endeavor to achieve, it will happen given enough resolve. It may not be immediate, and sometimes it may be something you will not achieve within your own lifetime, but the effort you put forth into something transcends yourself, so there is no futility even in death. I thought back to my previous life, to my brothers and sisters who fought and died for what they believed in, and to myself. I was willing to trap myself forever to achieve my goals, willing to go far past death if that was what it took, even if it was just death I found in the end. But here I was now, at it again, still fighting. Was that a single will carried over, or two wills united towards one cause? I wasn't sure. Maybe both. But either way, then like I said, I replied, closing my eyes and smiling slightly. I'll manage somehow. He nodded, looking at ease now. Goodbye, he said as he began to fade. And don't worry, however long it takes, I'll believe in your success. The living illusion faded and I blinked, eyes open, abruptly back in my position on the platform. The moment I was back to myself, I began to gather power, waiting to give a nasty surprise to any nasty surprises. But when nothing happened, I stood. Was that it? Raven asked, seeming a touch surprised. Given the nature of the computer, she hadn't experienced the amount of subjective time I had, to say nothing of the vast deluge of memories I'd received. She'd probably just seen me kneel, pause, and then stand up again. The way other people viewed the world could get kind of weird. Honestly, it was pretty user-friendly, I replied, smiling at her as I stepped off the platform. Did you get what you needed? She asked as I drew closer. I said. Yeah, I think I did. She looked around, scanning the perimeter in expectation of a surprise attack, but at this point, I was fairly convinced that we weren't missing anything. Death simply wasn't here, which had a whole bunch of worrying implications, but they could wait until later. Here and now, at least, we'd won. A bit anticlimactic, after everything it took to get here, she mused. I suppose it's time to go then? Don't sound so disappointed, I replied, bumping her shoulder lightly with my own. We survived Jericho Falls. Jericho Falls did not survive us. It's a good day. We should go celebrate. Her lips quirked upwards at that before she shrugged shoulder lightly. I suppose, she said, we should make sure the kids haven't done anything while worrying about us as well. I imagine Autumn growing to consume a building. She tended to spread and build fortifications around herself when she was nervous. After all, probably a good idea, I agreed. And then, she asked, giving me a moment's pause. Thinking back, it had all started with a rejection letter from Signal. And now, here I was, looking forward to the future, towards the place that everything had been leading for so long. All the pieces were coming together, the plans and schemes coming to a head. More would follow now, considering the Cold War Malkuth and I had started. But I guess this settles it, I thought. I was finally going to Beacon. The end.